Right. Good morning. Good morning to each and every one of you. Good to see everybody here. BIAF. All right. BIAF. JT. Thank you. Thank you. LAC after hours. Yes, I called out AMPY yesterday morning and tried to get Cat to trade it. Unfortunately, he missed out on the opportunity. Well, I missed out and I made $2,100 yesterday. So I'm sorry. But AMPY. I want you to know, Drew, I'm still going to make money on that stock because they're going to wash it out today. This morning, they're going to wash it out probably. Is it already negative this morning? Let's look at it. Let's look at it. No, it's up 18%. All right. Good, good, good. We'll watch that one too. We'll be buying that one. We'll be buying that one when they run people out of it. They're going to try and scare some people out. That's a good price too. It's a good price. AMPY. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed it because it made a nice 21% gain, but then again, the one I was on made I think about the same, 30%. 22%. So I didn't miss out. Sometimes you get on a horse, you have to ride that same horse all day. You don't switch. In the middle of the race, you're not going to try and jump up over on the faster horse. You just stay on your fast horse. Right? Oh, yeah, I'm going to swing trade. Can you please review HOLO? Sure will. Marcos. Wendy. Good morning, Catfish. Which stock will we day trade today? Well, we're going to day trade LAC again today, for sure. And we're going to day trade, probably, we got to look at this BIAF that was just called out. So let's look at it. And as I said to everybody a couple days back, we need to find some target prices in this $5 and $6 range so we can make more money. And what I mean by that is, let's say, just to give you an understanding, if a stock is $5 a share and you can buy 100 of them, then if it goes up $1 and you've got 100 shares, you just made at $5 a share. And it goes from, say, $5 a share to $6, and you got 100 shares, well, you made $100. But the price is $20 a share, and that $5 doesn't get you a share anymore. It's now 4 times more. So instead of being able to buy at $5 a share 100, you can only buy 20. So if the price goes from $20 to 21, you're not going to make that profit anymore because you only got 20 shares. You just made $20. You didn't make 100, right? And the same thing can be said if you buy 1,000 shares at a time, which many people can do on this channel that are with me. $6 would be $6,000 to buy into this right now, BIAF. We're going to watch this BIAF. It's going to be a good day trader. Hold on. XL. XL. We don't allow childish behavior or conversation, so I'm going to put you on a short timeout. If you want to behave like an adult 5 minutes from now, you're welcome to. But if you're not going to behave like an adult, then we don't want you here. We are serious traders. 1 minute, please. I'm going to take 1 minute pause here. 1 minute. Okay. What's going on here? There we go. We're back. I apologize, but every once in a while, something has to be done here. So we're going to be trading. We're going to be day trading less expensive stocks, okay? It's not going to make us generate as much revenue for us if we're buying these $25 and $30 stocks like SoFi is now. Now, I'm going to continue to bring great information about SoFi every single day. And but I think in the interest of making as much revenue as we can, we need to move over to cheaper stocks. This BIAF, for example, let me show you something. This is the one that was brought up this morning. All right, folks. This is Day Trading 101. This is a stock that was brought to our attention by one of our tank members this morning. BIAF. JT mentioned this stock. So here's the gig, folks. What was the price right here before it popped? What was that price? $5.28 a share. Okay. What's this price here? That's $1.10 a share up. So $1.10 up. From this price right here to right here, $1.10. Well, then we know then they dropped it back $1.10 again. You see that? Back to that price, the 28 again, right? 504. 504. And so I guess this stupid thing doesn't work the way I want it to. So I just want to make sure you understand. The price, let's say, was right here. Call it $5.13 probably. 5.13 shot up here to this price. 5.13 to 6.35. $1.20. $1.20, folks. So we know with this stock, BIAF, it went up 120. Then the price fell back down to the same number again. Correct? It went up here and it came down to the same number again. So now it went down 120. Then it went up from this price to what price? 5.13 to what price? 6.07. Alexa, what is 6.07 minus 5.13?
6.07 minus 5.13 is 0.94.
So then they dropped it 94 cents. Okay? Nice. Dropped it 94 cents. Right here. So now it's come out of here and gone once up $1.20, down $1.20, up 94, And then what did they drop it to? 4 cents. It went up 94. They dropped it 94. Wow. And dropped it 94. Then what did they take it up to? Right there. The same number again. So they went up 94. Wow, they're making some killer money off retailers this way, folks. I guarantee you. And then after it hit there, what did they draw it back? They only drew it back there. The 608, from 608, they only dropped it back from 608 to, I'm right here in the middle. This is where I am, right here at this part. They only dropped it back to, from 608, I'm going to guess 601 or 597. Let's see, right there. What's that? 593. Well, that figures 608 to 593. That's on my buy sell sheet. And then after they pulled it down to 593, what did it go up to? 593 to 664. 666, of course. So 70 cents back up. 70 cents back up. All right. Next, what did they do then? What did they do then after they got it there? They pulled it down. And that price that they got it up to was right there, 666, okay? And then they bought it down to 655 or 647, I'm going to guess, right here. I went a little lower than where it is. It's right there, right there. Right there is where they took it to. 630, of course, 666 down to 630. And then so that's a 36-cent drop. And then up 36 cents, right back up. After they took it down, they took it right back up, probably to 64. Up 34 cents. Now, reason I'm tracking this, folks, in case you're wondering what the hell I'm doing here, I want to know where to put my sell orders in and where to put my buy orders in. And since this was a 25-cent drop, I already know, I bet you this is a 25-cent drop from the 666. What's this? 666 to 548. I was close, almost 20 cent. It was 18. All right, I see what you're doing. Then what did you make it run up there from that to that low right there? And by the way, you should have known to buy there because it was already a point of resistance basically here. See that? Right there? This was a hitch point right here, so you should buy there. And then from that price there, it went from 550 a share, 552, take it up to what? 611, up 60 cents, folks. Up 60. Wow. Nice. That can't be right. Hold on a second. Let me see that. Is that right? 550, yes. God, dogs. to 610, 60-cent move. Then what they bring it down to? $6.10 down to $5.62. That's a 48-cent drop. All right, I got that. And then up to what? What was this number? Roughly, that number is 566, folks. From 566 is what it was, 564, up to what? Up 84 cents. Up 84 cents now. Okay, folks, so here's the deal. If we're tracking this stock this morning and it went up from where it started $1.20, then down $1.20, then up 94, then down 94, then up 94, then down 94, down only 8, and then up 70, and then down 36, and then up 34, and down 18, and up 60, down 48, up 84. Folks, we can make a killing on this BIAF day trading this today, all right? And I usually talk only about SoFi, and I've got a lot of information about SoFi here that I'll start at 10 a.m. I'll tell 9:45 maybe. We'll tell everybody all about SoFi. But right now, I'm trying to get us to get our eyes and focus on some cheaper shares, stocks that we can buy a lot of. If you can buy 500 shares of one at this price and you can only buy 100 of them at 30, you're much better off to be able to buy 500 of them at 6 and see it go to 7. That's 500 times $1. That's $500 profit. If you're buying 30 and it goes up $1, but you can't buy but 10 of them instead of 100, or 20 of them instead of, you understand the math? If you can only buy when the price is 6 times more, well, you can't buy 600 shares for $1 each if it's 6 times more. You get one share for $1 each, and it's a lot harder to make money that way. So let's try to find some cheaper stocks like these ones that have been called out this morning: BIAF, AMPY, HOLO. Let's day trade them, make some money. I think this. To me, this BIAF looks like the biggest one to be manipulated that we could take advantage of. So I'm going to try to do that. This is a stock I'm going to be concentrating on this morning. And let's go see where our LAC is now. As you know, I sold almost all of this yesterday at the closing bell, and I only have about 300 shares left, but I got about 8,900 to buy with today. So I called out AMPY yesterday morning. Yep, Drew. Yep. Yeah, I missed out on that profit while the stock I was in went up 23%. Drew, I know that. But mine went up actually more than the one you picked out. Yours was 22% up. I saw it, but hey, I was already on a runner, and I'm going to stay on that horse, my friend. I don't try to jump off my horse in mid-stride and jump on another horse in the middle of the race. I'm sorry, I just can't do that. I have to concentrate on what I've invested in, and I have to play the game. And just today, if I decide to do this one here, then I will, So we got good winners. All of us are picking good stocks, and we're doing it the right way. But to me, seeing the way they're swing trading this one today, I love it. I'm ready to get all over. Not LAC, but this one. It was called out by JT this morning, BIAF. And man, I think we can make a freaking killing on this thing. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to day trade BIAF today. If I miss out on another stock, that's okay. But take a look at this one, AMPY. Look at this thing. It's a good one too. AMPY called out this morning by Drew, you, and also HOLO. Someone called that out this morning. So let's go look at that. HOLO. You know what I don't like about this stock? I don't like any stock that you can't find by the name microcloud. It should be MCLD, okay? This HOLO, I never like stocks like this. I just don't. Call your name, your symbol. Yep. Why should I want to get into this? Microcloud hologram constructs a universal quantum probability theory applicable to multiple domains. Shenzhen, China. Well, let's go look at the chart, shall we? We shall. This will tell us a lot. And we're not going to just look at the one-day chart, of course. We're going to look long-term. All right, let's come out here. This is that company's 5-year chart. This is the company's 5-year chart. And talk about price swings. Holy cow. Now, folks, I'm just going to say this. The reason that this stock has such massive spikes like this, I'm going to guess right now it's because they have very few outstanding shares and they have very small free float. This is what you see on stocks like this, okay? Small number of outstanding shares, small free float. So let's go see if I'm right. Market cap is only 72 million. Shares outstanding. See, look at that. Shares outstanding, only 14 million shares. This is why it makes such big spikes, folks. Yeah, I know sometimes the ticker's already taken. I know that. But you ought to start out with the first letter at least being the same. You can figure out something. You can figure out many, many combinations with starting with the letter O. So shares or H, HOLO, there's got to be lots of other that would match. But look here, folks. Shares outstanding. And look at the float down here. Just 13 million share float. So if big news comes out about this company, it can spike because there's so few shares available. That's one of the things that I like about targeting certain stocks that can be very, very lucrative if you catch them when they spike like that because they have such low volume, low shares outstanding. So as soon as I saw that chart, I knew that they had very few shares. I didn't even have to guess it. I knew it by that chart activity over the 5-year term. So if you can be patient, and if you're trading on margin, then you could buy this stock and wait and and listen, folks, it went from $19.50 all the way up to $88. Look at that price, $88, Savannah. I'm not kidding. What's this right here? What does that say right there? 88,840. God. No, that number doesn't mean anything. That number 88 is just circumstantial. And then it went all the way back down. So you know this thing can go up. Holy smokes. Price was $19.50 and went to $88. So if you buy it, folks, you got to put your buy orders in. $68 or $66 up. Put your sell orders in if you buy this. 66, or how much did it jump from here? Put your sell orders in. $24. It jumped all the way up to what? Here's where you put your sell orders. $50, folks. How much did it run up here? $203 to what? $48. $60 spike, $50 spike, $48 spike. So if this is the stock you're looking to invest in, as soon as you buy some of it, just put your sell orders in at these astronomical numbers, and anytime any good news comes out, because it has so few shares available, boom, boom, boom. It's the heartbeat of America. Anyway, I'm just showing you that. It's a little lesson for you. I've been doing this a long time. Yep. But anyway, it's not for me. It's no way I would invest in this stock. Might tie my money up in it, waiting for something that happens in January of 2023, and then it happened in September of 2023. So 9 months, and then the next one happened about 5 months later. But then there should be a spike here. Boom. There should be another spike right here, and there's not. Uh-oh, no spike there. Should have been one. If you got this gap and you got this shorter gap, there should have been another spike here. It would have been nice to see, and then another one right here even. So yeah, no, I'm not interested in this one. I appreciate you bringing it up. It's a good exercise though in the meaning of how a stock can swing so much if it has very low outstanding shares. So that should certainly be one of the criteria for you when you're going to get into a stock. How many shares are outstanding? What's the float like? You know. And you could get big swings on stocks that don't have a lot of outstanding shares. But aside from that, no, this thing has just been, the trend is down. The trend is down over 5 years, and so I would not be playing that game. So I'm going to scratch that one off. And we're looking now at a AMPY that was called out. And hello there, Keith. Welcome. Leon impression of sometimes the ticker is already taken or is an acquisition scenario like AVGO, Broadcom. Yep, dismissing a company because the ticker doesn't match the current name is some witchcraft nonsense. All right, I hear you, my man. That makes good sense. I hear you. Good input. Good input there, man. Very good input. So today, we're going to be day trading this stock. We're going to be day trading this stock. Look at that crazy thing going up 20 cents, down 20 cents, up. We already figured this out. It dropped. First of all, it went up $1.20. Then it dropped $1.20. Then it went up 94. Then it dropped 94. Then it went up 94. Then it dropped 8 cents. Then it dropped. Then it went up 8 cents. Then it came down 90 cents. Then it went up 30 cents, down 20 cents, and then it went up 80 cents. So we already know this is the day trade stock we want. They're just herking and jerking. I mean, telling you, look at that, man. Herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it, hurt. I mean, just wow, big time. And this is what I'm looking for in a day trading stock, folks. I want to see this. I want to see this when I'm day trading. This is the perfect stock today to day trade, in my opinion. So that's the one I'm going to day trade. And I want to thank you, JT, for pointing this one out. Thank you, JT. So I'm going to come over here now to my, and we are now 8 minutes away from the stock market bell ringing. So I'd like to ask you all to do me a favor. There's almost 100 of us here. At 9:22 and 48 seconds, come on, let's hit the like button at the same time. And let's get a bunch of people over here to the channel to see what I'm about to show you today. Because I got a lot of stuff to show you, folks. I got a lot of things to show you, including how to day trade this awesome day trader that's going to be swinging up and down like mad. And so let me make sure, number one, I'm going to go to my channel, view channel, and hit this. Is it time to saddle up? Yes, it is. You better get in the saddle because index funds are getting in the saddle, people. Now, for donations today, all we need is $50. $50 in donations and the commercials end. Okay, here we go. Let's hit the like button instead of I just missed it. Let's hit the like button at 9:24:08, so 1 minute from now. And until then, let's see some love on the screen, please. And of course, I cannot sing you your favorite song while we do this because my wife just came down the basement to do a load of laundry. So we will not be singing the Heart On song, okay? We will not sing the Heart On song. I'm sorry, she does not like the Heart On song, so we cannot sing the Heart On song. She thinks it has a double entendre. All right, folks, here. She said she thinks that has a double entendre and it has some sort of sexual implication to it. And I don't understand the line between there and there. No, I don't. I don't understand it. So here we go. We're going to start the countdown, folks. Ready? 10, 9, here, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit that like button. And there's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for me and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen for all the shorts are you getting screwed. Yes. I sang it very enunciatedly so no one would get any mistakes about what I was saying. Didn't I, everyone? Did everybody hear heart? It was very a heartfelt song. And we got a lot of hearts that came on there at the same time. Thank you. Now, one thing I want you all to see here is that we are now going to go over and look at institutional ownership. SoFi, institutional ownership. And I want to see right here if we've seen any more index funds coming in. I want to see if some more came in yesterday on the rundown. Let's look and see. The 25th. There's an institutional fund increasing their position value by 80% at the top of the list. And the one below them increasing by 80%. These are big investments, folks. Do you want to know that yesterday, listen to this, folks. They haven't disclosed it yet, who it is yet, but yesterday, someone decided to buy yesterday, big time, SoFi. I want you to know that. There was a massive, massive buy yesterday. And in a minute, I'll show you where. $56.3 million worth of SoFi was bought yesterday in 2,800,000 shares. That's a bigger buy than even Kathy Wood came in and bought, folks, yesterday. Yesterday. The price was at, I think, 28.17. That's big, folks. That's a big, big buyer coming in. Another big, big buyer. And it only makes me wonder who in the world is buying that many shares of SoFi and why. Why are they buying that many? Now, let me go over here to iCloud. And if you'll give me a second, folks, I'll get logged in here because I want to show you something here. And let's look at SoFi this morning. They tried to get it in the red this morning in the pre-market a little. And here's the rundown. It's catching up right now in real time. Look at that thing. Look at them running it down, run it down, run it down, run it down. Stays resilient, trying to run it down, stays resilient, trying to keep it at a penny below. What the hell is that all about? What a game. What a freaking game, folks. So here's what I got for you. Right here. And this is courtesy of this gentleman here, Cal from Trending Stocks. Go check out his channel, subscribe, and tell him Cat sent you. And this is the buy right here, folks. There's the buy right there. That is a major buyer that bought at 3 o'clock, folks, 1,500 hours. And they bought while the price was rising. If they buy while the duration, while the price is rising, and they bought it at $28.12, $28.12, somebody said, all right, that's good for me. I don't need to get the 28.13. I'll buy the 28.12. But you can see, folks, this was earlier in the day. See the hour time? Look, this was at 14.54. Look at where the price was. See where the price was? 28.05, 28.08. And here, look at the time. They saw that it was getting away. 28.12. It jumped from 28.05 to 28.08 to 28.12. And then they said, let's pull the trigger. Then they pulled the trigger at 28.12. So this is most likely a purchase on the ask. A buy, in other words, not a sell, a buy. All right, most likely, okay? Not a guarantee, but most likely. And that is a very large buy, bigger than the two big buys by Kathy Wood. And I've already been showing you people, look at the index funds coming in on SoFi right now. Look at the index funds coming in right now over these last few days. They've been buying in again, folks. The index funds have started coming back in. And insurance companies, folks, listen, the reason index funds buy, ladies and gentlemen, they're not day traders. They're index funds invest in a stock for 20 years. They're long term. And just so you know this, way back here, all these index funds were leaving SoFi. They got out. They were getting out. And all of a sudden, what happened? What happened to get all these index 20-year, 30-year investors to come into SoFi? Well, I'll tell you what happened. SoFi got an offer from a company called Fortress Lending. They're a $5 billion company and said, hey, we want to give you guys $2 billion to give to your out for loans. And when that happened, that mitigated SoFi's risk, folks. And that's why all these 20-year, 30-year investment started. And I'm filling orders on Thinkorswim right now, I guess. I guess I just sold some of this. Yep, I just sold it at 7:30. I just sold SoFi at 7.30 a share. Nice. I just sold it at 7.30, 31, and 32 right there. And that's on my buy-sell sheet, folks, right there. These numbers are on my buy-sell sheet. So, boom, I just sold some right there. Nice. All right. But I'm not trading this one today. I'm going to be trading another stock today. As I've already told you, we've looked it up this morning already. This is the stock that we're going to be trading now. The reason all the index funds came in is because then Blue Owl offered them another $5 billion, so they took off, folks. Now, I want you to see, right yesterday, George Soros, they're out to get this guy, and they're going to go after him, and I'll tell you more about this in a little bit, but let's get into day trading. And the stock that we're looking at today was mentioned to us by JT. It is BIAF. BIAF, okay? So that's the stock I'm going to, BIAF right now. I'm not going to be day trading SoFi. And BIAF is the stock I'm trading right here. And they just ran it up to 744. Now listen, they've been running this up and down about 40 cents, people. So I'm going to come in down here with my first buy order of 20 shares. And I'm going to start it at the 30 right there, 31, 32, and 33. So this is on my buy-sell sheet. Just like I sold SoFi when it went up to the 30s, now I'm going to try and buy this one. Here we go. There we go. Now let's try for 723. Oh, heck, I'm buying LAC, folks. This is LAC. I thought it was BIAF. Hold on here. I got BIAF up here at the top. Yeah. Hold on, folks. See where this is. BIAF is at $6.99 right now. What the hell? Just give me a second here. I got to get this down. Well, I just bought some more LAC. And here we go. We're trying to buy this one here right now. I'll show you what it looks like. We're going to try to buy this at 688, 689. There we go. And we're going to buy these right now. They're taking it down to 666, folks. Nice. I just bought 647, 645. They're trying for 644, folks. I just bought 607. 607. They're down to 608. And I think they may have halted it. BIAF. Looks like they halted it, folks. Did they halt it? Yeah, they've halted it. All right. And as you can see, I'm only down right now $12 on it. You know, I don't understand why they would halt it. That's the perfect number right there. That's the number they usually run it down right there. See? Why do you want to halt it there? This is the perfect rundown number. That's why I started buying. Boom, right there. It's the same numbers they ran it down here. It's the same as they ran it down here. And did they halt it here? No, they didn't halt it. Did they halt it here? No, they didn't halt it. Did they halt it here? No, they did not halt it. Did they halt it here? No, they didn't halt it. Why are they halting it here? Why do you want to halt it now? Why? Why do you want to halt it there? Who are you helping by doing that? Who told you to halt it there? No one told you to halt it there on those drops earlier today. You never halted it there or 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 all herky jerky. You never halted it. Why are you halting it now? That's what I want to know. By the way, it's going to be halted for 15 minutes. So while we're waiting on it to trade, I'm going to tell you some information here, folks. And I do want to make sure you all can see the screen, so hold on here. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to view my channel and get it up streaming so I can make sure you guys can see this information. And if we can get up to $50 in donations today, ladies and gentlemen, there'll be no more commercials. All right, you can see this. So in the early morning yesterday, we saw big money and many big buys. Now, what you need to understand is we saw the price yesterday out of the gate on SoFi run up out of the gate. And the reason it tends to do that every day, I learned this, I was watching Cal, and he points out that these call options cannot be placed in the pre-market. They don't let you put call options in the pre-market. So no buying of call options can be done until the bell rings at 9:30, folks. And then that's why you see the daily spikes on SoFi right out of the gate, because they are buying call options. And I thought, all right, I'm sharing that with my people so they understand. It's the people that are buying the call options, and there's a lot of call options being placed right now on SoFi. So that's what's running it up in the morning real quick for those 30-cent push-ups. And, and then you see, why does it always drop afterwards? Well, it's the call options that are being placed that are pushing it up artificially. So this is good to know. All right. But I want you to know, yesterday, durable goods and GDP and initial jobless claims all were better than expected. But that's not necessarily a good thing. It's good for the economy that durable goods is better and GDP is better and initial job loss, but that lowers our chances of getting this rate cut, another one from the Fed. Powell, in the eyes of Powell, it may not be necessary to do another rate cut if everything is already starting to, so that's something for us to keep in mind. So therefore, the percentage chance dropped a little to 85.5% chance that there will be a rate cut. But that's still a very good, back-to-back rate cuts are almost certain still. Everyone still feels that way. But this data, I just want you to know, is not going to be beneficial to the rate cut part. But with initial jobless claims that came in at 2.18, that's still too high. All right, so that should be a reason for him to go ahead and cut the rates because he's all about the jobs. All right. Now, part of the reason, though, that yesterday saw a decline across the market was there's just a fear in the broader market. Yesterday, watching Cal, he also brought up what I brought up to you all yesterday earlier about zero hash. I told you about this 2 days ago. I found an article about SoFi and Morgan Stanley, and they were going in with other companies into this zero hash and how it was going to change stuff. And zero hash, by the way, is a foundation that is for brick and mortar banks and fintechs. It lets them integrate crypto into their system. Okay, that's what they do. That's what they're the primary thing and the primary purpose. They have millions of customers, hundreds of millions, and that's what they do. So SoFi and Morgan Stanley and a few other companies are donating, or not donating, but investing in this company. It is a digital, and by the way, SoFi selected blockchain. Blockchain.com is going to be its first digital blockchain partner. All right. Now what's happened? Okay, so here it's time to buy again. They're taking it down to $6. I just bought this stock at $6. It's running again. I just bought it at $6. I just bought it at $6. I'm buying it now at $5.88. For sure buys at $5.88. Now $5.98. I got some $5.88 buys there. I'm trying to get my dollar cost average down to below $6.08 right here. I'm still buying. I'm still buying. I'm still buying. I'm ordering 10 shares at a time. I'm going in easy. And now it's over my dollar cost average. Now it's sitting 2 cents below me, of course. See, the reason I'm buying these shares here, folks, is because I've already looked at the chart and I know that they like to drop it about 50 or 60 cents. I've already seen them do it. And that's where they are now. I just bought at $5.85. I've still got $7,000 to invest with. Buying now at $5.91, $5.94. Buying 10 shares at a time. And now I'm going to come down here at $5.81, $82, $83, $84, $85, $86, $87, $88, $89, $90, $91, $92, $93. That's what I'm going to do, folks. And now I'm coming on up. And I'm just going to wait on them. Wait on them to pull it back every once in a while. Play the herk and jerk, ladies and gentlemen. And there she goes. I just went green. And I've got my dollar cost average down to 604 right now as my DCA on it. I've got more to tell you about SoFi, but I have to trade when I can. And I just bought all those shares there. I'm in there. I got those. Very nice. I just got my dollar cost average down to 602 now. The stock I'm trading is one that was brought up this morning by one of our members. It is BIAF. And yes, indeed, come on down to Catfish Town. I'm now up 50. Now I'm up 149 on the position. You can see it right there. Look at that try it where the KY flag went in right there at 59399. Desperation, folks. Desperation. You can now see I'm up $365 on this position. As you can see, I'm up $365. I'm trading with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim platform, and I am using my brains. The stock I'm trading is called BIAF, and I already predetermined by watching this morning that the price was dropped. It was run up $1.20, down 90, up 94. Then it came down, up 94, down 8 cents, then down 94, then up $1.20. I've been tracking this, so I know when to sell. All right, I know when to sell. I know it's going to go up 90 cents, and I'm up 341 now, so I just sold 60 shares. And I'm going to sell again here. I'm up 370. Now I'm up 422, and I'm selling here. And I'm selling right here, selling 60 shares at a time. I know to sell the 55 and the 66. I know to sell there. I now have 300 shares coming back down, and I'm going to raise my buy orders back up here because, folks, they're running this thing up and down 50 and 60 cents, okay? BIAF is the stock we're going to day trade all day today, and we're going to make a ton on this. We're going to make a ton of money on this, folks. I can see it's plateauing because I'm still only up $346 now. All right, I'm in no rush here. I'm going to start putting my buy orders in 10 shares at a time. Not 19, 10. There we go. I'm coming in at 643, 644, 645, 649, 650, 51, 52. She's still rising. I'm going to sell 60 more shares right here. I just sold at the 73. I just bought at the 46. I just sold at the 73 and I bought at the 46 afterwards. Nice. Holy smokes, everybody. This is fabulous. Yes, I've just bought 60 at 648, 648, 652. I'm buying 60 at a time and 60 out now. I'm coming down here to 633, 34. I think for sure they'll go for that right now. 33, 37, 38. Yes, there they are. I just got the 38s. There they come. I got orders still down here for waiting on them, folks. Awesome. And I want to show you the chart on it, BIAF. Just hold on. And I just bought 638. Yeah, come on down here to come on down to Catfish's dollar cost average. Come on down to my DCA, shorty. Come on. Right down here to my DCA. 2 cents below me. Man, I got some 60 share orders waiting on you down here right around my nest. I got 850 shares of this right now. The ticker is BIAF. BIAF. And you might want to take a look at the chart on it right now so you can see what's going on with it. Here, I'll back this out so we can get a good look at it. Just give me a second here. There it is. Bring it on into view. You can see it very clearly there now. Very nice. And by the way, this number where we're at right now, you can see this is a place they consolidated this morning on a nutsack right here at this price, right here now. Right here, early morning is when they got it here, so I'm going in again here now. And that's the sack right there, right here where you see these numbers. That's the early morning satchel. Buying market right now because she's running from me. I'm up 365 on this position right now, folks, and I intend to make a lot more on it. I expect to see them really, really, really push this thing way up, just like they've been doing all day, folks. Here's the stock right here, and I want you to know, from right here this morning, it went up right here $1.20. I've already done all the math on this. Whoa, sorry. Let me show you what they've done with this stock this morning so you understand it and why it's such a great day trader. So this morning, right there at the beginning of the day, BIAF went up $1.20. Then they dropped it $1.20. Then it went up 94, and then they dropped it 94, then up 94, then down only 8 cents, then up 70, down 36, up 34, down 18, up 60, down 48, up 84. Folks, this thing is going to be crazy today. It's going to be great for this. You just have to know upsy downsy, herky jerky all day long and make a ton of money off of it. Just like they do. Just like they do. Just like the market makers do. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep, I'm just waiting on them here. Waiting at the bottom of this big, look at all this. Look at the double nut sack there. Folks, when it gets back up there, when it passes those numbers, it's going to blow past those numbers. It's going to blow past them because they're already overbought, all oversold there, all oversold, oversold, all oversold through that region. And I'm getting some serious shares here now. Nice. And they're 10 cents right now, 13 cents over my dollar cost average. And here they come from going for below my dollar cost average right now. Oh my gosh. There we go. They're on my DCA right now, folks. Let's see if they go for 570s. Nah, they're just going to go for 593, 594, 595, 596. 608. Oh, yeah, 608. That'll be a good number. Dang, look at that thing jerking. Wow. Man. BIAF, the radical one. It's radical, folks. Don't get into this if you're not prepared for radical. There you go. Nice. One last stab at the 597 there. They just got it. And they're going to try 593, and they'll try 588 maybe. That, by the way, there's no volume down here, virtually none. Someone just made the first big buy, 112,000 at 607. That's the first big buy. There's no real volume here on any of these. There's no even candlesticks. You can't even see any candlesticks. So there's very, very little volume creating this move right now. Very little here behind this. Let's go over and look at the chart. There it is. I just picked up those 593s. I wonder if they'll get it down here to 588, 587. And by the way, I want you to see this chart. Look where they are here. Oh my gosh, they're just here they accumulated, and here they accumulated, and here they're just accumulating. They're accumulating this a long time, folks, right here. They've been here a while. This has been here quite a while now. And now back up over 7 she goes. She's back over 7. No, I'm sorry, BIAF. She's going to go back over 7 most likely, though. And now I'm going to reduce my number of share buys to 10 at a time. There she goes. And now it's just accumulate at 608, folks, for a little while. It's just going to be accumulate right here in this range for a little bit. There really is no volume on this. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to log out because I don't like not seeing my candlesticks. I think something's muck here, so I'm going to log off. I'm logging off. Okay. Now I'm going to log back on. And we'll just look here. Watch the accumulation at 608. We already saw it here for quite some time. We saw a lot of it accumulated there before already. And there she goes. We'll be here for about 5 minutes, maybe 15 total, 20. That's the max will be 20 minutes here. Yep, the max, we're really going to be here probably 5 minutes. Before you saw this morning, they were able to hold it here in this region for about 5, maybe 10 minutes. So that's how long it'll stay here, 5 or 10 minutes, folks. Don't worry. It'll rise. Wow, shooting for 555. Well, they've already seen that low too, folks. This has already all been seen before today. This is very typical. This is about the amount that you see the drop. You can see right here, there's the same amount of the drop right there. Same amount. We've seen this exact same number here. This is where they're going to come in, right here on this number here, most likely. Right there. Boom. And then watch it go right back up, folks. It's all a mystery how it happens, but they've been doing this all morning with this stock. This is what they've been doing. You see the amount too. You can see the drop, and here it goes right back up now. There she goes right back up. Goodbye. Adios. Time to buy in. Now, please give me just a minute here because I'm going to pause this while I enter my code that they just sent to me. So hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. What a convenient number to drop it to and accumulate. 566, folks. You don't think they did that by 566, folks. Oh, yeah. Just a matter of time, folks. Just a matter of time before she climbs. They're not going to just leave it here, folks. They're going to keep freaking jerking and herking this thing like they've done it all day. They're not going to leave it here. It's going to go back up. And I could be completely wrong, so be careful. Here we go. Look at all that. Look at that, folks. Look at all that just came in there. Now look where we were here, right here. See this? We've seen this number and a nice climb from that afterwards. And by the way, right now I'm down 1,800 on this position. Drew, or whoever called this one out. I'm down 1,800 on it. JT called this out this morning early. JT. And I'm playing this game here. I want to see this stop here and then go back up here and here all day. Let's just do it all day. Take it now back up to here and then pull it down to here and then up to there and then pull it down to here. Just all day I'm waiting to see that happen. Now the stock is up 55%, folks. Right here. All you got to do is by my mistakes, you can learn, and you're going to buy on one of these numbers that was the low already, and this looks good to me. 520, folks. And now I'm going to come over here. Hold on a second, folks. Doggone it. Okay, come back over here now. Okay. All right. And I'm ready to start buying some BIAF now, because I think that this definitely is a number that they really want to get it, I guess, and would be. And we're going to go over here to BIAF. Boom. And we are going to be buying right here. And I'm going to buy 20 shares right now at this number at the 538, folks, because this is on my buyback sheet. 538 and 533. And I just got 534 just then. I see the low already has been 524 here, so I'm just going to hold here a minute. And I'm going in right here. This is actually the low of the day. I'm within 10 cents, and I just bought there. Yep. 538, folks. Right here is a good number. This is a good number to buy. You can see all the people that already bought there, right there. And I'm buying here now. I'm buying here. I've got 2,700 shares of this now. And by the way, folks, there has been very little sold through this area. So there will be very little when it breaks back above here. When it goes over, there'll be nothing to stop it. There was nothing to stop it from falling through here, and there'll be nothing to stop it from rising through this area now. Or that is my belief. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. We'll see. Yep, take it down to that 530. I'm in there. Right there, I'm in. I just went in right there. Going in again right here now at the low of the day on the 200-day average. Folks, it's on the 200-day average right now. Right now. On the 200. And I always tell you, buy the 200, buy the 200, buy the 200. I always tell you to buy there. And I just bought at 529. And we're right on the 200-day average, folks. It's the perfect place to accumulate. I always say, folks, buy the 200-day average. Here we go. I'm going in again here. Yep, there's the 200-day average. And it will bounce off that, folks. Most likely it will. And others are coming in now. Yes, indeed. I just filled it 532 now instead of 528. Buy the 200. Do you realize at today's lowest price that they got it, there was only this many shares? Look how many shares there was. At the lowest price today, there was only this many shares available. There was only 1,000 or so, folks, right here. I'm buying here. Because there's no shares, there's really no shares they're using here to sell. And I'm buying right here. And at the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen, at the very lowest number, 508, take a look at it. There you go, banana. Look at that, Savannah. 508, Savannah. 508. Nice. 508, everybody. Their favorite number. 494 shares is all there was at 508, people. 494 shares is all there was at 508. God, if that isn't sign of manipulation, I don't know what is. And now they try to hold it at 513. They used 400 shares to get to their favorite number, 508. Oh my gosh, 494 shares. Wow. Man, that's something else right there. 494 shares available at the low of the day. And this thing is going to trade multi-millions of shares. Look at that low, Savannah. Look at that low. 400 shares to get there. Man, I tell you what, folks, really, it doesn't get any more proof to me of how manipulation works and how these hedge funds and stuff will use the least amount of money they can get to get it to that number. That's just let's just throw 494 shares there to get 508. Come on. That just goes to show you how manipulated it is, folks. That's proof of it. Proof is in the pudding, folks. And when you see the low of the day, there was only 494 shares there. Wow. What else do you need to know? What else do you need to know? Watch it go back up now. It's gonna go so fast. Watch it go up so fast, folks. The same way it came down. Watch this thing take off now off 508. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you now, if you shorted this stock, you better, or if you're thinking about getting in, I say now. Yes. You better get on this train. You better get on this train. And if you don't believe me, watch this, folks. Just watch my account, how quick it's going to change now. Just monitor my position, daily position, and just watch, and you'll know whether you should get in on this thing or not. You'll know by looking at my account value. You'll know whether you should get in or not. The stock I'm trading is BIAF. BIAF. And you'll be able to know by watching my account daily total whether it's time to get in or not. Something tells me it's going to change very rapidly. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think it's going to change very rapidly. There we go. I just made $200 in that second. There we go. I just made another 200. Yep, I told you, folks. I'm telling you. Now you know you should be getting in. I'm going to ring the bell every time I make money. Every time I make money, I'm going to ring this bell. It's like playing the slot machine, folks. Yeah, I just made $100. Thank you. Just made $40. Thank you. Just made another $50. Thank you very much. Just made another $30. Let's spin the wheel again. Brrr. Click, 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 click. Oh, yeah. Look at them trying to accumulate here, folks. Trying to keep it held down. Trying to keep it held back. But I just won more. Oh, I just won an $80 win there on that spin. Oh, I just won another $80. Nice. All right, let's keep playing. Let's spin the wheel again. Ah, there's a $30 winner. Ah, they took a little from me there. Let's do it again. Oh, wow, I feel it change coming my way. I feel change is coming my way. Let's spin it again. Yeah, $20 gainer. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that this is not gambling what I'm doing. What the number I just saw hit, that number 08, everybody knows they love that number to buy. And I just showed you they used 494 shares to get that number. So those market makers, man, they're sneaky little bastards. They are. Sneaky little bastards they are. All right, watch my account, folks. You can just tell how they manipulate and what the algorithms are doing or what the computers are doing. I like to be the one to retrading BIAF. Yes, we are. That's what I'm in on right now, BIAF. And I'm just going to wait. I'm patiently waiting for my gains to be, let them get all they can here. But here we go, folks. We're spinning now. A spinning wheel goes round and round. Hear the sound of the bell as it resounds. And I just made another $10. And I am going to continue to make money all day on this. And we're just going to watch them fill the sack here, fill the sack, fill the sack, fill the sack. And folks, why they're doing it is because it's on the 200-day average. See that? It's on the 200-day average that they're just filling their sack on the 200-day. Right on it. They ran it right down to the 200. And now they're filling their sack. And then they're going to let it run back up. That's what they're going to do. And I'm going to make money on this by the end of the day. Just let them get their sack full. You'll see when they've got all they want. You'll see when they've got all they want on the 200-day average. You'll see. And right now, they're trying to keep it on the 200-day. They're trying to stay on the 200. If you look at the chart, you can clearly see it, I'm sure. And this is not the one I'm on. That's LAC. Now I want to look at BIAF. And by the way, LAC's at the bottom, so it's a good time to get some of that too, probably. So this is the chart. This is the chart. You can see what they did. They manipulated it down, and they manipulated it all day long, folks. And they manipulated it here, from here, $1.20 up to there. Listen, I've already tracked it. This morning, they manipulated it here, up $1.20. Then they manipulated it down 94. Then they manipulated it up 94. Then they manipulated it down 80 cents. Then they manipulated it up 80 cents. Then they manipulated it down 80 cents. Then they manipulated it up 80 cents. And here they are. They've manipulated it down $1.20 right to the 200-day. And what do you think is going to happen after they run it down to the 200-day? I mean, after they run it down $1.20, and here they are, they ran it down again $1.20. Well, what do you think is going to happen afterwards? Does anybody want to take a guess? Anybody at all want to guess? Well, they're running it back up. And I was just saying to you guys, 508, get in. And you can see what my losses are now. All right, you see where I'm at. Yesterday, I made $2,400 on LAC. And right now, you're looking at a stock called BIAF, highly, highly volatile. Highly volatile. But let me show you what I'm going to do while they try these games. Okay? I'm going to show you what I'm going to do here. I got 2,800 shares. I'm going to be doing 200 shares at a time, okay? And let me show you what I'm going to do here. Yep. All I'm doing is monitoring where they're going to take this up to. I believe it'll be here, so I'm going to sell 200 right there. Now, you might be thinking, shit, Tyler, you're down 1,800. Why would you sell 200 there? Well, you'll see why in a moment. And I just sold 200 there. And now I'm going to come back in down here with 20. And I'm going to try and buy the here, 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 all the way down here, and down to the 31. All the way down to 31 again is what I want, or even 30. We'll try that. All right, now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be waiting for them to now, after I just sold there at the 547, 200 shares. Now I know they're going to run it down 10 cents. So I'm going to try to pick up these shares down below now. And it's interesting. They ran it down to just above where my order was and stopped it. Did you see that? I mean, right to the penny above. Oh, by the way, you watching, you might think, oh, wow, why would I watch anybody who's down $1,900? Well, you watch what I turn that 1,900 into by the negative into by the end of the day, doing what I'm doing here. You just wait. I just bought there at 555 because I knew they'd take it back down to that. So I'm very happy about that. These market manipulators, man, they really, really will work you, but you got to know how they're doing it and what techniques they're using. Okay, perfect. Nice. The next number is going to be 524, folks, where I'm buying. Yep, and 520, if I can, 521. Yep, I just got those. I knew they'd come down to 530, folks. I knew they would. I knew they'd come down there, and I told you, well, I'm going to try and get some 530, 531, 533. There we go. There, nice. Come on to me. Come on here. Bring it on down here to me. There we go. Nice. Very nice. And by the way, they've already got themselves a slew of shares right here, folks. This is a slew of share buying point right here, 526, where I just filled. They've already got them a slew there. Yep. And by the way, again, look how many shares they had for sale earlier today at 508. Look how many shares there were. At 508, folks, there were 494 shares sold at 508. The low of the day, folks. The low of the day, there were 494 shares sold there. Not 1 million or 2 million or 5 million shares, but they sold 494 shares to get to 508, their favorite low number today. How do you like that? Man, that goes to show you they'll try anything in the least number of shares they can to get to that number they love so much, 508. 494 shares sold there. God dang, folks. 494? I buy that sometimes in a 2-minute period, 494 shares. They bought 494. Someone was lucky enough to get it down to 508 so they could buy a whopping 494 shares. Jeez, oh, Pete. Wow. No wonder it won't go back down there. They don't have any shares, folks. They don't have any. They're using the smallest amounts of shares they can to try to push this down again. They're just using such little amounts of shares, folks. 494 at the low of the day. Wow. Yeah, I'm showing you. Yep. Man, I want to buy some more here, so I'm going to sell some. Let me see over here what I've got here. What's going on with LAC? Maybe I can sell some of that and put it over here on this thing that's going to blast off. I'm just waiting for it too, folks. I'm just waiting for the manipulators to get done with it. All right, let's sell some LAC here. I'm sitting on 232 shares. I sold most of my LAC last night, but I want to have some money to buy some of this other BIAF right here on this manipulated number. So now I got some money to buy with. I'm going to be buying some more BIAF now. I got about 500 cash. There she rises. Very nice. Buying at market. I just filled at 528. And I'm not going to keep buying at market. I'm going to come in under this at 520, 521. Oh, she's gone, folks. She's gone. She's out of here. She's out of here. She's running, folks. And this train is leaving the station, ladies and gentlemen. This train is out of here. This train is going to leave. This train is out of here. Nice. Well, look at them, folks. They're just buying right along the 200, which keeps rising and rising. They're just buying on the 200, buying on the 200. That's all they're doing here. Trying to keep it on the 200-day and just amass shares, folks. Amassing shares on the 200. I'm in here. And I just bought there at $5.25. Buying on the 200-day moving average, folks. Looks to me like the criteria here and desires of these bag holders, bag builders, they're trying to get the volume to reach 400 million at every one of these candlesticks. They want the volume to be equal to this amount here, really 500 million. They want 500 million at every candlestick here. They're going to try to fill all this in right here to 500 million. Everything right here they're going to try to fill in to 500 million. I'm buying here because they're right in the gap. They're right in the gap, filling that gap now. Oh, man, look at it rise quickly, though. They can't do it. They're not going to get it there. Look at it go, folks. Buying at market here. Oh, man, look at it run, folks. It jumped past that whole wall because this is all totally full. It jumped right past it up to here because this is all maxed out. All of it's maxed out, folks. This is all maxed out. They've already got the 500,000 at each of these. It's going to run past that very fast now. It'll run right by this. Within minutes, it's going to be up here, folks. Within minutes, it's going to be up here. And there it goes, and it's running. And by the way, I want you to see something, folks. When it gets to the top up here, the very top of this wall right here, I'm going to start selling. And I'm selling right there. I just sold right there. There it goes. It's running, folks. I'm telling you, this thing is running. It is running, folks. And I'm selling right here, folks, because Then after I sell here, they're going to try to bring it back down here in the middle of this. And now I'm going to be coming in 50 shares at a time. 50 shares down here at 532, 533, 534, 535. And you can see now my account, I'm only down 1,500, folks. Bringing these orders at 536, and she's running. And I told you she would go back through this area very fast because they use very few shares to run it down through here. And look at them take it right down to my numbers and they could get me another couple shares there. Whoa, I got 200 share buy orders in here. I don't want that. I only want 50 share buy orders. I'm going to be buying 48 shares at a time. And look, they let me fill those orders. They got all those. Nice. All right, bring it back down to the middle of this concentration nut right here. And let me get some more here. Very nice. Just waiting on them to come back down into my region again. There we go. Come on down here, right on the nut sack. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Bring it on down here to the 30, 31, 32s. I just filled it, the 40s. 540. I got a bunch of shares at 540. You'll see it there. There she goes. She's off here, folks. I'm selling 200 right now. Selling 200 right there at 546. Selling right there, 200. Selling right here. Just sold 551. Now I'm coming in underneath. Raise these buy orders up, 48 at a time. Sell 555. I'm selling up here 200 shares at a time. I'm selling here, folks, at 554, 55, 56, 57. Those are all on my sell sheet. And I just sold 557. Now you want to sell 565, 66, 67, 68. And as you can see, I'm now only down 1,200. I've made back $1,000. I live with no fear. And here they come back down. They're going to try to fill these out to the same levels that they got all that there, that whole sack. They want them here now. Come on down here. Come on down to me. There they go. There they are. Nice. I got 48 at all those. Now I'm just going to come in 10 at a time. Well, they love the 54 and 55, folks. They love to accumulate the 54 and 55 range. And I knew they'd come back down here and try to get some around that. That's why I sold the 66, folks. Now let it continue to rise. You know, I'd like to start a poll and see how many of you people, JP Panic, BIAF, yes, BIAF. JP, let me show you what they've done to this morning already. Look at this. They ran it up $1.20, then they ran it down $1.20, then they ran it up 94, then they ran it down 94, then they ran it up $1.10, they ran it down 30, then up 30, then they ran it down $1, then they ran it up, and I said, this is a great day trading swing stock. All right. Yes, sir. That's why I'm trading it. I'm down on it right now, but I'm going to make it all back. I'll make it all back, and I'm going to make money on this stock by the end of the day. I'm down 1,200 on it right now, JP, but I'm going to make great money on this. Now I'm going to sell up here. I'm going to be selling 100 shares at a time. I've got right now 1,000 shares. I'm going to sell here at the 77, folks. 82. All right, I'm coming in here for 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Right here. I'm out right here. Bring it on, baby. Right on that. Boom, I just sold those. And now we're at $7.597 a share, folks. They're now over my dollar cost average. What? Is that right? Wow. 614, folks. It's at 614 a share. Holy smokes. Rock and roll, baby. This is BIAF, and they've halted it, I'm sure, because it's starting to make money. Oh, yeah, halt it now. Yeah, halt the thing. Oh, they got to halt it now. Got to halt it. Oh, look at them. They got to halt it. At 614, they got to halt the bastard. It gets over my dollar cost average by friggin' 20 cents, and they got to halt it. Bastard son of a bitches. God dang it. God. Hey, let me ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. Did they halt the stock when it fell from here down to there? Did they halt the stock when it ran up to here? Did they halt the stock when did they halt the stock, and did they halt the stock, and did they halt it, and did they halt it? Have they halted it? Have they halted it? Why are you going to halt it here in the middle? Why are you going to halt it here? What the is going on with halting this stock here? Why? You didn't halt it there. You didn't halt it there. You didn't halt it there. Why are you going to halt it here now? Why? God, the corruption in this stock market is just outrageous, folks. It doesn't matter. They didn't halt it there. They didn't halt it here. They didn't halt it here. They didn't halt it here. They haven't halted it anywhere. Ridiculous. Jesus. The corruption of this market. It's unbounded, folks. The corruption is just absolutely unbounded. Well, I can tell you one thing. Sons of God. Unbelievable. Well, jeez. I got $9,000 in cash for whatever they do because my order's all filled. I'm actually, look at this, folks. I'm actually shorting 73 shares right now. Yeah. So now, whenever they do, when this market breaks, I got 9,000 to put in. Man, I'm going to have my buy orders down here, freaking 48 shares at a time here. God. Going to put my buy orders in at 555, 556, 57, 531, 530. They'll let them load in a bunch of sell orders and drive it down here. Shit. 508 again, probably let them. They're probably loading in orders right now at 508, people. 512, 513, 511. God, it's disgusting. 543, 544. I'll try for 547, 48, 49. I'm going to try for numbers at every number on my buy-sell sheet, folks. God, unbelievable. Jeez. I'll go 583, 584, 586, 87, 88, 589. You know from 614 they're going to take it down to at least 588 or 566, people. Come on, they always do. Especially when they got market makers, loading in a bunch of sell orders right now to stop this completely. Gosh, man. Ugh. Jersey Al, you see me putting all these buy orders in way down here below, don't you? So what do you think I think is going to happen after this halt? They halt it for a reason. They want to stop it from going up. That's why they halt the thing. So yes, they usually will load in a bunch of sell orders as much as $1 less so they can just freak everyone out when the halt ends and it drops to 514 a share. Yeah, I put my orders down there $1 less because I've seen it before. I've seen it after a halt drop $1, $1.50 even. So I got $9 grand. I'm ready to wheel and deal. I'll even put in 497, 496, 498, 499. I'll put in 486, 87, 88 too. Man, I'm telling you, I won't be surprised if any of these numbers fill. I won't be surprised by anything they do. But I'll be ready, and I'll be waiting. I'm going to be green by the end of this day, folks, trading this stock, BIAF. I'm going to be green. I'm 1,000 down. You guys just saw about 30 minutes ago when JP came in here, I was down $2,200 or so, an hour, 45 minutes ago. Yeah, the breaker didn't trip on the way down, bastards. You're right. It never does. The breaker never trips on the way down, people. It always trips on the rise. To give these scumbags a chance to load in a shitload of sell orders and make this thing fall $1 a share. And I'm ready. I'm ready to buy. I got my buy orders in down here. 497, 496, 497, 498. I got them in here at 486, 87, 88. I'm sitting on 9,000 in cash, and I've got all these orders in here. And my top order starts at 589, 589, 588. And the thing is, of course, my dollar cost average is 593, and they let it go up just 20 cents over that, and they stopped it. Pitiful. Pitiful. You guys, hey, my market, they know. Listen, the reason I told everybody to buy on the double nut sack, because I showed them all exactly how much they had run it down before. I said they ran it down $1.20. They ran it down 94. They ran it down 94. And here we're down $1.20. Buy it here. And of course we do, because we know their little game. And then it goes right back up, just like I told you it would. And what do? They friggin' halt it. But you better look at that big spike on volume right there, folks. Look at that volume. Sick. Man, ladies and gentlemen, what you have here going on was what was happening here was a triple upside crossover, basically, or at least a double. They could not get the 50-day down to the 200. They tried. They were trying to get that 50-day down to the 200, but when the price crossed back up over the 50-day, they halted it. You guys, man, we've seen this thing go over the 50-day and go way up here and way up here. Why would they halt it right there? When the 10-day crossed the 50-day, why would you halt it when the 10-day crossed the 50-day? Why didn't you halt it back here when the freaking price broke off the 200? Why didn't you halt it here? You knew what was going to happen. I did. That's why I started buying, and then I sold here, and then I bought, and oh, you little monkeys. God. I just can't wait to see what's going to happen here when they undo this halt. It'll open back at 550. Well, I've got buy orders here. 555, I've got buy orders at 546, 47, 48, 49, 550, 51. I'm all there waiting on them. I'm just waiting. Because I've seen this before. Yep, that's why I've got these orders down here waiting. All right, here we go, folks. She's off to the races. She's at 699 now. She's at 699. I just bought 48 shares. I think they halted it again at 704, up 5 cents. I think they halted it again, folks. What the hell? This is ridiculous. God, what a bunch of bullshit. Rigged. Completely rigged, folks. They've halted it again at 704. This news must be big. Whatever this news is big that they just had come out, and everybody just wants to buy the thing. Ridiculous. Well, I got $8,178. Well, I just know these hedge funds, and I know that they will manipulate this thing back down. At some point, they're going to wiggle it down again. We should definitely be able to get a 688 buy from 704, folks. Scumbags. Jason Perry, thanks for covering this. You're welcome, my friend. Thank you very much for that contribution right there. And you will be added 2 times to the list for the drawing Friday. I really do appreciate it, Jason. All right, you've been added to the list. And we're running right now. I guess we're going to see what happens here out of the gate. I got a lot. If it starts to take off up, I'm just going to buy market, I guess. I'm just going to start buying market if it's going to go to $10 or something. This thing looks destined. Does anybody know any news? All right, I just bought at 634. I got 2,000 shares now. They're trying to take it to my dollar cost average. I just bought at 634 on my dollar cost average now. I bought a lot of shares at 634, folks, just now, 634. And look at this, folks. I'm up right now since the open, $886. Wow. 616 now, folks. 604 now. 596 now. What in the hell is happening here? Look at this, 615 now. $593, 603, I'm sorry. See what they did? See what they did? Look at them. Just let them just put in all those sell orders. Oh my gosh, all those sell orders. Sell, loading in sell orders and sell, then run it down to 613. Get it down to 613 for a minute and get some shares there. Market maker heaven right here, folks. Market maker heaven. All the market works for the hedge funds. They all work for the hedge funds. Whatever they're instructed to do, they do. If they're told to halt, they halt. All manipulation, folks. Big time manipulation here. Buy the dip and smell the rip, folks. Buy the dip and smell the rip. She's going back to 7 now. She's going back to 7 now, folks. Running right back up to $7. I wouldn't doubt it a bit, not a bit, and right over 715 and right on up. Notice no halt on the drop, though. Let it drop $1. No halt on the drop. No halt. No halt at all on a $1.10 drop, folks. $1.20 drop. No, no, no. Let them all fend for themselves. Let them all just fend for themselves now. Whatever happens, happens. We're not going to halt it again. Nah, we did our job. We halted it where we should have at $7.14, and we got it back down to $5.97 afterwards. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 5.97?
7.14 minus 5.97 is 1.17.
Oh, nice. Let them get it down at $1.13. Nice. Thank you for helping the hedge funds screw everybody over. Thank you, stock market. Whoever's hitting the stop button, you should be. It's criminal, folks. It literally is criminal what they do. Criminal what they do. And of course, again, they don't care to stop it as it falls. They don't care if this thing goes down to $3 right now. They wouldn't stop this thing. They let all these people take up a bunch of short positions on it when it was at 7.14 and put a bunch of short positions in at 7.14 and run it down $1.30. That's what they did, folks. They gave them all time to load in a bunch of shorted positions in short 7.14 and then sell. It's disgusting to me. It's just disgusting to me. God. Lord, have mercy on their souls for those who practice so much deception and deceit and it's so corrupted. So corrupted, folks. So corrupted. Absolutely. And so blatant and so obvious. So absolutely obvious what they're doing. To get a price to fall from 7.14 to 5.97? Oh, you better halt it now, Shorty. You better halt it. It's just about to go over my dollar cost average now. You better halt it. Don't let that thing go over my dollar cost average. You better halt this motherfucker right now. Halt this motherfucker. Look at him. Oh, no, you just let it go over my DCA. And now I'm up $191 since I opened the position. Yeah, I'm down 1,000 today, but don't let that thing go over my DCA. Don't you dare. You better halt it. You better halt it right now. You better halt it there, 2 cents below me. Better halt it 2 cents under me. Don't let that thing go over my dollar cost average. No, oh, no. Halt it. Hit the halt button. Hit that MF'er halt button now. Hit that MF'er. Oh, shit. Now I'm up $90. You better hit that freaking halt button. Sons of bitches. Stopping the price 2 cents under my dollar cost average to drive it down another 20 cents from my DCA. Don't worry, folks. It's all going to rise. Michael, hello there. Brady, hello. Man, you're hearing me steamed up because we are on a stock that started to run, and we started to make some serious money on the mother, and all of a sudden, they halted it. They came and halted this mother when it got right here. They halted it on us. They halted it. No, mind you, that the price was already at $7.29 for a high, but they halted it right here. And then it started to go on up, and they halted it at $7.14 a share. They halted it at $7.14, and after the halt, it ran down to $5.97. I'm so disgusted right now by this bullshit. Halting a stock when it has had a much higher high already during the day, and you're going to halt it there, you bastards. Ugh. And now I'm down $2,000 by their manipulative move. I'm down $2,000 now on a position that I was going to kick ass on. And they halted it, folks. God.
Here. Maybe. maybe you need
Thanks,
to
honey.
really research these companies.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's called researching manipulation is what it is. Stock market's manipulated. It's all rigged. It's all rigged, honey.
Can I say something?
Honey, you don't need, I know what rigged is. I've seen this rigging before. I've seen it done before. The stock was already up way higher than, and it started to get run down. And so we bought all in on the low. And when we bought the low, then it started to rocket back up and they halted it and they stopped the price from rising. It's criminal what they're doing, folks. It's criminal what they're doing. Now they got my account back down below $10,000 today. Well, actually, it's right at 10,000. It's at 10,082 because of their manipulative moves. Motherfuckers. Oh, God, it makes me so... Oh. Cheapers, creepers, people. You know, here. This is the thing. This is the reason that it upsets me. Because this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I showed you how they were manipulating it down $1.20 and up 94 and down $1 and up 94. I showed you it was, so we knew when to get that low there. We knew we were okay to buy it at 508. I showed you that they only had sold $494 shares at 508, the low of the day. And so we knew that was the place to buy it because they ran out of oomph. They didn't have anything left. They only sold 494 shares at 508, today's low. So I told you, this is where we get in. This is where we get in. Man, I'm so mad by their manipulation. Oh. And now it's about to go back up over $7 or $6 now. They're not even close to today's low of 508. They're hanging out right below $6 and just getting a nutsack full here. But I can guarantee you when they halted this price, when it got up to $7.14, that every single one of these hedge funds started putting in sell orders and they were selling short. They put in short positions. They took up short positions. They shorted the stock at 714. And while the halt was on, and they just loaded in shorts. They just piled in with puts. And then as soon as the market was released, all these sell orders come crashing in together consecutively, coordinated manipulation. Coordinated manipulation. And now I'm sitting down $2,000 because of their fucking around with the market. It's like I saw a video of a guy in a casino who was up, had won $20,000. And he went to cash in. And the guy takes the money and puts it in the machine. 10,000 comes out. He goes, here you go. There's 10,000. And then the guy that's at the machine doesn't put in the other 10,000. He starts counting it out. 100, 200, 300, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000. 100, 200, 300, 400. And he gets up to about another 8,000 or so, and all of a sudden, here comes this big old guy saying, no, put that money back. And the guy's like, what? No, you're counting cards. You were counting cards. Now, let me point out, counting cards is not illegal. That is not illegal to do it. It's not illegal. You can't handcuff someone and take them off to jail for counting cards. But here's a casino that wins and wins and wins on the gullible, stupid people, because if you gamble, you will live in shambles. That's my rule. If you gamble, you live in shambles. So here's a guy who beat the house, and he's up 20 grand. They're paying him through the machine. Here's 10. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up, 1, 2, 3. Oh, nope, stop paying him. Take it away. And fortunately, I have good news. He sued them and he won, and they did have to eventually pay him his money. But it's just the way life is, folks. Totally freaking rigged here. Completely rigged today. Today, what you saw should bear on you very strongly that every single thing in the marketplace is manipulation, manipulation, manipulation. It is the key word in the market that exists today, and it always has been about manipulation. And now, why is it just stopped at $6 where they can just sit here and just hoard it all up at $6? If it fell from $7.14 to $6, why did it stop there? What made it fall from $7.14 to $6? Why is that the mysterious stopping number? They didn't halt it at $6, did they? They didn't halt the stock to 6. It's just sitting at 6 now while they buy it, while they accumulate it, folks. See, they didn't halt the stock at $6. No, sirree. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nope. Goodness gracious. To prove my point, you can even see when the price got up here to $7.14. Look at this. Look at the dark areas of each of the candlesticks. Look at the dark areas. It's all selling, all selling, all selling, all selling. Look at the dark areas. All completely selling, 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 all the dark areas. Selling, selling, selling it. And yeah, I've got orders down here. I'm waiting to buy some more way down here. 508, I got orders. I thought they'd drop it even down to as little as $4.86, 85, 86 cents. I thought they would. Yeah, I didn't know how low they would take it after the halt, but I put a bunch of buy orders in down there. And it looks like I got some at, I don't know why these didn't fill that I had down here to 508. I don't know why they didn't fill. Oh, because the price never got back down there. That's why. It was only manipulated it down $1.20, which is the same amount they ran it down this morning out of the gate, $1.20. All right, I'm ready to start buying again. I'm down 2,900 because of this manipulation today, folks. And that's the only reason I'm down 2,900 now, because of manipulation by the market. And this is a valuable lesson for everyone on this channel. Yep, I knew it at the halt. I called it. I absolutely called it. I knew it. Someone says, what do you think happens after the halt stops? I says, it's going to drop like a friggin' rock. That's what's going to happen, because they're allowing the hedge funds to load in massive, massive sell orders. That's what I told you was going to happen, and I was completely right. And now I'm going to buy right here. Oh, yeah, I just bought at 566. And now I want to go over here to look at LAC stock. And I'm going to sell, sell, sell. And I'm out of that, and I want to go back over to BIAF now. Oh, I'm going to buy this sucker. You bet I am. You bet your ass I'm going to be buying more of this. After they get their little, after they get their little 577 in and 576 buys. And then they somehow just run it back and it goes to 650 and they'll halt it, folks, and go, oh, well, we can't let that thing go up to 7 again. We got to halt that at 650 this time. See if we can get them to drive it all the way down to 550. God, what a market. What a disgustingly manipulated market this is. But you know what? My attitude is still very strong. I'm very positive. I'm going to stay positive because I'm pretty positive that this is going to go back up over $7 after these market makers fill their cups at 770, 572. That's right. It's all over, folks. It's going to run now. I just filled at 574. I'm so sure of it. I'm so sure that it's going to go back up that I'm buying here, folks. Listen, there was a reason it went to 714 to begin with, and there's a reason that they halted it there, and there's a reason the market makers have driven it down here, and there's a reason that they're accumulating at this price. Because they have the intention to take it back up over 714 by the end of the day, folks. That's my call. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. There's a reason it was already over $7 today. There's a reason why, a bona fide, legitimate reason that it took off and went over $7. They just had to stop it and go down and get all they could and steal it away from dumbasses. And watch how fast this thing's going to go back up, folks. Just watch how fast this thing's going to rise now. Because guess what? Once they got it down to here where they're accumulating it all, then it's going to just go right back up. They shorted it at 714. They drive it down to 577. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 5.77?
7.14 minus 5.77 is 1.37.
Ah, good. So they drove it down $1.37. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? This morning, they drove it down in the pre-market $1.20. They drove it down $1.20. Then they drove it up 94. Then down 94. Then up 94. Then down 94. Then they went up $1.20 and then down $1. And then they went up $1.20 and now they're down $1.30. Okay? Hello? Hello? They got this, man. They're going to work this thing right back up another $1.20 from here when they get the 572s all loaded up where they love to buy. You watch, you'll see. And here's my question for you. This morning, in the pre-market, they made the price go this morning in the pre-market from $6.42. 642. They made it drop all the way $1.20, folks. And guess what? They didn't need a halt right there to make that happen, did they? They didn't need a halt right there this morning in the pre-market because you can't halt. So they made it fall $1.20 without even halting the stock in the pre-market. And then it went back up from that low. It went back up to here, 94 cents up. They didn't halt it there in the pre-market because you can't halt in the pre-market. And then they made it fall 94 cents again. Then when it got here, right here, what was the price? $5.38. It went from $5.38 up to this price right here. It went up $1.30, folks, and they did not need to halt it. They did not halt it. After it hit that price, 664, how much did they manipulate it down to right there? They brought it down about 30 cents. Then they took it back up to 664 again. Then how much did they drop it? Did they halt it at 664 to make it fall to this? In the pre-market, no, they didn't halt it. 664, and they dropped it to 551. They dropped it 90 cents, folks, 94 cents. 551, and then they took it up to what? 551, and they took it up to 617, so up 70 cents. Then back down here to 565, down 60 cents. Then it ran up to here in the pre-market. From 565, it went up to 689, $1.30 up, folks, $1.30 up. And did they need to halt it in the pre-market when it was up $1.30? No, because they can't halt it. But when the price was at $6.90, which you might as well have sold at $6.88, they dropped it from $6.90 and then hig-jigged it and herked and jerked it all the way down to this. So from $6.88, they took it down $1.04. Then after the market opened, and the price hit that price of 584, it went up to here. 584, up $1.20, folks, and then they halted it. They halted it. It was up $1.20 and they halted it. And then they made it fall to 584. From $7, they made it fall to 584. Again, folks, another $1.20 drop. Then the price came up here at the market open to 662, and they fell all the way to this price. From 662, it fell to this price. 509, $1.50 drop. $1.50 drop right there, folks. And they got a double nut sack, and I told you to buy there. I said, this is where we're buying, folks. This is where we buy on the double nut sack at 513. And sure enough, after we bought it, it went up to $7.14, a $2 rise. $2 up, and they halted it, folks. And gave them a chance to put in a bunch of sell orders and screw everyone over. And take it from $7.08 all the way down to this price. 708 down to Alexa. What is 7.08 minus 5.66?
7.08 minus 5.66 is 1.42.
Down $1.40. Oh, and did they halt it? Did they halt it here? Did they halt that? No, they did not halt it. They wouldn't have cared if it fell all the way back down to here again. They would not have halted it, folks. They would never have halted it. They only halt it when you buy the smart enough to buy the double nut sack, when you're smart enough to buy the triple tata, when you're smart enough to buy, and you buy there because you're intelligent and you know how market makers work, and you're smart enough to buy there, you cannot be smart enough to outsmart them, because once it got to the same high it was before, where they did not halt in pre-market, they did not halt, they halted it this time. They halted that sucker right there. Doesn't matter. It's going to go all the way back up to there, folks, by the end of the day. You watch and see. It's going to go all the way back up there by the end of the day, because that's why they halted it. They shorted it to get it down here and buy it at the 66. They wanted to buy it back at the 66, folks. 566, they wanted it. They wanted to buy it after it was at 714. They wanted to buy it at 566, folks. That's what the market makers decided. They said, all right, now we're going to sell enough of these friggin' shares to get this down, and we're going to go long at 566, and then we'll let it go over $7.14. Nicely done. Thank you for whoever was manipulating the market today and pulled that little maneuver. And as you can see, now my account, which was just down about 2,600, is now only down 1,100. And as a matter of fact, I'm about to go green on this position today. You can see since I opened the position, I am down $12 only from when I opened it yesterday. And watch, they're going to try and sit 2 cents below my dollar cost average. 2 cents below me, folks. Oh, my God. It doesn't matter where my DCA is, folks. They're going to try and sit 2 cents under it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that shit. Wow. What a day, everybody. What a day of total market. SoFi's at 27.79, down 1%. And now look at them amassing shares on my dollar cost average. Watch them get 1.5 million, 2 million shares right here, folks, right here in this region, right below me. Watch them just fill in right here. Watch them just buy here and buy here and buy here. Watch them. Oh, shit, she went over. And look, folks, I'm up 42. Now I'm up 118. And look at that. Folks, this is going to go back up over $7. I'm telling you, they only ran it down so they could get those positions at 566. I'm buying here. I'm buying below my DCA, folks. I'm going to sit here and buy below my DCA at 612. I'm going to try and buy 613, 614, 615. Try and buy 616, 617. Now I'm buying market. I'm buying at right now 11 cents below my dollar cost average. I'm buying market again here. I just bought at 622. And ladies, listen, I fully intend to be green by the end of the day after all this market manipulation has taken place. I'm going to buy every single little 10-cent pullback they try, and then it's going to keep rising, folks. And now it's going to go over my dollar cost average. I'm telling you, they're going to sit right here, folks, at 10 cents below, and here they're going to fill orders here. They're just going to fill their sacks right here just below me as long as they can. Nice. Give it to me, baby. Oh, when they run. Yep. There she goes, folks. Right on up past me now. Right past me. Just let them fill up here right down below me like this. Take note that these orders are not selling here. I mean, I'm not buying these orders. See, they're just trying to make you spoof you and think it's there. It's not. I had orders right here. Neither one of them would fill right then. So they're trying to spoof you into thinking that. They're throwing in fake bids here. And there she goes. She just went over my dollar cost average, and I just went green. Yep, I'm going green right now, folks, and they can't stop it. They're going to take this over 714. They stopped it there for a reason, folks. And now you can see I'm up today on this position. I'm up 155. But look how hard they're trying to keep it 1 cent below me. Look at that effort. Nice effort. Well, that's all over, folks. Game over. If you can't hold my price, you can't hold it here. You're in trouble. If you can't hold my price, you're in trouble, shorty. Look at them trying to fill with me. Fill up with Catfish. And I got 2,766 shares now, just waiting on it to rocket back up over $7. And it will, folks. It's going to go past all this massive selling. It's going to go back up. It will. BIAF this. Yeah. Let me get some more here. Come on, let me get some more at 607, 608. There we go. Got it. 606 just then. 608 I just bought. This is just a brief stop on the way to $7, folks. This is a brief stop on the way to 7. A brief pullback on the way to $7. And there she blows, folks. She's gone. She's headed to 7 now. And you would better look at this chart right here to see what I mean, because I think I'm right. Look at this. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. And I just bought 608 again, 609, 609. Trying to get to this same point right here where they accumulated right here on the 10-day, when the 10-day was here. And again right here, and again right here, and again right here. Resistance. This is a resistance point, folks. It is going to resist falling beyond that, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. $608, I'll fill my plate. And I just bought 611 instead. Well, that's okay. She's rising now, and she's going to keep rising, folks. She's going to keep going up. All the market makers did what they could to get their positions. They're going to take it up over 7. It might even end up at $8 or $9 by the end of the day, folks. I'm not kidding you at all by that statement. I've seen this before. I've seen it all before. I've seen every bit of it before, folks. I've seen it all. And I'm buying at market here right now, 609 if I can, or 608. I just filled at 610. Give me another 608, you guys. Come on. Now, let me show you something, folks. I'm actually going to start selling 60 shares at a time when this thing gets up here to 619, 620, 621, 22, because I think that from 619 and 618, they're going to pull it back down to the 597, from 620 to 597, or even lower. And look, they just let me buy all the way down to 508 just then. Just again, they let me get it 507. Nice. Or 607. Very nice. And then there she goes, right on off. Like a banshee. There she goes. She's running now. And listen, folks, it's going to come back past these numbers very rapidly, okay? Because it fell so rapidly past them. It's going to go right now, right up. And now they're going to cross my dollar cost average again. After they let me just buy all those shares at 608, folks. And bam, I'm out. I just sold at 628. 60 shares. Oh, they're not going to want to let this go over my dollar cost average, folks. They're not going to want to let that happen. I guarantee you they're not. But it's going to. I just sold 630, 629. Now I'm coming back out down here. I'm going to be buying 10 shares at a time, folks. I'm going to buy 10 shares at a time down below my dollar cost average. Nice, 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 nice. Perfect. And there she goes, folks. Man, they're so predictable. They're so predictable. They want to stay and accumulate now on my DCA or just below me. They want to accumulate here, folks. They want to get these shares right below me. They want to get these shares down below me. 613. Come on down here. Oh, yeah, 597 again. See why I sold those shares there? Now you see why I sold those shares. Now you see why I sold those shares. I know what they're going to do, folks. That number's an attack number, that 20. Oh, yeah, and buy back at 593s. Nice. That's manipulation 101, ladies and gentlemen. You just witnessed it. Now I'm coming in. I just sold the 620, buy back 593. It's on my buy-sell sheet. I want to show you guys this so you understand. Do you see the very top line there? Sell the 13, 14, 19, 20, and buy back below. Buy back below, folks. You can buy back as low as the 89, the 93, the 94. And that's what I just did. I just sold the 20, and now I'm buying back at right down there at those numbers that are on my sheet. Like clockwork, folks. Just like clockwork. And by the way, they've already got 1.9 million here. They usually can only get about 1.2 million at each candlestick. They've already got 1.9 million there, so they're maxed out there at this number. They're maxed out big time at $6. Yep, they've already completely oversold it at that price. They've already, and look at the dark area of it. That dark area is how much was sold there. The dark area was how much was sold to make it fall down below that price. The dark area right there, you see from there to there, that's how much was sold to make it fall. And I just bought 596. And now it jumps back over to 603 after I just bought 596, folks. And there's no doubt it's going to break past that because they've already got all they could there. There's no more ability to buy there, folks. It's gone. It's going to go over that now. They've already reached their max quota of about 1.2 million on each one of those. That's all they want to try to get is 1.2 million on each one. And then up to the next level, up she goes. You'll see. You'll see. I just bought it 601. And now watch it rise, folks. I just bought it 605. It'll be a matter of within the hour. It'll be back. This stock will be back over $7. Yep. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Come on down here to 593 with me. Come on. 593, 594. All right. Well, that isn't going to happen. That's all over, folks. This is all over. They're just getting themselves a nut sack full before they take this thing to $7 or $8. And they're buying all they can here, trying to get to 1.9 million at each one of these numbers right now. And then they're going to run this thing up $1 from here, folks, after they get this thing full here. After they fill this up here at 6, they're going to run this thing up and up and up and up until they halt it again. Until they halt it again, folks. Just load the wagon here. Load the wagon. And now you can see, folks, they've reached 1.2 million. They got 1.2 million right there. They got the quota on that one. They got the 1.2 million there. Now they're trying for 1.2 million here. 1.2 million is usually the limit. Oh, man, they just ran out, folks. They ran out completely. It's gone. It's gone, folks. There's no more 1.2 million at any of these numbers will be achieved. She is out of here, folks. She's out of here. They got at least 1 million on each one, and that's all they care about. They made a lot. They're going to make a ton of money on this now, folks. They're going to make, oh my gosh, look at it run. Look at it run. Look at it run. How? How is that happening? Why? Why is it running up? Why is it running like a banshee now? They got all they could, the 1.2 million at each level. That's why. Oh, yeah. My. Oh, yeah. The next numbers I'm going to sell is going to be 620 through 24. I'm going to be selling 619, 620, 621, 2, 3, 4. And look at them bring it down and get my shares from me there. Nice. Very nice. Everything so far is going pretty much according to plan. I'm very happy with where I am right now with this stock. I'm very happy with where I'm accumulating it. Very, very happy here. And you can see, baby, they've already got all they wanted there. They got their whole full. All of them got 1.2 million almost. Nicely done. Well, they played their cards perfectly on this today. They made their phone calls. They got the push button stop. They got the emergency order to stop selling the shares. Don't let anybody else buy it anymore. Let's stop it at $7.14. And the reason they stopped it there because it went right through 7.13 like butter. They said, listen, guys, if we can't stop this thing at $7.13, you better hit that stop button at 7.14. And they did. They did. As soon as it broke past what should have been a level of resistance at 13, they hit the halt button. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them hit it again now because look what happened. It just broke away from the 13 again. So you better hit that halt button, you guys. You better hit that halt button at 6.14. Just like you did at 7.14 after it broke through 7.13. You better hit that freaking halt now. Uh-oh, there's no halt now. There's no halt now to help them. There's not going to be any halt to save them now. There'll be no halting to save them now. And there she goes, right back up, just running like a rocket ship, folks. And there's no stopping this now. There's no halting it that's going to help them anymore. The halting is over, folks. Now it's time to let it run and let all these market makers make a ton of money off the retailers today. Don't even think about halting this thing now. It's off to wherever they want to take it to. It's off to wherever they want to take it to, folks. Yeah, baby. And they're going to pull it back every once in a while, 5 or 6 cents. Oh, yeah, that scares out newbies. Scares out the newbies. You know, I wonder why they aren't down here anymore. Why aren't they down here anymore? Why isn't the price here where they got all those shares? Why isn't it still down here? What's it doing up here at 613 now, building? Huh? There we go. Why isn't it down here? I just asked. Why aren't you guys down here accumulating more nutsack? I ask and I receive. Well, I guess that's the end of the nutsack run. That's it, folks. It's done now. It's all over now. No more nutsacking the stock. It's done, folks. They're all done with it. It's all over. Watch it run now. That was the final nutsack drop. That was the final dip before the rip. Oh, yeah. Watch it rise, folks. Watch it climb with these little tiny intermittent 5-cent pullbacks as it goes higher and higher and higher. That's right, folks. And by the way, they just reached 1.2 million there almost. They've almost got 1.2 million there. So once they get 1.2 million, folks, see 1.2 million, 1.1 million, 1 million, and they got 1.1 million there. It's already maxed out. I'm sorry, 607 has been, there are no more tickets there. There are no more tickets there at 607. You cannot get on this train for $6.07 anymore. Not anymore. They just maxed it out at 1.1 million. Just like here, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million 1, 1 million 2. They maxed it out. It's done. It's over. There'll be no more there. There'll be no more there. You watch and see if I'm not right. There'll be no more there. S&D Rock is famous last words. Okay, well, they will be. Because you can see they got their 1.1 million there. And now they got 1 million here. So now they're going to be done there. They've almost got 1 million here. And then they'll be done there. And it'll go right on up. Right on up. Watch when they get 1 million here. Or 1.1 million, 1 million 2. If they can even. I'm not saying that they can. As I said to everybody earlier, there's a reason why this stock suddenly shot from 570s up to 714. There's news that came out that shot it up there. Somebody got some phone calls, and there's the reason that it ran to 714 and got stopped there is so they could come down here and accumulate it at $6. Let them get it down at $1.13 and just accumulate the shit out of it around $6. And then they'll let it go past 7. Then they'll let it later go past 7. But let them just get all they can here around 6. Let them get it at 597 again, for God's sake. Yes, the third time this afternoon, 597, the third time. There he goes. That was it. It's called the dip before the rip. It's the dip before the rip, and they just did it, and that's the last dip before the rip. And here she goes, folks. She's leaving now. This thing is out of here, folks. It's out of here. I'm telling you, she's gone. She's gone. They've already got the million here, folks. They got the million here. They got the million. They're trying to reach 1.2 million there. And they'd really like to get 1.2 million at all these numbers before they let it run on up. They want 1.2 million at every one, folks. And they missed it. They sure did try there. They tried there. Yeah. It won't be long, folks. It won't be long. It won't be long till summer comes. Now that the boys are here again. You're going to see, folks. Wasn't that nice? They just came down there and let me fill for the last time those orders right there. They just let me fill them for the last time. Wasn't that nice? Man, they're so nice. Nicely done. Well, here's the biggest question that I asked a little bit ago. When the price was at 714 and they halted it, why did it only drop to right here and stop here? If it went up to $7.14, why did they just make it fall to this price right here? And that's all. Why did they want to get so many at $6? Did they make an agreement to get it that way when it was at 714? Did they make an agreement to drop it $1.13 so they could buy it all up down $1.13? Is that what they all did? When they were on the phones talking to each other about loading in sell orders and making it fall, did they just decide that this is the price they wanted it to fall to, where they could accumulate it and then take it up, then let it go to 7s and 8s? It looks like it to me. It looks like when it was at 714, they just called each other and said, look, that news is big and we need to get in on this at 6. So they did. They did. They gave them a halt. They let them put out thousands and millions of share orders, and they got it to 6. And now they're buying it, and they bought all they could. And now it's just rising. And of course, once they get 1.2 million here, it's going to go from here too. Once they get 1.2 million here and 1.2 million, it's gone. Right here, they're almost at it, the quota, 1.2 million. They almost got it, folks. They almost did, but they failed. They failed. And they did not get 1.2 million there, that's for sure. And there it goes, folks. And listen, I'm telling you, yeah, that's the dip before the rip, and it's over now. That's the end of it right there. It is over. Now she runs. Now she runneth. And our cups are going to runneth over, folks. Our cups are going to runneth over. Watch this money come in. Watch this money come in. There she goes. Very nice. How's our SoFi looking today now? 27.66 was the low, I'm guessing. Oh, 27.55. Well, what do you know? 27.55. Hey, what's happening to this price here? What's happening to this here? What's happening to that? Oh my gosh, look at it run up. Uh-oh, there she goes, folks. And I've got 2,898 shares of it. Beautiful. Now listen, folks, I'm going to be selling this stock when it gets to 621, 22, 23, 24. I'm going to sell shares of it there. I'll be selling 40 shares at a time there. As soon as it gets up there, and it will. It's going there, folks. It's definitely going there. You can just see it's a progression now. There we go. Sell. I just sold 40 shares right there. I just sold 40 shares right there. I just sold at 626. I just sold 40 shares at 626. And now I'm buying back. Nice. Now I'm going to sell 620, 619, 618. Now I'm going to be putting in my buy orders 10 at a time down below here. And I'm going to try to buy 608. I'm at 606, 607, 608. Try to buy 609. Try to buy 610. Try to buy 611. Now I'm going to take out these sell orders at 616 and 617. But I am going to sell 618, 19, and 20. I just bought right there at 610, 611. And they've already got 1 million here, folks. They've already got their quota there, 1 million. They're trying to reach 1 million at all these. They've already got 1 million here, so that's done with. I'll try and buy where they built a million share wall. I'll try and buy there. I'm just waiting on it to go up, folks. I'm just waiting on it to rise. I'm waiting on it to rise. And right now, for those of you that are here on this channel with me, I'd like to ask you a favor. Come on over to your Spotify or whoever you have for your music provider. If you got Spotify, then come on over and type in my name, Tyler Self, TYLER SELPH, and you will see my song list right there. And just click on it and play it while we're streaming, folks. Just play song after song while we stream. I got to log in first, I guess. Hold on here, folks. Oh, look at him try to go below the nutsack again. Goodness gracious, folks. They are dedicated to getting some below $6. Someone is. So I'm going to start playing my music now. And I'll try and turn it way down. Turn it way down. And here we go. Wow. Yep. Somebody said, no, we want to go, before we go over 7, let's get down to 566. Let's get to 566 again. Come on. Before we take it over 7, let's get 566 or 555, and they're trying that now. Oh, man, and look at it jump right off of there to 571 right after that. Well, that could be the dip and rip. That could be the dip and rip right there, folks. This right here could be the dip and then the rip right now. And let me tell you something. They're trying to buy it again on the 200-day again. See right down here where they bought it on the 200 and they bought it on the 200. And they're trying to buy the 200 again right now, folks. They're trying to buy the 200 right now, folks. That's what they're doing. Just like they did right here when the 200 was down here. And by the way, the 200 at that time was what? 522 a share is where it was. And now the 200 where they're trying to buy is at what price? 567, 40 cents higher. They're trying to buy on the 200 now. Down here, it was 40 cents less. Now they're trying to buy on the 200, 40 cents higher. All right, so you understand what they're doing. Yep, and they got it on the 200, folks. And now off she goes, and off she goes, right on up. No, it isn't going to fall below the 200. That's all they wanted to do was get it there on the 200-day just then. That's the dip and rip right there to the 200. They just made a phone call to each other and said, all right, guys, let's take this thing one more time down to the 200-day, and then let's make it rock. And that's exactly what they just did. That's exactly what they just did, folks. That's exactly what they just did. And look at that thing rise now. And that's this song that you hear playing is what you can say to the price of 566. Goodbye, so long, farewell. That's the title of that song you just heard playing in the background. And you can say goodbye to 566 forever again today. Goodbye, so long, and farewell. I'm buying right here. This song is called Thank You, Lord. And I'm buying here, folks. I just bought. And I just filled at 591. And here she goes, folks. Watch this thing go right back up now. After that dip, here comes the rip, folks. Here comes the rip. Oh, this thing's going to come back now. It's going to come flying over these numbers so fast. It is, folks. It's going to come past all these numbers so fast because they're all maxed out. You'll see. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so, people. Someone's calling out a chart pattern. Looks like an inverse cup and handle. Yep, I agree with that. Oh my, all this is, ladies and gentlemen, is just hoarding of shares before they take this back up over $7 today. These market makers, they've played their game. They saw it at 714. They got it halted for them. They've run it down $1.30. They've been buying the shit out of it. They got it down $1. They got it down $1.10, $1.30, buying the hell out of it because they're going to get it over 7 again. But this time, when the market makers have got their coffers all filled off the stupid people selling to them here, then they're going to let it run up and they won't halt it. They will not halt it. That after that, it'll just be fend for yourselves, people. Yeah. After they get this filled all full through here, when they get this all full, folks, they are going to run this thing up and it's going to go and go and go. This song here is called You Gotta Have a Dream. This is BIAF. The price was up to $7.14. It was going up like crazy. There's big news today, and it started to skyrocket to $7.14, and the market manipulators halted it. They let it get halted for 15 minutes and allowed all the market makers to put in all their sell orders and drive the price down $1.30 from $7.14 to what we just saw, $5.66. Now it's running back up because they filled all their coffers down here. And I expect it to go back over 714 because there was a reason it got stopped at 714, folks. There's a reason all that buying was coming in to get it up to 714. The news was big. And they had to stop it and halt it at 714 to give them a chance to load in a bunch of sell orders and run this thing down $1.30 so they could buy it all up. It's criminal what they've done on this stock this morning. Criminal what they did. Can you guys hear my music in the background at all? Yep, I will look at the SoFi chart.
Well, I climbed out of bed with a pound in my head. I guess I drank way too much, and now here I am clutching the toilet again. But I must have left.
Yep, it's solidified a bottom right now. Yep, it just hit the bottom right there. The same bottom they've gotten once, twice, 3. This is 4, just 4 bottoms. Good place to buy right there. 66, man. That is a great place to buy, 27.66. By the way, also, this other stock up here, I see a lot of accumulation now on the 200-day moving average. Man, is that a shitload of shares being bought on this rising 200-day? Just like you saw accumulated here on the 200 twice before today after they market manipulated it down. Look at him now accumulating here twice again on the 200. See, they got once on the 200, twice on the 200. Once on the 200, twice on the 200, and then off she goes, folks. Off she goes. I'm buying here. I just bought at 577, Jesus' number here. I'm buying the double nut sack on the 200-day moving average right now at 577. Trying to buy 575, 576. Try to buy 577. Buying right on the 200-day, folks.
Where he came from, nobody knows, and nobody knows where he'll go.
And there she goes, and she's gone. She's gone now. She is absolutely gone, folks. That was it. That is going to be the double duck, the double dunk. You just saw it, the double nut sack. It's all over, folks. I just filled at 572, 572, 572. Nice. Let me try and get some 566 here. 566. Oh, man. All I could get is a 568, folks. Almost got 566. Let's try it again. Oh, yeah. The reason I'm buying here is I've seen a pattern already today, folks. And that pattern is get the price just barely below the 200 and pile in. Get it barely below the 200 and pile in. Get it barely below the 200 and then pile in.
With several people from your company. I've been recognized for my passion. My team, everything.
LinkedIn delivers candidates who rise above the rest with an up-to-date view into shared connections, skills, and interests.
Shut up. Oh, yeah. Just below the 200, folks. Just below the 200 right there. Get it below the 200 like you did here and like you did here. Just below it. Just below it. Very nice. And there she goes. Adios. Adios, amigos. Adios.
Explore new ways.
Hasta luego, baby. I'll be back. I'll be back up to $7 once I get all these scared people out. I'll be back over 7. This is one of my songs called Down by the Riverside. And in case you don't know it, this price right here is on my buyback sheet. 55, 56, buyback. Right there, buyback to 55, 56. I don't believe this is algorithm trade. I think this is absolutely manipulation trading, period. No algorithm at all involved. Total manipulation. Did the algorithm halt it at $7.14? There she's gone, folks. Well, you can think whatever you want, poor man's trading, but I'm going to tell you that you're about to witness an incredible, unexplainable rise to $7 by the end of the day again. I've been down this road many times before. Matter of fact, on one stock one day, they ran it down so much, I was down about $8,000. And by the end of the day, I was up $10,000 on that stock. I was down $8,000 on that stock at mid-afternoon, and by the end of the day, I was up $10,000 on it. Because I've seen this before. You can see right here, Mr. Somebody said, real money is made on SoFi, folks. Well, today you're going to make, I'm going to make a fortune on this stock because with my Fidelity account, I just got, Chris just told me what I just bought, $5.55. So I'm going to make a shitload of money on this on my Fidelity account. So, Poor Man's Trading Podcast. Let me see if I can get this, drive this point to you a little bit more solidly, because you don't seem to get it. And I don't mind that you're saying what you're saying. I appreciate the dialogue, because we always like to have We always like to have a dialogue going on here, and we have people with their ideas and thoughts. But let me tell you what I think is happening. This morning, what I think happened this morning is, number one, the price was manipulated down $1.20 to get a nut sack. It went up 33 cents and then down to the same nut sack, but on the 200 rising. So it wasn't quite as low because the 200 day was rising. But here, at this point right here, when the crossover occurred of the 50-day, news came out and the phones started ringing, and people, including institutions, started buying and buying and buying until they halted the price at $7.14. The reason they halted it at $7.14 is because, first of all, they couldn't believe, and they were instructed, if this thing breaks 713, halt it. That's what they said to whoever's in control of the halt button. They didn't halt it here earlier in the morning, and they didn't halt it here earlier, but they decided to halt it here because it broke over 713. And they halted it at $7.14 because they were instructed to do that. They were told if this thing breaks resistance, we should put up resistance at 713. But if that thing breaks over 713, you better hit the stop button. And they did. When it got to 714, they stopped it. And then they all let them take up short positions on it. They all started taking up short positions and selling. And what price did they take it down to? The 50-day moving average. Then some of them went long there. And the price rose back up here, 50, 60 cents. And then they said, all right, guys, here's going to be what we do. From now until 1, we're going to drive it back down to the 200. And when we get it at the same level below the 200, there and there, when we get it below the same level, we're going to accumulate. And that's what they're doing right now. Just like they did right there, and just like they did right there, this duration, as you can see, is about to equal the duration they accumulated right there. This time frame is almost the same as where they accumulated there. So once they get through with that same time frame of accumulation, mysteriously, all right? And by the way, when it takes off this time, they're going to halt it here. They're probably going to halt it here, see? They got to halt it there now because, see, this is the level where so many of them shorted. So if it comes up now, it'll probably get halted right here. And I can tell you one thing. I will sell shares when it gets to these prices. I'll be selling because when it gets there, they're going to take it down to here, and then I'll buy some more, and then it will go on off. Then it goes on off. That's my call, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Coincidentally, when they ran it down this far below the 200 here, and they ran it this far below the 200 here, the 200 was at a price of $5.15, $5.20. Right now, they're driving it down below it, and the price of the 200-day moving average is at $5.66. So right here, they accumulated when the 200 was at 520, and here they accumulated when the 200-day was at 522, and now they're accumulating with the 200-day at 566. Understand? And they're going to accumulate for the same duration that they accumulated there. And after they get to that duration, it will go right on up. That's my call, and I could be wrong, but I sure as shit don't think so. Nothing could convince me otherwise that I'm wrong here. And listen, the reason that all this volume came in here and ran it up to that price, in my opinion, was because there was news. Someone found out, breaking news that we don't know about yet. That's the reason they halted it at 714 precisely, because that breaking news was so good, it pushed it past 713. Now, Another thing that doesn't make any sense is if you look at the chart, why did they halt it there when this price has already been all the way up here at $13.50 a share? Why would they halt the price here? Why would they halt it there? I'll tell you why they halted it there. Because look at all the freaking accumulation of shares here. That's why they halted it right there, folks. Because they have a wall here where they shorted this stock and shorted and shorted and shorted. That's why they halted it there. That's why they halted it, because of all of this right here. Look how many days it was there. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5, 6 days, 7 days, 8 days, 9 days, 10. And it gets back to that level and they friggin' halt it, folks. It's sinful. It's absolutely freaking sinful what they did. Why halt it there, shorties? Why halt it there? Why halt it there? At a medium price, at a 2-week medium price, you're going to halt it? Why? Why did you halt it there? Because you wanted it $1 less. That's why you did. That's why you did. You're a bunch of scumbags. And now they've got all they could on that 200, folks, and it's going to run off of it. Watch this thing run, folks. And look how they pushed that RSI completely to the negative there. Look at that. All right, you dog-faced pony soldiers, saddle up. Gary. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, in the background, you're listening to my music, which I'd ask you to go over and listen to on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. This song here is called Like Me.
Got another kid coming. Fifth one now in 6 years. And I wish I could tell you how happy I am, but there's something peculiar I can't understand. Yeah, I must confess it's a little disturbing. How could I have missed what I've been observing? Look at our kids and it's become clear to see not a single dang one of them looks like me at all. No, not one of my children look like me at all. Yeah, I walk right by them when they're there in the mall. It's weird they can be there right in front of my eyes and look like total strangers I just can't recognize. And my friends, they've all paired and shown me and tear. I should take time and pay better attention. They tell me my wife might be fooling around. That's why all my kids look like guys here in town. Now I'm watching my son as he's playing ball. He does look a bit like our mailman named Paul. I look in the eyes of the one born last summer, and much to my surprise, looks like Peter the plumber. No, that's a real bummer. Peter the plumber. And now I'm looking around, and here's what I found. Yeah, my kids do look like other guys here in town. So I'm starting to wonder when I'm not home if my wife isn't there by herself all alone.
Rusty, you're entitled to your own opinion.
But when my baby's born today, please don't say, oh my, he sure looks like Richard, our pizza guy. I'll be proud and I'll shout if I finally see that when that baby pops out, it looks something like me. Looks a little like me. Oh, that'll sure be sweet. If it looks something like me, but we'll have to wait and see. Better hoping it will be just a little like me, a little like me, but we'll just wait and see.
All right, you're listening to the music of Tyler herself, international music artist. I hope that you'll consider going over to my music channel on your music provider and stream like we're doing right now while we're trading. Everybody does it, and it will add to the channel. Now, I want you to know this formation you're seeing right here at mid-lunchtime, all it is, folks, is a double nut sack before this thing goes on back up to $7 plus by the middle of the afternoon. We will all see it crescendo back up, and it'll be all a big, say hello there, Cranjus McBasketball. So what I want you to do is buy this stock right now. It's BIAF, and I want you to buy some shares at $5.55, 56, 57. I want you to buy some shares here at $5.55 because the price was $7.14 2 hours ago. $7.14 was the price 2 hours ago. So I'm asking you now to buy it because you can absolutely see what has happened to the price. Watch it, folks. All right. Remember, the price was halted here at this price. It was halted. It was going to go like a banshee, and I was going to make thousands of dollars, and they halted it right there. At $5.14, they halted it, folks, this morning. And now, $7.14, they halted it. And now they've driven it down the same amount as they have from here to here, $1.20. The same manipulation, $1.20. Now they've done the same thing, $1.20. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to buy here at these prices with me because these are on my buyback sheet. Look at this number right here on my buy-sell numbers from $7.14. It says buyback right here at 43 and 44. That's right. From $7.14, you're buying back at 543 and 544. Okay? That's my suggestion, and I could be wrong. And also, they like this number, 538. They like this number a lot. And they're going for the same number they got earlier right here, folks. They're going to go for $5.33 right here. 533, but I buy the 538, folks. That is also another good number to buy on my sheet. Oh, shit, I don't even have it up there. Here it is. Buy, sell. Look at that number right there. Look at that number right there in the middle in the green. Buyback 37, 38, 39. And folks, this thing was at $7.14 when they halted it. Buy the 37, 38, 39. That's my suggestion because it's down $1.40 now. That's my suggestion only, and I'm not telling you to buy hordes of it. I'm not saying hoard it up. I'm not trying to tell you to hoard it all up here, folks. I'm telling you to start buying it here. The stock was at $7.14 a share when they halted it. And they did it so that these bastards could then load in a bunch of sell orders and sell it down 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 to get it to where they bought it twice earlier before it ran up to $7.14. This is all market manipulation, folks. Every single bit of this is completely market manipulation, all of it. When the price went from here to $7.14 in 20 minutes, it did that because of something big, some big news, some big story, a breaking story that no one knows about. That's why, in my opinion, it went from here all the way to there. But when they halted it there, they got the phone call and told everybody, look, this story is huge. This thing's going to go to $10 a share. And they said, all right, we're going to short it at 714 during the halt. And we're going to sell it and sell it and sell it and sell it. And we're going to get it back to where the price was before it was halted. And then we're going to buy the fucking shit out of it. And then we're going to let it go up to $10. And that's exactly what they've been doing all afternoon. That's my opinion, folks. My opinion only. I'm telling you, I would be buying this at $5.33 a share if I were you. The stock is BIAF. And what happened was this morning, they drove it down $1.40, and I bought it there, and I bought it there, and then it shot up to 714, and I was up $1,000, and they halted it. They halted it at 714 because it broke their secret number of 713. It broke that, so they halted it at 714. And they let all the hedge funds start loading in short positions, taking up short positions here. At 714, they sat it there for 15 minutes and let them just build short positions. And then they let them sell. And then they built more short and they let them sell. Folks, this is all manipulation. The news that drove it from here to here in 20 minutes, we'll soon find out. We'll all know. But these are the secret insiders that knew. They got the news here. They got the phone call. They got the Trading Places orange juice futures right there. And they started buying the shit out of it. Look at all the candlestick. Look at that massive candlestick of buying on this news. But when it got to 714, oh boy, they had to stop that thing. Now, mind you, the price has been much higher than this if you look at the 5 days. So why did they have to stop it there? Why did they have to stop it there now? The price on the 5-day charts, folks, was higher than this. Why did they have to stop it there? Look where the price used to be on this stock a month ago. The price on this stock was freaking $10.53 a share. Why in the hell did they just halt it at 714? If it was already been up to $10, why would they halt it at 714, folks? That's the question you should be asking. It's really it just disgusts me the way the market is so manipulated, folks, every day. It does. It disgusts me. And look right there. See there? They couldn't even achieve the same double nut blow this morning. They just got there, and they just got it. It's done. And now, ladies and gentlemen, don't be surprised if mysteriously somehow this thing just goes right back up here and goes beyond 714 to $8 and $9 and $10 now. That's my call, and I could be completely wrong, but I sure as shit don't think so because it smells of a freaking rat. Man, this smells of a rat, people. Cheaters. They're all cheaters. The market is nothing but a bunch of cheaters, folks. And look at this thing now. SoFi rising up like a phoenix out of the ashes. And by the way, you better be looking at this BIAF chart right now. You better look at what's happening there. That mother is consolidating, baby, consolidating. The 45 and 50 are on the 200 now, and the price is running up. It's all consolidating. And the word to be used here, folks, is consolidation, capitulation, and the word here is convergence. And I got news for you. Every single one of those C words favors longs. Consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. And they all favor longs, folks. You're going to witness it here in just a little bit. Every one of these C words, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, all favor longs. All of them favor longs. And this is the moment they've been waiting for to buy in, to get that 50-day down to the 200. This is where they're going to start buying right now. And you can see the MACD just went green right there. What a coincidence. Right when the 50-day hits the 200-day line, watch all these buyers start coming in now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I sure don't think so. You're going to witness it with your own two eyes, everyone. You're going to witness it with your own two eyes. This turquoise 5-day line is about to come up right here, and then it'll be here, and then it'll be here, and then it will 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 go here and here and off the screen. Just give it time, folks. Be patient, and it will. This turquoise 5-day is now going to rise because the 50-day has just hit the 200. And I could be wrong. But I will tell you this much. If right now, if this thing right here breaks below the 50, breaks below the 200, I'll sell every single share right now. If they can get this 50-day to break below this 200-day down here, I'll sell every single share I've got. But instead, the 50 is going to come down here on the 200 and ride along it, ride along, and then whoop, right back up. Just like this 5-day, it's going to come up right here now. You can already see the simple moving average, the exponential, has just crossed over the simple moving average right there. Right there. This exponential line that I use here is 3 averages. It's the 9-day, the 12-day, and the 26-day. And you can see it just broke over the simple moving average right there. And you're now going to see this turquoise line bounce up here. It's all going to bounce, folks. It's all going to converge together right here, and this is going to bounce. You just watch and see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. To me, oh my gosh, that is a short-eating porpoise mouth. So here's what caused the spike this morning. Bioaffinity, this is BIAF, the stock we're talking about, adds to growing number of case studies demonstrating clinical value of SciPath something or another. All right, so that was released 4 hours ago. This is the reason for the spike to 714 where they halted it. San Antonio, September 26th, a biotechnology company advancing non-invasive diagnostics for lung cancer and other lung diseases, today announced 3 additional case studies, one in which use of SciPath lung led to detecting lung cancer at stage 1A, its earliest and possibly curative stage, and 2 were risky invasive procedures were avoided for patients facing difficult healthcare choices. These 3 new cases provided by a Texas pulmonologist who has been using SciPath lung for more than a year reflect what we are hearing from many physicians. SciPath lung enhances clinical decision making by personalizing care and playing a critical role in refining the diagnostic pathway, said Dr. Gordon Downey, Chief Medical Officer of Bioaffinity Technologies. We believe SciPath lung can be a transformative tool in the lung cancer diagnostic pathway, especially when imagining results are inconclusive. A positive SciPath lung result can lead to earlier diagnosis and treatment, and a negative result can spare patients from unnecessary invasive procedures. There you go. So this is what has prompted the price to jump up to $7.14. And when that news came out and they jumped it up to $7.14, they said, damn it, this thing's going to 10. We've got to halt it. It's going back up to 10. We've got to halt it right now, and we got to sink it down $1.40, and we got to accumulate it before we take it to $10. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see right now, just as I told you was going to happen, you can see that this is about to break to the upside. The turquoise line is about to jump up because the buyers are starting to come in right here now. Look at that. Look at that candlestick right there, folks. This is good news for this company, and they attacked it down after they halted it at $7.14. And in my opinion, the reason that they ran it down is simply because, well, they could see it was taking off. They could see it was taking off, and they had to stop it. They had to make it drop. They had to, folks. They had to get it back down to the 50-day and buy some of it. When the news came out, wham, $7.14 a share right there. In the pre-market, when the news came out, it hit $7.29. But market manipulators, boy, howdy, they drove it down here and thought they could keep it there, but it took off on that news, and they said, let's halt it at $7.14 now. Halted at $7.14. And they did. And now, look what they did. They took it back down here to the 50-day moving average now, trying to just hoard it all up, just barely below the 50-day now. And that's what they're doing, folks. And then they're going to say, okay, we got it all. We stole it all away from the weak hands. And then right back up it goes. That's my call, because look at this 200. It hasn't stopped rising the whole time with all this bullshit, with all the herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk. Look at the 200-day just rising steadily. Folks, when you have a 200-day moving average that just keeps rising and rising and rising and rising during all this herk and jerk bullshit, folks, all it can do is go off of this, because this is just rising. It's going to keep rising, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. During all this herk and jerk bullshit, the 200 has done nothing but rise. Nothing but rising. I've been around a long time, and I've seen trading like this before. I've seen unexplainable halts. Listen, folks, if the price in the pre-market was at $7.29, why in the hell would they halt it at $7.14? Huh?
Did you eat your toast?
I sure did.
Okay, hand me the scraps.
Oh, there isn't no scraps in the garbage can, but here you go.
I wanted you to know I made you a sandwich, and here's a banana. It's going to be in the fridge down here
Oh, boy.
when you're ready to have a...
Thank you, honey bunny.
Okay?
Thank you, sweetie Petey Pie.
The banana you can keep over there, but the sandwich will be in the fridge.
Oh, my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate it, honey. Thank you.
Turkey sandwich.
Turkey. All right. Turkey for a turkey. Hey, everyone, listen. I want you to realize that this morning, after the big news and the rundown to accumulate on the 200 there, look where they were, just below the 200, and then they let it go. And then they decided, let's short it right here. It's going to go all the way to $8 or $10. We'll short it. And they halted it. They got it to be halted at $7.14. After they halted it at $7.14, they made an agreement to run it back down to the same price they had it before it took off. And they did that right there. They just did it. All right?
I want to let you know, too, that you're going to be on your own for dinner, because I won't be home till like 7:30.
Okay.
If you get hungry. If you're not hungry, then I'll just wait for me.
Okie dokie. Thank you, beautiful.
I'm getting ready to leave.
So the question is, to me, the question is, how long will it sit here just below the 200 now? How long, just like here and here, was it below the 200? Well, here you can see for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 minutes. Right here you can see it stayed under for, again, about 10 or 12 minutes under the 200. And right here, they've had it under the 200 right here now for, about 8 minutes. 4 more minutes and, all right, same as here, 8-10 minutes there, 8-10 minutes there, 8-10 minutes there, and now 8-10 minutes here below the 200. And then, if you think I'm wrong, you just watch. You can all just watch if you want, if you don't believe me what I'm saying. Listen, this is a short eating porpoise, folks. There's its dorsal fin right there. There's its bottlenose building. It is going to rise and it's going to eat shorts like crazy this afternoon. And if you think I'm wrong, you better just sit and watch it because I think you're going to be in for a big surprise. And there she goes right now, ladies and gentlemen. She's on her way. That's the end of the manipulation. Look at the buyers coming in here. By the way, look at these candlesticks. There's no volume selling there. This is 90% buying on that candlestick right there. And this is 80% buyers buying on the ask on that candlestick right there to make this 5-day go up. And now you got even more buying than selling. And these are big quantities, folks. 71,000 shares right there on that one. 61,000 shares right there on that one. 84,000 shares on this one now. 84,000 shares. The volume's increasing, folks. Steadily increasing. The last hurrah for the droppers. The last dip before the rip at 12:45. The last dip before the rip at 12:45 noon time. And look at the buyers coming in here because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last dip before the rip. This is perfect. Look at the RSI that they just drove down at 1:45. 12:45, folks. Look at the time of it. 12:45. And they've got the RSI down here. Well, look, they had the RSI this low before. They had it all the way down here. And now they got buyers already coming in, and it's only here. It's not even down here now. And look at the buyers coming in right there. Look at that candlestick. They're not stupid. They saw the price halted at 714 today. They know. They're not dumb. They saw it halted at 714. They know to buy the lunchtime low. BIAF, that's right. If you think Cat's wrong, you're dumber than a bag of cocks. That's right. Man, you're about to see this thing ring so true and run right up, folks. It's going to run right up. They didn't stop it at 714 for no reason. They stopped it at 714, ladies and gentlemen, because they needed to get all these shares at these prices at lunchtime. That's what they needed. That's what they planned. That's what they executed. That's what they've been doing. They stopped it at $7.14 to manipulate it down to get shares at these prices below the 200-day moving average, folks, period. That's why they stopped it there. And I want you to see something, folks. I'm going to take a picture of this right now. I am down $4,035 and $4,118. And wait till you see how much I'm up by the end of the day. Watch and see how much I'm going to be up by the end of the day. Watch and see how much I'm going to be up after this manipulative move at lunchtime. And I'll start playing my slots right now. Brrr, ding, ding, ding. I just hit for $20. Brrr, ding, ding. I just made 60. Brrr, ding, ding, ding. What did I make now? Watch it rise, folks. Brrr, click, 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 Click. Why isn't it dropping? Why isn't it making me less? Why am I not losing more? All right, here we go, folks. It's time to start playing the game. I just won $30. I just won $80. Tick. Whoa, that's sitting there a long time, people. That sure is sitting there a long freaking time buying here. Accumulate. Bam, I just won $60. Bam, I just won another $30. Oh yeah, let's play it again. Oh, they took me back for 40 there. I'm gonna go max bet now. Ah, nice, a nice $20 win. Let's go max bet again. Oh, they took back the 40. Let's do it again. Ah, that's nice, a $40 win. Let's swing it again. Oh, another $20 winner. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, folks. Oh, yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for it to rise. Oh, yeah, I've already come back from 4,100 down. Now I'm only $4,000 down. Here we go. I win $10. I won $50 right there. Oh, down 70 there. Oh, I got it back there, 70 back. Oh, I made 25. Oh, I made another $6. Ah, yes, making money every spin now. Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Tick, 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 tick. Oh man, look at him take me down. Ah, good. Now only down $39.98. Ah, there's another $12 win. Ah, there's a $20 winner. Nice. Hey, I think I'm getting ready to hit a bonus, folks. I think I could be getting ready to hit a bonus here right now. Here we go. Let's go. There we go. $10. There we go. Hey, listen, folks, as you can notice, there is no droppage. It's not dropping anymore. The price isn't dropping. It's settled in for them to accumulate it here. It's settled in for them to accumulate it here and now. They're accumulating the shit out of it. And you can see that very clearly. They are accumulating right here. They are not letting it drop anymore. They don't care about it falling another dime. They just want to get all they can here now. And this is very clear to see. Very clear to see here, folks. Down 20 on that one. Here we go. We're only betting 5. And here we are. We just matched the low earlier. There it is. Oh, it was just there. I'm trying to get a picture of that. I'm trying to get a picture of that 4,100 down. That's the most I've been to down today. There it is. They got it again. Very nice. Very nice. And there it is. The same low that they just got a little bit ago. The exact same low. Here they come. Down 41.33. Very nice. You're doing good, shorts. 41.47. Keep it up. Now down 41.50. I'm impressed with your capability. Nice. Very strong. By the way, I was up $1,000 on this position this morning before they halted it at $7.14 and attacked it down after the halt. So I was up $1,000 this morning before they halted this price at $7.14. So market maker could get in $2 less. That's right. They let them get it all the way down to $5.08 a share after the price was halted at $7.14. All absolutely manipulated beyond any control. And at $5.08 a share, look how many shares they had. Look at that, folks. 788 shares at the manipulated price of 508. All they had, folks, was 788 shares there. That's all they had at 508, folks. 788 shares at the low of the day. Talk about manipulation, people. Holy crap. They took it down all the way to 508 just to buy 788 shares. Are you serious? Are you serious? They took it all the way down to $5.08 so they could buy 788 shares? Really? Huh. That's amazing. They were able to run the price from 714 halt down to 5. Hey, Alexa, what is 7 Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 5.08?
7.14 minus 5.08 is 2.06.
They ran this price down $2.06 so they could buy that many shares. Wow. I want to write that number down. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 5.08?
7.14 minus 5.08 is 2.06.
Ran this sucker down $2.06 from a manipulated halt.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Somebody came on and asked me after they halted it at 714. Someone came on and asked me and said, what do you think they're going to do after this halt? And I said, they're going to knock the shit out of it because they give these guys a chance to put in tons and tons of sell orders. And I even I had buy orders down as low as 588 because I thought they'd go to 588. Shit, they took it all the way down $2.06. I was not expecting that, and that's why I'm down $4,000 right now. But I was expecting them to run it down because the guy asked me, what do you think is going to happen after this halt ends? I said, they're going to run the shit out of it down. That's what I said. They're going to let these monsters manipulate the market is what they're doing. They halted it at 714 so that the monsters could manipulate the freaking shit out of this stock. And that's exactly what they've done with it. Oh, man. Time now, almost 1 o'clock. They ain't going to get down here again to 508 where they got their whole, how many shares did they buy there? I got to write that number down. 788. God, what a fucking joke. 788 shares. Jesus. $788 shares. Why in the world would you work so hard to manipulate a price down to the low of the day and only buy 708 shares there? Huh? Why in the world would you work so hard, number one, to jump on the phone and make them halt the share price $3 below where the highest was this last month? The price I already showed you guys was over $10 a month ago. So why would you go to all the trouble to get on the horn and call up whoever needed to stop the run up and make them halt the price at 714? Why would you do that and then run it down $2.06 just to buy 708 shares? Why would you do that? Why? Why would you stop the price and have it halted by the market at 714 a share, only to drive it down $2.06 a share and only buy 788 shares at that price? All right, JP, good deal. Why in the world would they drive it down from 714 today to 508 only to buy 788 shares? Why would you do that? And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can all watch my account steadily rise. And every time it does, I'm going to ring the bell. I just made $100 right then. I just made $5. I just made $60. I just made $24. Oh, yeah, folks, I'm going to be ringing this damn bell until it breaks. Cozy Bear, you just bored yourself right out of here. Goodbye. Have a nice cozy time in your little hibernation. Oh my, look at this thing go now. And watch what I'm going to make now. I just made $20 right there. Oh, I'm going to be ringing this bell a lot this afternoon. You're going to see right now. You're going to see it. My call is this thing. I just made $30 right there. I just made another $25 right there. I just made another $20 right there. Oh, yeah, it's going to go quickly, folks. I got a lot of shares of this. I'm sitting on 2,800 shares. I just made $3 right there. Watch it go, folks. I've now made back $500 in less than 5 minutes. I was just down 4,200. I've made 200 back now. Now I've made 250 back. Ah, nice. Now I made another 10. And watch it just mysteriously go up and up and up and up. With no explanation as to why. All of a sudden it's flying. Oh, I just made $100 right then. That was nice. $100 pop I just made. That was sweet. The stock I'm on is BIAF. I'm now at 38.20 down. I've had made back now $450 in the last 5 minutes. Very nice. There's another $100. Then 100 back, $80 down. There we go. There's 130 back. Very nice. Here we go. I'm going to be at 3,600 soon. I'll be at 3,600 soon enough. There we go. $20 pop there. Oh, yeah. Watch it climb, folks. Continuing the rise. $30 made right there. $40 I just made right there. And it's going to keep climbing, folks. $20 there. There we go. $30 there. Nice. $30 there I just made. Another 30 I just made. I was just down $4,200 about 10 minutes ago. I've made 700 back now in 10 minutes. And I'm going to make a lot more back by the end of the day. I'll probably even be green when this is all said and done. Now I'm only down 37.49. Now I'm only down 36. I just made 100. And by the way, that's how much I'm down today. Look over here. I'm only down 2,500 since I opened this position yesterday. I'm actually only down 24.88 now. I just made another $12. And I'm going to make more. There you go. $11 made there. $3 on that spin. Nice. Another 20 made there. Nice. That looks good. There's 50 I made right there. 30 I just made right there. Nice. There she goes. Right back up. Next leg up. Come on, baby. Next leg up after this little pullback. Here it goes. She's going to rise on up now. Small pullback, and up she goes. Yep, there she goes. There she goes. Looking good, folks. We're all fine here now. Oh, yeah, looks good. There we go. There we go. That's nice. Made back 90 right there. And watch it climb, folks. Just watch it climb. Watch it climb. Occasional pullbacks to favorite numbers that they like the 31, the 33, and then all she goes right on up, folks, all day. All day. And look at that. I just made another $60 right there. Just made 5 more right there. There you go. All of it they try to take back, it runs right back on up. Again, it's just going to go right back up. Man, shorts, you better get on your horse here. Still a lot of demand for this stock. There we go. There we go. Now we're running. Here we go. Here we go. Look at them accumulating here at the 31 and 33, folks. Oh, yeah. Building a position right under the 50-day moving average now. Building a position right under the 50-day. Nice. I can't wait to see how much this thing comes back now this afternoon after all this manipulation effort. I can't wait to see how many people are Uh-huh.
Leaving, honey.
Okay, beautiful. Did you do all the laundry?
Yeah, I'm gonna move around the last one, so it's just before 2, and then we'll be done running by 2.
Man, I just made $200 back just then in just a matter of seconds. Did you see that? I took a picture of 4,000 down, and now I'm only 38.54 down. Nice. And all they're going to do is accumulate it to 533 as long as they can, folks. And now she's gone. She's gone. Nice. Look at that. I've made 300 back in just 1 minute's time. $300 gain in 1 minute. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm only down 25.45. And I'm just simply waiting for it to run. Now I just made another 50 right there. Yes, yes. And there's another 50. Very nice. And there she goes, folks. Right on up. Right on up. And they sold so many shares through here to make it fall, folks. They sold so much so fast that now it will rise in the same manner. Fast, folks, fast. It's going to go up here quickly once they get their coffers filled at 528, 30, 31. Oh, my God, is it going to run up? It's so freaking fast. People just won't believe their eyes. They're not going to believe how fast this thing rises. And by the way, just so you're aware of it, you see the dark areas of all these candlesticks? That was what was sold this morning to make it fall. Look at the little light, tiny areas that's being bought now to make it rise. All the dark areas were sold this morning to make the price fall. Look at the little light areas making it rise. See that? It's just little tiny buys that are making it rise. All this heavy selling to make it drop. But look at the little buys that are making it rise now. Just look at the tiny little tips of these. Those are the buys now. The dark was the selling this morning to drive it down. All right? Just so you understand the way these candlesticks work. The dark areas was the amount of shares that were being sold to make the price rocket down. And now just these little dinky amounts of buys are making the price slowly climb. Just so you're aware of how it works. All that dark area was what was sold this morning. So what I'm getting at is they oversold it. They oversold it. They oversold it. And now they're trying to hoard at one of the numbers on my buyback sheet, 538. Look at this number here. Right there in the middle of the screen, buyback 37.38. And that's what they're doing right now. After $7.14 a share, they're buying back at $5.38 a share. After they stopped it and halted it at $7.14 a share, they're now trying to buy it at $5.37 and $5.38, numbers on my buyback sheet. What do you know? Huh. Trying to accumulate it at 537, 538 now. And by the way, you better look at these candlesticks. Look at them. Which parts of these candlesticks are growing? The darker selling on the bid part or the lighter buying on the ask part? You can see where they are right there at 536. Is the dark part growing? Is there more sellers selling here, or is there light part growing? Well, for one thing, I don't see jack crap for a volume here. Uh-oh. Look at that KY flag at 534.2934. What the hell is that trying to buy there? What are you trying to buy there for? 534.2934. Desperation. Desperation. That's what you see there. That's right. That's desperation, my friends. Trying to buy it there before. That's not a sell number. No one's selling there. They're trying to buy there, folks. They're trying to buy there at 534.2934. That's a buy order sent in there trying to buy. Looking at these candlesticks here, which parts of them are growing? And we just went over the flag, the KY flag at 534.01. Just went over that. There she goes, folks, past the KY, and on she goes. And now they're just going to try to sit here and get some at 37 and 38 for a little while. And then they'll take it up to 43 and 44, and they'll try to buy there for a while. Then they'll bring it up to 50, 49 and 50, and they'll try to buy there for a little while. But watch this. Right now, they're just going to try and buy 37 and 38 for a little while, see if they can get some shares there from people. And there she goes, folks, capitulated together, and the 5-day is now rising. And the 5-day is about to go over the 200-day right now. That's right. It's going to rise, folks. I know it sounds crazy, but it will. It's going to rise, folks. There it goes. And then watch how fast it goes past all this heavily oversold area here. Watch how fast it goes. See? I told you. See? Look at it rise. I told you so. And now I'm only down 2,300. And now I'm only down 2,200. And watch how fast, folks. It's going to blow back over all of this bullshit. Watch how fast it runs. And now you can see I'm only down $2,346. Watch them conveniently let it go. I just made another $30. I made 10 right there. Made another 20 right there. Oh, yeah, baby. This is looking good. And now I told you the next number they'd try to accumulate would be 43, 44. And they didn't even get to accumulate there, folks. I told you they'd bring it up from 33 to 44 and try to accumulate here for a little while. And they can't even do that. Now we're already back up here. And what do you know? She's mysteriously rising, folks. I know it sounds crazy, but look at it go. You know why? Because they dumped all these dinky little amounts of shares through here to make it fall. And now you got buyers. Oh, yeah, baby. Here we go. And look at that. I've now made $1,000 back in about 30 minutes. I'm back up $1,000 now in 30 minutes time. I just went from 4,200 down to 3,200 down in less than 30 minutes. And I'm going to keep going back up. And by the way, take a look at this position, how much I'm down since I opened it. I'm only down $2,000. And yesterday I made about 2,700, so I'm doing all right. I'll be fine. And you can see right there she goes. Just like I told you this was going to go over the 200-day any minute now. And there she goes. Now we're accumulating the next level, 55. The 55. And let me tell you, I'm going to sell 20 at 55. I'm going to sell 60 at 55 when it gets there. There we go. I just sold right there. Boom, I'm out. Oh my gosh, look at this, folks. Man. And now I'm going to come back in. I just sold 60 at 555. So I'm going to be coming in now with 5 share orders at 543, 544, 545. Oh man. She's going to go past it 55 to 66 now. I'm going to sell 60 here. Look at him stop it at 555 there. Come on, baby, sell these. Because I want to buy back at 544 after I sell the 555. This is on my sheets. I did sell 555 there, but I want to sell these too. I'm going to take them out. I'm going to take these away because I don't want them to see those orders there. And I'm going to watch it go right up here, and then I'll sell them market. There she goes. Watch it rise right on past all this. And again, look at the dark areas that were sold, and look at the light areas that are buying here now. The dark areas were sold, and the light areas are buying, and they pushed it. They pushed the price now from 530 with these little light areas. Look at all the dark that sold this morning to make it fall. But look at the light areas that are making it rise now. See that? It's just very little volume comparatively making the price ascend. They used major amounts of shares to make it fall through here, the dark areas selling it. But now it's taking just such little amount, the light areas, to make it rise right back up. Because it was manipulated down, folks. It was manipulated down with this dark, heavy volume selling it. Now, I'm going to take a brief break here. I'll leave this up so you guys can see it. And what I'm going to do is play you some more of my music that's on Spotify. I hope you'll enjoy it, folks. And I'll be right back in just a little bit.
And they're trying to make me and you. They say quite seem right. Then I just have to step outside, and there's really no way to hide. It's so cold outside. Out of sight. Poker's the game and they do poker right. His wife there beside him, he wins every night. And everything is alright. The cards are all dealt and he draws a straight flush. Die across the table, he raises a bluff. But he's holding a winner here in his hand. But his wife moves her hand and he understands, then he folds. He does as was told. Because his wife wouldn't let him, she made him give in. And if he had won, well, a ton he would win. But his wife wouldn't let him. She motioned to fold, and he loved her so much that he did as was told. And his wife wouldn't let him. He learned a long time ago that she's always right. That's why he keeps her winning with her every night. They all call him the gambler, but nobody knows that his wife's in control with a touch of her nose. But nobody knows. See, she touches the tip, tells him to hold. She touches the bridge, it's time to just fold. She touches the left side, he knows he can't win. She touches the right end, he's going all in. And this is how they both win. Oh, so that Saturday night, full moon up in the sky. The wager ran up to a new record high. The crowd gathered round all to see history, but his wife stepped away at that moment, you see. Well, he stalled and stalled, but she never appeared. What the heck should he do? Lose it all, so he did. So he raised the stakes high, and he said, I'm all in. And at that very moment is when his wife stepped back in. Then the last card, And who would have known his card wasn't dealt? The crowd had all moaned, and his wife, she just smiled, turned and walked out the door, 'cause her husband's opponent had offered her more.
He got used, everybody. Catfish Tyler here. Hope you're enjoying this. The stock I'm trading right now is called BIAF. And of course, while I step away, the mice, they will play, attack like crazy. But she just did a triple upside crossover of the 200-day chart. And she's on a run now, ladies and gentlemen. I am only down 1,400. I was telling everybody to be buying this stock with me, and they have been. And I just been buying now 5 shares at a time. And I'm just rolling in here, rolling in the dough. I'm starting to make some real money, folks. Now, where I'm going to be selling up here is I'm going to be selling 60 shares when this thing hits 576, 577, 78. These are all numbers on my sell sheet. And even the 73 and 72, I like to sell there but now, folks, they're just accumulating here now. They're accumulating around this number. And I'd like to start a poll right now. And I'd like to know, when I start this poll, there we go. Did you buy this stock? And that would be, the stock we're talking about is BIAF. And I want to know, did you buy BIAF at or around the price I said was, I think, let's just say 513 to 508? Question mark. That's what I want to know. Did you buy BIAF at or around 513 to 508 today? That's what I want to know. Starting the poll now. I think some people came in at the really good time, like JP Panic, I think, caught this at the right time, didn't you, JP? Didn't you? BIAF is the stock, and they had it at $7.14 a share 2 hours ago, and they halted it, and they gave everybody a chance to put in a bunch of orders here and sell it and sell it and sell it. They halted it at $7.14 and gave the market makers a chance to run it down. They gave them a chance to run it down to 508 a share. It was down $2.06 when they stopped it at $7.14 a share. They let the market makers run it down $2.06. And by the way, I know that because the lowest price today was 508. And look at this. Look how many shares they bought at 508, folks. Look at the number of shares they were able to get at 508. 788 shares is all they got. Why would they work so hard to make the price fall to $7.08, 508? And by the way, that's for you, Savannah, this is for you. That price right there, the low of the day, 508, that's for you, Savannah. But why would they drive it down to just get that few shares? Why would they bother to sell it down so they could just buy 788 shares at the low of the day? Why would they do that? Because they love the number 08, Savannah. That's why. And they want to sell the least number of shares they can to achieve that goal. And that happened to be 788 shares. Could get them that 508 today. After they halted the price $2.06 higher at 714. So I'm telling you now that there's a reason that they halted it at $7.14 today, my friends. There's a reason that they did that. There's a reason that they stopped it at 714. And there's a reason that they're going to herk and jerk this stock all afternoon until it's back over 8 probably, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I've seen this type of activity before, people. I've seen this kind of deceitfulness and cheating on people and cheat people out of their money. And when you halt a stock at 1 penny over your favorite number to stop it, because you couldn't stop it at 713, and you had it halted at 714 a share. That's right, folks. The reason it was halted is because the instructions were, if this thing breaks over our number 713, you better halt it. And the reason I say that is because if you want to take the time to look at a chart and you go back and look at a chart for long term, 20 days, you're going to see the price was a hell of a lot higher than $7.14, by God. It was at $13.50. So why the hell are you halting it at $7.14, market makers? Why are you halting it at this high when I was up? I told all my people to buy on the double nut, and they were right to buy on the double nut this morning when you ran it down. But why did you halt it there when the price has already been up here at $13.50? Why did you halt it there at $7.14 a share? This thing was twice that much before. Why did you decide to halt it there? Sons of bitches. It's all rigged, folks. Every bit of it's rigged. The market is completely rigged, and you have to understand that. All right? That's the bottom line. And you better learn to take advantage of it. And I told you when they halted it, somebody asked me, well, what do you think is going to happen after they halt it? I said, they're going to knock the shit out of it. They're going to knock it in the freaking dirt is what they're going to do. And they did exactly what I told you they would. I told you they would do it. I told you it was about to happen. This stock was called out this morning by JT. It was a great call until it got manipulated. And I still believe it is a great call. I believe it is a great call even to now. Because I still think it's being manipulated right now. And I could be completely wrong, but I believe this thing is about to skyrocket this afternoon. And it'll be stunning what happens. How? Why? Why would it go all the... Well, it's just going to be stunning. Remarkable how the price could be at $6.60 and $6.13, where I told you to buy it, in $6.08, shoot up to $7.14 and be stopped by the marketplace. Well, that's the way manipulation works, ladies and gentlemen. That's called manipulation 101, and that's exactly what they did today. Why did it go to 714 and get halted there? I'm suspicious. Let's just put it that way. That's the kind of thing that makes me go, huh. When I look at this chart and I see the high just 10 days ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days ago, the price was at $13. All I can do is look at this chart and I can go, huh, why did they halt it at 714? I look over here and I see that was the medium price for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4, 5, 6 days, 7 days, 8 days, 9, 10, 12, 13 days it was there. 13 days it was there. Why the hell would you halt it there now? Why would you halt it there? It was here for 13 days in a row. I'm asking all the market people, why was it halted here today? when the price 9 days ago was at 13 plus? Who decided to halt it right there at this price that it stayed at for 13 days? It's very suspicious, folks. That's all I can say about it. I just pointed out for what I sees it as, folks. Ridiculous market making, manipulation, and absolute just criminal behavior. Criminal behavior. I think someone should be looked at about what happened there and who made the call today to stop this run up at $7.14. Who made that decision? Someone earlier tried to say that it was some sort of a standard rule. That standard rule you're talking about, it sure didn't apply to this stock the other day. That standard rule that you're talking about sure didn't apply to that QIRR or whatever it was. That was up 280%. That halt rule that you're talking about didn't apply with that stock that was brought up a few days ago. Q something. You guys know what it was. For those of you that are still interested in SoFi stock, I want you to know that there's been a lot of indexes buying in on these dips. There have been a vast number of index funds buying in on these dips, and they don't buy for just short term. I'm here to tell you and report to you today that all of this index fund buying, when SoFi was run down over these last couple days, there's a reason. Because index funds don't like to buy in on a stock at the all-time high, people. Okay? SoFi's institutional ownership over the last 90 days, the average portfolio gain over the last 90 days has been 29% average, most recent quarter. All right, so don't worry about where SoFi is at $28.10, down 2 cents. Because I tell you what, all these institutions that have been buying in, oh, geez, oh, Pete, what is this? 1,067? Just yesterday, it was 1,052 on the 24th. What's that all about? 926. What's that? I can't put the closing price. All these prices I put in are closing prices, but it sure isn't 1,052 anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It's at 1,067. 1,067. I tell you, these institutions are buying these dips. And we've gone from 991 long now to 1,005. Oh, yeah. That's SoFi for you, folks. I told you, man, these institutions, they're buying the dip. They're buying the dip, folks. They're buying the dip on SoFi. Institutions are coming in. And right now, we've gone to 613, 235, 653. 613, 255, 633. I believe is what I said. 613, 235, 653. I had two numbers mixed up. 35 there and 63, 663. All right. 613, 235, 663. 613, 235, 653. Goodness gracious, are they changing on me as I do this or what? Or am I just that bad? I'm just that bad, I know. All right, so we got it right. Now, how much is that? Alexa, what is 13,235,653 minus 12,237,856.
13,235,653 minus 12,237,800 is 997,853.
997,853. And
I'm
that,
not quite sure how to help you with that.
okay. Green. And there we go. And now what has this jumped up to? 51.21% from 51.13. 51.21. Enter. And what does this mean over the most recent quarter? Their adding of shares has now jumped not 9.5 or 9.8 or 10.3, but now up to 11.72. 11.72 institutions coming in. Well, my. Why are all these institutions buying? And let me show you something, ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware of this with SoFi. Yesterday, right here, there were $56 million worth of the stock bought. Someone bought 2.8 million shares. All right? And just so you can see this, I'll show you on photographs. Just give me a second to locate it. And here it is right here. Okay. Yesterday at 3 o'clock exactly, if I can find the dang thing here. Just give me a second, folks. Sorry. Oh, there it is. I got it right here. Here it is right here. Check this out. So you can see right here, ladies and gentlemen, at this would be 258 and 259. And down here, just below the time there of that, the price of the stock was at down here 2805, 2805, 2806, 2806, 2812. Well, that's when the buy came in, when it was rising. The price was rising. And they bought $53.6 million worth of SoFi. Okay? At 2812, they bought $53.6 million worth. That's more shares than Kathy Wood bought. And this was yesterday, folks. And you can only assume that because the price was at 2006 and 06 and 12 that they bought on the ask. They bought, that was a buy, not a sell. Not a sell. That's a lot of shares being accumulated yesterday. And by the way, I'm showing you this information thanks to one of my viewers who told me about this software to download that I'm using to show you this data. So thank you for whoever it was that told me about Roblox Studio for transferring these spreadsheets. I believe that's what it is, Roblox. I could be wrong, but I think it is. I don't know. Someone's told me about it, and I downloaded it. I don't even know if that was for sure it, but I want to thank you for telling me about it, because it's nice to have these spreadsheets on my new computer. They were not loading up, but thank you for your help. And I want you to know that SoFi's had a lot of institutions, index funds coming in like crazy lately. Index funds, very cool. Very cool to see index funds coming back in and increasing their portfolios by this much. It's extremely good to see that. The index funds buy for 20-year terms, folks, and 30 years. They're not going to day trade the stock. And they're holding tons of shares, folks. Look at those numbers of shares they're holding. Kathy Wood's 2 big buys, and then the big buys coming in after that. Man, oh man, they're increasing their portfolios, index funds on SoFi right now. It's beautiful. Now we're going to go back over here, and I want you to know that I'm going to be probably, ladies and gentlemen, I'm probably going to be transitioning this channel a little bit, because I feel it's time to. We gotta migrate, and we gotta be adaptable to the times. And so there's going to be a lot more days like this BAI or whatever the hell it is. And I'm going to be showing you how to day trade it every day like this. And right now, it's making a nice, not BBAI, I'm sorry, but the one I'm on right now is BIAF. And they had 3 new case studies that they announced this morning. And they're having great success with this lung cancer treatment. And they've got 3 new studies that they're doing now for this lung cancer treatment, and they've had great results so far. And this is another step in the right direction, and that's why the price took off and went up to $7.14 this morning. But then they decided to halt the price at that price because they wanted a chance to get in on it. They needed to get in on the low. So they halted it when it hit $7.14 and ran it down to 508, their favorite buy number. That's what they did with this stock this morning. They halted it at $7.14 after we bought it right here. We bought it here, and then they halted it there. Now, mind you, if you look at the 1-month chart, the stock price was way higher before. So why they decided to halt it there, I have no idea. Because the stock price was $10.46. Why do you halt the stock price after they dipped it down? Why do you halt it when it hits the same line it was at for 13 days? Why did they halt this stock today going up right there when it got to the peak of where it was at for 13 days? Why didn't you halt it when it got up here? Why didn't you wait until it got there to halt it? It had already been there 9 trading days ago. Why did you halt it right here is what I want to know. Why was this BAIF halted at a number it sat at for 13 days? Why do you halt it there when it's about to break over that? I mean, just try to take all the momentum out of it and to try to just make people bewildered why the price fell $2.06. Is that what all it is just try to bewilder people and shock and awe? Is that what this is all about? Just shock and awe? Is that what it is? Listen, this is part of the reason so many people don't invest in the stock market because of manipulation like this, folks. This is why so many people don't want to even mess with this, because it's all manipulated every day. And if you think I'm wrong, why in the world did they halt this price today at $7.14 high when it was there for 13 days? Who decided to halt it there today? After the market makers manipulated it down and took everybody to the cleaners who owned it the day before, and you ran it down $1.40. After you did that, why did you stop it when it came back to where you started the manipulation in the first place? So you could manipulate it down again, right? Exactly. Yes. So you could manipulate it right back down. That's why you halted it there, you sons of bitches. Man, it's just unbelievable. The stuff that goes on in the stock market every day. Let's run this dang thing down, give them a chance to manipulate it down and manipulate it and market make it and manipulate it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it. All to get right where it was this morning, where this all started. You guys are disgusting. Whoever's responsible for this, to me, it just blows my mind that the price of this stock was way up here 9 days ago, and now they halt it right here on a day's average that they held for 13 days 2 weeks ago. It's just, like I said, folks, it should be criminal. It should be criminal. The stock is BIAF. And I'm telling you, this news that came out about this cancer study, that's why when the news came out, the price shot up and they had to stop it. They had to, and they don't have to have a, to me, it's almost as if we don't need a reason. We can stop it when we're told to. I mean, look where this price was before. $32 a share it was one day. $32 a share. Look where the price was here. What was the price there? $11 a share. $11. I bet you they stopped it there too. It was probably 11 here. It was probably 11 here too, $11. That's the magic stop numbers, $11 for this stock. Don't let it go over that. $11 and what was that? $10.70, folks. $10.70. And then they manipulate it down to here. And then they sat here at the price $7.13, folks. $4.66. Look at that price there. $4.33, $4.66. Look at that. $4.66. Look how long it sat at $4.66, folks. And then today's manipulation down, boom, and then stop it when it goes to $7.14. It's just so sickening. It's disgusting. Look at the 1 month chart. Look at the 6 month chart. Freaking price of this stock was way up here, folks. There it was. $33. 33. So what was the necessity? Did you halt it here? No, you didn't halt it there. You didn't halt it there. Or did they? They probably did. When it hit 33 and they saw it was going to go higher, they said, stop this sucker at 33. You know we're not going to let it go past our 33 number. And you know how I tell you guys to sell at that number. If it hits to 30, 31, 32, 33, you're selling. So here it hit $33, and then they halted it probably. They probably halted it here. I'm sure they halted it there. I'm sure they halted it there, just like they just halted it here when it got back to this level where they got it and accumulated. They had to halt it there at 714, folks. It had to be halted. Even though it was here on the 15th of September, even though the price on the 15th was $10.16, today there was a necessity to halt it at 714 a share. Interesting, huh? How interesting. And now allow the market manipulators to sit and accumulate it $2 less than where you halted it. Man. Yeah, it's still up 50%. I can see that. I still see it up 50%, but man, I bought these lows. I bought these lows today for a reason. I even bought through here. I started buying in this region, and I bought all these as it dropped. I bought, and then boom, it went off, and oh, wait a minute. Catfish had just crossed his dollar cost average by 3 cents. Stop it. It was 10 cents over my dollar cost average when they stopped it. It was 10 cents over my DCA when they said, let's let everybody get in on this thing down here so they can run it up now like they did from here to here in 20 minutes on the news of the cancer research. Let's let them work it all down and fleece everyone out of it. And then this afternoon, we'll let it go up from 2 o'clock till 4. You know, this thing could right now, from right where it is right now, it could go this fast up to this price right now. Because nothing stopped it here from going from there to there, did it? Nothing stopped it from here to here going to there. But I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. All right? This price is going to come up here, and I'm going to sell it. Because they stopped it there before and dropped it to that. So just so you understand, this is going to come up to here right now, and I'm going to sell at the bottom right there of where that resistance was and where they tried to stop it there too. So when it gets up to that price, I'm actually going to sell some, and it'll try to hold it under for a little, and then it will go to here, and I'll sell it there. I'm going to sell it right there. Then they're going to drop it back to here where I'm going to buy it, and then I'm going to sell it here. Then I'm going to buy it right down here. Then I'm going to sell it at this price. Then I'm going to buy it back down here, and I'm going to sell it at this price. And I'm going to buy it here, and I'm going to sell it at this price. And I'm going to buy it here, and I'm going to sell it at this price. And I'm going to buy it here and sell it at this price. Now, you might think that sounds absolutely crazy, but I've done this so many times, folks. It's called mirroring, okay? It's called mirroring, all right? So right now, this price is going to come up to right here and then pull back to right there. So I'm going to be selling at 642, 43, 44. You go, oh, Catfish. And first, I'll sell here. I'm not kidding, folks. Let me get over on the chart. And it is going to rise. There we go. There's the 3-month chart. There's this morning, this last months manipulation to get to the bottom. There's the run up. There's the halt. There's the halt. See the volume, the cancer volume, the treatment of the volume, and how much volume came in, all the buyers wanting to buy on that cancer news. Now the 1 month. Again, whose decision was it to stop it here? Whose decision was it to stop it this morning at $7.14 right here? Who decided to stop it there this morning? Who decided to halt it there? I don't even see it on the 1 month. Let's go to the 5-day. See, it's such manipulation that the 5-day says the price 573. I'm just looking at this, folks. Huh. Well, what was the 1 day? Enlighten me. There it is. I told you I was going to day trade this stock today because this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I did some research. And this is why I decided to day trade this stock today. All right, so I'm going to show you now why I decided to day trade this stock today, this morning when it came out of the gate. And the stock we're talking about is BIAF. And I'm about to show you why I decided to day trade this stock today. And just give me 1 minute. All right, here we go. This morning, I decided to day trade this stock because I saw from right here where it was in the pre-market, it went up $1.20. So I saw it go from here to here up $1.20. Let me make sure you guys can see this. This is why I wanted to day trade this stock today, because I saw it go from here to here up $1.20. Then I saw it go down from there to there $1.20. Can you folks see these numbers? Hold on. I saw it again. I saw it go. Try and get this better. Up $1.20. That I'm looking at this now, what you guys are looking at. I saw it go up $1.20. Then I saw it come down $1.20. Then I saw it go up 94 cents and then down 94 cents. Then I saw it go up 94 cents. Then I saw it go down 94 cents. Okay? That's why I decided to day trade this stock today. Because it was going up $1, down $1, up $1, down $1, up $1, down $1, up $1, down $1. Then out of the gate, they dropped it $1.50. I bought it there because I'd seen here it was only down $1.20, down 94, down 94, down 94. So when they dropped it $1.50, I bought it. And here I bought it again. And then I was right. It shot up to 714 and they halted it. And we couldn't even get out. We couldn't even sell there. And then they open it up, wham! They've dropped it $2 a share. They've dropped it from here $2.06. 206, I think was what they took it from right here. First, they took it down about $1.20, then up 60 cents, then down 206. And here again, now they've got it down. It's down about 206 from the 740. It's down $2 now. It's down exactly $2 now. But who stopped it there and why? Why halt it there when the price was $10 back on the 9th? That's what I want to know. Who's letting them buy here and then buy here and then buy here and now buy here again? Who's behind this? I'll tell you what, man, all I see is triple tatas all over that. That looks like a freaking triple tata to me. Total recall formation right now. And then today's low of 508, they sold 788 shares there, folks. At today's manipulated low of 508 earlier today, they sold 788 shares there. 788 is all they had, folks. Look down here and you'll see today's low. They're almost there again, but look how many shares they sold there. Right there, folks. There it is. 788 shares sold at 508. 788 shares sold there this morning. 788 shares. And I bet you they used 10 shares to get it there just now. Right? They used 788 here. They probably just used 10 shares to get that. Man, they're killing this thing now. And they just got it down to $4.77. 477 manipulation heaven. $4.88's the place to buy, folks. Wow. $4.88, folks. That's what they want here. 488 is what they want, and they got it. They had it for a little while anyway. You know what? I don't see any shares being sold over here. I don't see any shares. I don't see any candlesticks at all. Hold on a minute. I'm going to come back here in a second. Who's behind this? Who is behind it? Oh no, I don't consider this to be an expensive lesson at all, really, to be honest with you, because first of all, I'm not going to lose any money on this. I don't think. All right, let me get logged in again here. I guess I should have bought this other one that was called out this morning. All right, folks, I've got to get a password here to get logged back into this. So please just give me a second, and I'll get this password. Just hold on a moment. All right. Oh, come on. They must have sent me a new one. Hold on. Hold on, guys. All right. Loading back in because I want to watch this method of manipulation and I want to see how many shares they sold at the very low of the day here. I want the candlesticks, baby. Show them to me. How was it done? How was it orchestrated? How was it orchestrated? And what was the low? Oh my goodness, 466 low, everyone. 466 low. Hey, look over here, Savannah. Look at the low there. They went for 466. They actually got it 1 penny below that. 466 low, folks. Oh yeah, I'll take that picture of me down $5,000 right now. You bet I will. I'm going to show you how much I'll be down by the end of the day, too. Oh, my gosh, I just made $30 just then. Hey, listen, this is the way I look at it. I'm going to be ringing a profit bell the rest of the day, all right? I'm going to spin the casino lever, one-arm bandit. Brrr, tick, 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 tick. I just made $12. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, they took back 27. No biggie. Tick, 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 tick. Ah, $14 hit. 50. Yes, I'm up 50. Ah, look at him try again to take it down. All right, I don't care. I'm going to make more. Bam, I'm up for 30 right there. Bam, I just made another 100. Made 4. Made another 30. Man, I think I must have hit the bonus. I must have hit the bonus round, folks. Bam, nice profit. Let's spin again. Oh, I'm just going to sit and win all afternoon, every pull. Every pull, folks. Here we go. I've already back up 300. I just took a picture. I was down 5,200. Now I'm up 400. Bam! I hit for another one. Man, this machine's getting hot. This machine is getting hot, folks. All right, let's get back. Let's keep in it. Man, let's keep doing. Yeah, another $20 winner. Do it again, man. Come on. And listen, if it stops paying you, sit and wait a minute. All right? If it stops paying you, just wait. Hold it. Have a sip of your cocktail. Give your kiss to your wife. Rub the machine a little bit like this. And then you just wait. And then you wait your turn. And then just keep waiting. And then all of a sudden, you're like, I think now's the time to go again. And of course, the machine's ready to pay out because they just took it down as far as they could again. And so you pull. Hey, look at that. Same number we saw before, that 5027. Hey, let's get another picture here. I'm trying to get the most I'm down today is what I want a picture of. And I just was down 5222. So that's good. That's the same number I just saw about 5 minutes ago. So that's good. That's the bottom, folks. That's the bottom. And I just won another 120. Nice. Watch it climb, folks. Watch it all climb. By the way, the low today was 465. And let me tell you how many shares were bought there. 1,718 shares. At the next number up, there were only 1,000 shares. At the next, there was only 860, folks. 5,000 at this price, and 417 there. So do you see how few shares they have to sell to make it fall the last 10 or 20 cents there? It's just minuscule shares, folks. Just minuscule numbers of shares to get it down to that low that they achieved today. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, they just used from here to here. I bet you there's not even 100,000 shares from here to here. 100,000 out of how many millions has this thing traded today? Just be aware of it, how they manipulate. Volume on it today is BIAF. $93 million shares traded today. 93 million shares traded today. And to run the price down, they probably use, like I said, less than 100,000 shares here to get all the way down to there, whatever they took it down to. I guarantee you they used less than 100,000 to get to 466. I'm going to add these up. 1,710, 2,720, 3,006, 8,095, 9,300, 13,000, 18,000, 15 is 18 and 15. Yep. 18 and 15 is 33,000. 15. 48,000. 11,000 there. 59,000. 79, 85,000. 105,000 shares to get from 476 to 466. 105,000. 125,000. 165,000. 240,000. 320,000. Ladies and gentlemen, you're talking less than 500,000 shares to get this thing from 484 to 466. Out of all the millions and millions of shares today that were sold, that's all it took was 500,000 shares to make it fall 20 more cents. I hope that makes you understand how this is done, folks. And I've now made back $600 in 5 minutes, and I feel good about that. I can't wait to see how much I've made back by the end of the day. Even through this area right here, folks, this is very small numbers of shares being sold to get it to fall down to that low number. Very thin. That's why we're already back up here now. And then wait till you see it break over this 508. Watch how fast it will go past all that. Watch how fast it'll go over that. Oh, you wait, you'll see. You just wait and see, folks. And by the way, I want you to realize, look here, the price was stopped at $7.14 a share. I had 2,800 shares. I had 2,800 shares, and the price was halted at $7.14, and they wouldn't let me sell it. And there's my dollar cost average, $6.27. And I had them and the price was $7.14. And I was telling everybody, keep buying. It's going to run up. It's going. And shit, they halted it. Well, we'll see where we are in today, ladies and gentlemen. Probably 2 cents under my DCA by the end of the day. Wouldn't be surprised to see that at all. You watch how fast this thing's going to come up past 508 and go past all these numbers where they already tried to hold it down. You watch and see, folks. Watch. We go over 508 and it's going to be time to load your plate, people. And you can see right now, I've gone from 5222 to 4600 down. And watch how fast it's gonna this will change. Because I'm sitting on a shitload of shares, folks. I got 2,700 shares of this freaking stock. Watch how fast this number's gonna change now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. All I know was the price was $2 higher than it is now. $2.14 higher than it is now. There's no shares here. This ain't shit, folks. There ain't shit here. 83,000 shares. 22,000 shares at $4.99. 22,000, folks. This stock has traded 93 million. 93 million. This is nothing here. There's nothing here. Nothing to see here. They don't want you to look. Don't look at this, they say. Don't look at this. Don't watch us. It's just silently sleeping here. Silently sleeping, this stock. Snoring away. Don't look over here at this thing. Don't pay any attention to it at all. There's nothing going on. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see at all. And I can assure you there will be nothing being sold here to make any drop the rest. All of it will be just like they did it before. Minuscule, minuscule, minuscule. And eventually it'll all be done. It'll all just be like, wow, what happened? And the gate will be closed. Manipulation will suddenly end. And suddenly there just won't be any shares left here at all. None through here, none through here, none through here, none through here, none through here. There'll be no resistance there. And then right back up to 2 cents below my DCA. You think I'm kidding, but you just watch what could happen this very afternoon right here in front of your eyes. You think I'm kidding, but I'm definitely not. I'm not kidding you one bit, folks. I've seen it before. I've seen a stock held down all the way up until the 330 mark before they really started unloading on it. And then that thing went up 120%. So I've seen this happen before. So I'm just going to hold right here. I'm fine. Not going to be the end of the world for me if I take this hit. But something tells me, got this little gut feeling that there's a lot of manipulation that's going on this stock right now. A lot of black. Oh, yeah, here they go. There's a lot of, look out now. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Wait a minute. Don't you dare let that go over 508, shorty. Don't you do it. You better put the halt button on at 509. Oh, no, you should have called and put the 509 halt in. You better put one in at 514 now. You better put one in at 514 like you did it. Don't let that thing go over that. Hit the halt button. You guys hit the halt button. Oh, shit. You didn't hit the halt button this time. What is up with that? You better call them. Tell them to halt it at 520. You know you got to stop it there. Hit the halt button. Hit that halt button at 520. Mothers. You better not let it get over that. It better be at 521. You better halt this thing. You better halt it right now at 521. Call them and tell them put a halt on it at 521 because we can't let it break over that. We couldn't let it go over 713 either, so we had the halt at 714. But right now, we're not going to let this go over 521. That would be insane. Too many could be at risk. Too many investors could be at risk if it goes over 520. So let's do the halt at 521 because we don't want anyone to risk any losses. Because that would already be up just 40 cents in just a matter of minutes. So that's obviously manipulation. So we're going to stop that right here at 520. Put the halt in 521, please. Yep. Thank you. Yeah, we heard you. Halting at 521. No problem. Oh, yeah, here it comes, folks. Watch them halt it at 521 now. And you think I'm kidding, but I wouldn't be surprised they halted it at 714, even though the price was $3 higher than that a week and a half ago. They halted it at 714 today. Why not halt it now? It's up 40 cents. That's a good reason to halt it again. It's up 40 cents from the bottom. They got it down to 466. Man, this thing's almost 60 cents up. You've got to halt it up 66. You've got to halt it 66. It'll be halted at 525, 66 cents up, folks. Don't let this go past here. You hit that halt button at 521 right now. You hear me? You got to have your finger on the halt. Oh, shit, halt it. It's going to get halted right now. Watch. They're going to halt it right now, folks. It's going to be halted at 520. I can't believe it. They let it go, folks. I don't know why. I don't know why. They better halt it now at 544. If it goes over 544, you better have a halt at 545, shorts. I'm telling you, if this thing goes over 544, you're going to be screwed. So a halt needs to be in place at 545. Understood? Do you get it? Yeah, I'm not. How about 538? Can we stop it at 538, please? Halt it at 530. Oh, come on. 538. Oh, you got to halt it there. Halt that. There. 538 has to be a halt, folks. Oh, my gosh. Folks, I've gone from 5,200 down to only 3,700 down now. Wow. And you better halt it now at $5.38. I told you, don't watch this. This is just a sleeper over here. There's nothing happening here. Walk away from this. Don't watch. Don't look at this. The stock is BIAF. They halted it this morning. When I bought it here, they halted it on me at 714 and wouldn't let me sell it. And then when the halt ended, it had already dropped below my dollar cost average, so I didn't sell it. And then they manipulated it all afternoon down to this low that they had it this morning before the run up on the news. They got great cancer news. So the price started running up to 714, and they halted it here, even though just days before the price was at $10. But they halted it at 714, folks, today for some reason. Maybe it was just so everybody else could buy in here before they run it up over 714. That's what I thought. So this is the stock that was manipulated today and stopped at $7.14 on someone's behalf. So they could come in and get it at 508 a share. And even 466, they let them. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 4.65?
7.14 minus 4.65 is 2.49.
Well, they ran it down $2.49. That's good enough to scare a bunch of people out. After it hit 714, why not? Let's manipulate the shit out of it. And as you can see, they took advantage of me today because they halted this thing and wouldn't let anybody sell when it was at its high. And we all knew on the cancer news that it was probably going to go even higher, but until they halted it. But that halt, someone asked me when it happened, They said, what do you think's going to happen after this halt? I said, you better have your buy orders in $1.50 less than where it is now, I said. And I started loading my buy orders in way down. I put them way, way down. And they even went below my buy orders I put in. They went below where my buy orders were put in. As you can see, they ran it way lower than I thought they'd run it down after the halt. Man, they came at it with loaded guns, man. They just loaded in millions and millions of shares to sell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's just rising right back up over all this. And look, the dark areas is how many shares were sold to make it fall. The light areas you're seeing are how many shares are now being bought to make the price go up. So you can see it was very heavily sold through here, very heavily, dark, dark, dark. And now you can see the light areas, the tips of these are all the shares being bought now to make it go back up. That's the way it works. So as long as you see the dark areas and getting bigger, they're still selling to the bidders. But when you see the light areas getting bigger, that's orders being sold on the ask. So right now, my suggestion is, since the price was 60 cents lower than this already today, and the new bottom is 520, yeah, I'd come in there. Yeah. They just had it up here to 533, and they just ran it down 13 cents. That's a typical number to run it down, 13 or 20. There's 20. So they just ran it down 20 cents. And I love to buy 20-cent drops. I love to buy a 20-cent drop on a stock that is rising and rising and rising. And hey, this thing's been rising since an hour ago when it was 466. This is the price. And look how many shares they sold there at that bottom price today. They sold at the low today, 1,700 shares today at the low. And just above the low of the day, they only had 1,000. And above that, they only had 860. This stock has traded millions of shares today, folks. Millions. It's traded 93 million shares. 93 million shares. And in the last lowest 10 cents, there was 150,000 shares sold. Out of 93 million, I already added them up. I added this one and that one and that one. I added them up. And there was $500,000. There was only $500,000, 500,000 shares to get from the price up here at the 488. There was only 500,000 shares to get it to 466. Out of the 93 million shares traded today, there was only 500,000 shares that it took them to drive it down from 488 all the way down to 465. And they wanted 466 for today's low. Yahoo will probably just post 466 for them. But now, my only question is, how much higher than $7.14 will it go tomorrow? Because somebody wanted to stop it today at $7.14, and they wanted to get some freaking nut sacks before this thing goes on that cancer research. They had a breaking story today about a breakthrough, 3 more studies with this drug they've got that's doing very good for people with lung cancer. The story broke this morning in San Antonio, September 26th. BIAF, a biotechnology company advancing non-invasive diagnosis for lung cancer and other lung diseases, today released 3 additional case studies. One in which use of CyPath Lung led to detecting lung cancer at stage 1, its earliest and possibly curative stage. And 2 other were risky invasive procedures are now being avoided by patients facing difficult healthcare choices. These 3 new cases provided by a Texas pulmonologist who has been using CyPath Lung for more than a year reflect what we're hearing from many physicians. CyPath Lung enhances clinical decision making by personalizing care and playing a critical role in refining the diagnostic pathway. So this news came out this morning and it was very welcomed on the ears of the market, and the price shot up so fast in about 20 minutes it had gone up $2 a share. And then someone decided to stop it from going up and said, no, we want to now, if the price breaks over 713, please halt it, because we don't want it to go over 713. So this morning, when the price of the stock hit $7.14, it was halted. It was halted. And I want to ask you a question. Why halt it here at that price? Why would you halt it at that price this morning if it was already at 729? Huh? Why would you halt a price at 714, which had already hit 729? Can anybody explain that to me? Anybody want to try and explain why this stock was halted at $7.14 when it had already achieved a high of 729? And as soon as the halt was over, the price was $6. Can anyone explain that? That as soon as the halt ended, it was 6, and then it went down to 5, and then it went down to 466. But they halted it, folks, at 714 when the price had already hit 729. Man, if this doesn't have the look of freaking manipulation all over it, because it probably went to 729 and they took it down to 697. And then after it got to 697, it went back up and it broke their goddamn 713 number, folks. And they halted it there. I guarantee you that's what happened this morning. The price got up here. The manipulator said, we'll stop it at 730, which is a number I tell you to sell, 729, 30, 31. It's all on my buy-sell sheet, 729. But sure enough, it had gotten up there, and then they brought it back down, and they probably pulled it down to 697, or they may have even took it down to 688 from that. You know how much they love to take 720s down to 688. But when it came back over, and it went past 7, and it went up to 714, they halted it. Because they had been told, don't let it go over this number, 713. Even though it had already been over that number at 729. Someone was instructed, once they drove it back down and it started rising, they were said, listen, if this thing breaks 713, we want it stopped. That's just what I think, and I could be wrong. I asked today, did you buy BIAF at or around 513 to 408 today? And I see several people said yes. Well, that's where we are right now. 513 to 508. And she's not done rising, ladies and gentlemen. No, sirree. We got an hour and 15 minutes. And I've told you before, I watched the stock one time get run down all freaking day long. It was called GNUS, I believe is what it was. And I saw them run it down all day, all freaking day until right at 320. And from 320 to 330, they attacked it down to another break point below the 200. And I said, shit, I'm out. I sold all those shares at 330. And by 4 o'clock, it was up 120% from where I sold it. Shit. Man, they suckered everyone that day on that stock. So listen, folks, if you don't believe me that this thing could launch to an unbelievable, a quick high number, You watching to see what happens here. You just watch it. Because I've seen it happen before. I've seen it happen before. This cancer news was big, and they had to squash it. They had to get more. They had to buy more of this. To be honest with you, I almost can't wait to see what this does in after hours. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm going to sell some of these shares, and I'm going to have about $2,000 to buy with tomorrow if they try to pull something early in the morning. But I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see this thing go ape shit in the after hours. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see this mysteriously go up freaking 100% in after hours today. I guarantee you there's a lot of dark pool right now and a lot of secondary market buying going on around this stock. I would be very surprised if I'm wrong. And here she goes, folks. She's on her way. And I'm going to take a picture here right now so you can see where my account is today. And there she goes. And look at this, folks. Look at my account. Listen, I want you to be aware of something. You know what numbers are on my buy-sell sheet. I'm not going to load in my sell orders here, but I am going to let you know right here, right here, right here, here, and then back down here to buy the 30. Okay? And they just did it. They just absolutely did it. They took it up to the 44 and they brought it back to the 30 just then. But I'm going to be waiting here because I think it's going to rise even more. And look at these candlesticks. Oh, yeah, there she goes, baby. There she goes. And look at this thing rise, folks. Watch this. I just sold 548. 60 shares I just sold. Now I'm coming in 10 shares. I'll come in 10. Come in at 10 at 537, 538, 539. You can see where my sell orders are here. Now, I'm going to pull these sell orders away. I don't want you guys to all load a bunch of sell orders in here, but you know where they are. And when I get to those numbers, you're going to see me hitting market share sells again. I don't want everybody here with me loading in a bunch of sell orders right here. Don't do it. Even though I have you sell 55, 56, don't do it. And now here's the buybacks. I just bought right there. Yep. I just got a 539. Just sold 549 and bought back 10 cents less, folks. Now it's going to continue the next leg up. And you can look at these candlesticks. Look at the length of the light areas getting bigger on them. The light areas. These are people buying in. There she goes. Come on up. And we want to see the light areas of these candlesticks getting larger. Not the darker portions, just the light areas. See, when you see that, this is darker areas getting bigger. When they're doing that right there, they're selling. They're selling on the bid. They're selling to the bidders. This is fantastic, folks. Now we're going 20 cents up. We're coming up here to 555, 556. I want you to be selling 552, 53, 54, 55, 56. Okay? That's where we're going next. And I could be wrong. I might be totally wrong. But I like where I just sold up there. I guess I knew something when it got to the 548s, 549s, and 550s. 30-cent drop. 30-cent drop off of where I just sold. And there she goes, right back up now. There she goes, and she'll run so fast past this now. Watch it. Watch how fast it runs past all this manipulated bullshit here. It's going to run right past all this. There it goes. Just watch it go, folks. Watch this rise. All fleeced out here today earlier. All fleeced out through here. Completely fleeced and completely bare. So typical for them to stop it at 549 and pull it back 30 cents or 25. Yep, and there she goes. There she goes, folks. They got it all. Nice little sack there. Now we run to the next high. Let's take it on up now, Shorty. Let's go. Right on up. You know you got your fill there. There we go. Let's run it on up now. Run it on up, boys and girls. There she goes. That's right. And watch it, folks. It'll gap up to here. Listen, I could be wrong about this, but watch. Here's what I think it's going to happen. It's going to gap up to here, then gap up to here, then gap up here, gap up here, gap up here. There won't be any 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You're going to see this thing start gapping. All right? It's going to no more of this one up and down bullshit. It's going to be gapping, folks. It's going to start to gap. There it is. There's your first gap. There won't be the 1, 1, 1 up and down. It's gapping. It's gap time, folks. Let me tell you what time it is. This is what's going to happen to the shorts right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope that you do enjoy this that's about to happen to the shorts right now. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They are about to have a bomb dropped on them, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be amazing to watch. Here we go. This is what time it is right now. yeah. Uh-huh. Let's take a hit out of the 70s. Yes, sir. All for commentary, folks. Just for commentary purposes. Yes, sir. And watch the bomb be dropped. Yeah. Uh-huh. So that's what I'm saying. I'm only going to play that much of it because I don't want to get copyright violated. But ladies and gentlemen, I feel like they dropped a bomb on us today. But I feel like the recovery will be very quick. I do not believe there's going to be a long-term radiation poisoning because I already know that the bombs of today use double detonators so that all the uranium is used up. It won't be a slow, agonizing, painful. It's going to be that way for the shorts, a rapid deceasement. Watch what happens here, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon. And the time is still not up. It is not 3:06 p.m. And I'm telling you, don't be surprised to see this sleepy little stock suddenly go freaking nuts during the last 30 minutes or 45 of the day or last power hour. So you just watch and you see if I'm not right. You watch. And I asked my audience today of 90 voters who voted, and I see 25%. So 25 did buy this stock at BIAF at $5.13 a share. So congratulations. All right. 513, baby. Nice. And the run has just begun, my friends. The run has just begun. I'm calling it out, man. This thing is going to freaking fly. It's going to fly in the last hour. And people are just going to be freaking shocked. They're going to be friggin' shocked when they see this thing run up past all this bullshit manipulation all day. They're just not going to understand how it happened so fast, how it turned, and how it ran back up so fast. And listen, folks, when it gets to this range, when it gets to 580s and 590s, it's going to throw past that so fast you won't believe it. And it'll be sitting 2 cents under my dollar cost average by the end of the day. And that's what's could very well happen right now, folks. So you just saw them try one more chance to get some 38s right there. They love that number to accumulate, 37, 38. And now they're going to try a little while at 43, 44. Gone. And now they're going to try 47, 48, 49. And it will be gone. It'll be gone. It'll be gone. Oh, I'm gonna play my cards on this like you wouldn't believe, folks. You watch. You see, I got a 200 share sell order right here. I'm waiting until it gets to 555. Here it goes. I'm sitting at 555, folks. Here it is, sell. Why are they waiting so long? Man, oh man, they filled my sell order at 549. Screw them. I'm going out at 556 this time, bastards. There we go. There's no more market shares. Wow, 578. Nice. I just sold at 566. 200 shares I just sold. Now I'm going to be buying 20 shares at a time. I'm coming in down here at 544, 546, 547, 548, 549. Yep. I'm ready for them. I'm ready for any pullback. I'm gonna dump at 577, folks. I'm gonna be selling here I'm going to take out 100 at 570, 72, and 73. I'm going to be selling right here and right here, right now. There we go. Come on up here. Sell 577, 78, 79. As you can see, I'm only down 775 on this position now. And the cat's out of the bag, baby. The cat is out of the bag, baby. They let the cat out. You can see I'm selling 100 shares at a time here. I'm buying back 20 at a time now here. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. There we go. I'm going to sell now at these numbers, 79 and 80. I just sold 77. Now I'm buying back 20 shares at a time. I just bought back there. The 6-cent pullback, folks. It's the 6-cent pullback. I hope you're having a good time watching this, folks, today. I told you it was all manipulation. I called it. I told you, don't be surprised to see me green by the end of the day on this stock. How do you guys feel that bought at the 513 now? I just bought 540. I just bought 545. Nice. Nice 20-cent pullback there, 30-cent down, and I knew it. Folks, this stock is going to be traded up and down $1 this afternoon. It's getting wild and crazy time. Very nice. Good, good, good. Awesome, folks. Look at it rise. I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. The stock I'm trading is BIAF. This morning it was halted at $7.14 a share so they could run it down $2.30. I started buying it with my people, and some of them got it today at $5.13 or lower. Some of them even bought it at $4.66, which was the low. What a coincidence. They would halt it at $7.14 and then take it all the way down to $4.66. The cancer news this morning was too good. It was too good. That's why it ran up so fast this morning. The cancer research news was too good. And they had to halt it at 714 when they ran it up. They had to, folks. They had to stop it there. Oh, man, it's on its next leg. It's gone. It's out of here, folks. And believe me, they don't want this thing to go over 555, folks. It's one of their favorite numbers to attack down from. But I like to sell there if I just got the buying at the 530s, which I just did again. So I like to sell 555 when I buy the 530s, which I just did again. So when it gets up above that, I'm selling, man. I'm going to be selling shares here. When it gets over 555, I'm going to start popping some off around that number. What do you know, ladies and gentlemen? Let me take a picture of my account now. Nice. I was down 5,200. I've made back $2,000 this afternoon already. And then we're not done yet. I've already made back 2,000 and we're far from done yet. We're far from done. We're far from done, folks. I just put an order in that was 60 and I didn't want to do that. I just bought 60 there. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. No, I want to see if they can get down to 43 and 44 again here. Man, I can't wait to see how high this stock goes in the after hours. I cannot wait to see how high this goes in the after hours. It just has this feel of going to $7 or $8 in AH. And I'm telling you right now, if I didn't if I had a choice, and I'm just selling right here now, I just sold 560, 558. I just sold there. Oh my God, it just hit 568. I just sold 20 shares there at 563. Now I'm coming in below it at 552, 553, 554, 555, 556, 557. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm now only down $791 today. It just jumped to about 1,000, but I was just down only $791. See that? Oh, yeah. Look at it go. Oh, yeah. Taking a picture, folks. Taking pictures. Watch it climb. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, oh my gosh. I'm loving this, people. Man, I am loving this. Man, we still got an hour to go, folks. It's 3:06 right now. It's 3:06. It's 3:07 now. Jeez, oh, Pete. Run, Forrest, run. Run, Forrest, run. I am only down 800 now. I know you people can't believe this, can you? You can't believe it. You've been sitting here listening to tell me, hey, BIAF is the stock. They had a breakthrough with a cancer research study. They had a breakthrough this morning. The news came out, and we had already bought it when it was way down low, and the news came out, and man, it shot up to $7.14 a share, and the mothers decided to halt it on us and let people run it down after that, $2.30. The price went from $7.14 all the way down to $4.65 after they halted it this morning. Down $2.49, they ran it down, folks. They ran it down $2.49. I just bought 100 shares at 5. I'm going to take that order away. They're not going to fill it anyway. I don't want 100 shares. I only want 10. I sell in hundreds. There we go. Try to buy 550, 552. Try to buy 553. I'm going in market now. I'm just going to buy market because it's running from me. I just bought a 556. Oh, I know they want that 555, folks. They love to buy there. They love to buy 555. Still trying to keep your eyes off of this. They are. They're trying to keep you from watching it. Don't pay any attention to this stock, people. Don't look over here. Don't look what we're doing. I just can't wait to see how high this goes and when the market makers are out of it. When they're out of it in the after hours. There you go. Perfect. I'm having fun here, folks. I'm still having a lot of fun here. And I can show you right now, I'm only down 1,200 today. I was up 2,700 yesterday, so I'm okay. And I'm not going to stay down, I don't believe. I think this thing's going to run. And it's just a shame that this is a paper money account I having to use here because I'm going to have to sell it at the closing because I want to have some cash tomorrow. But I have a feeling that this thing is going to go ape shit in after hours and tomorrow and go up even more. There's a reason they halted it at 714. I've been telling you that all day. There was a reason they halted it there, folks. There was a reason they halted it there. And I just sold 60 shares. Sold at 661. Just bought at the 53. I sold 60 and I'm buying back 10s at a time. Oh, I know these people. I know their tactics. I know their games. I know their plays. There you go. Come on down to 544 and 543. Get that plate filled. There you go. Come on down here. Let's see if you can get a 538. Nah, they can't get that. 547's the limit, folks. There we go. I just picked those up. 549. And now she's gone. She's out of here, folks. Watch this thing run up. Watch it run, folks. Watch how fast it runs up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being predictable. I'm going to take away these sell orders now at the 69 and 70. I want you guys to just sell here when it gets up here with me. Don't load in a bunch of sell orders there. We don't want to put walls up to keep it from we don't want to do that. I just can't wait to see how high this stock goes after this market closes today. I just can't. I really can't, man. I can't wait to see how much more it goes up this afternoon even. Time now is 3:13, folks. It's the ominous number 3:13. 3:13, folks, is the time. I'm buying here. I just bought 544. Gonna go in here right here for sure. 542. And I want to look over here for a brief minute at LAC. I'm going to sell 20 shares there. Right there, right in the middle of that wall. Man, did they build a wall on LAC today? Look at that massive wall on LAC at $6.38. They love that 38, folks. It's the center focus 38. They love that 38. They love that friggin' 38, folks. I'm telling you, they love it. Now I'm going back over to BAIF. Or BIAF, I'm sorry. There we go. Oh, yeah, get you some 44. And by the way, look at all of this shares that were bought here in this 544 already of this stock today. BIAF. Just look at the massive amounts. And I told you when it got back up here, it was going to fly past all that. I told you it would fly up past it. I told you it would go right past it. Well, looks like I was right. It's going to. And look at the 38 here. They're trying to buy on the 38, folks. Trying the same thing at the other stock. The 38, folks. It's the 38 number. Shit, look at that thing go up past that, though, now. Look at it rise. Folks, watch how fast this is going to come up here. Past all this manipulation today. Look at how fast it's going to come back. Look at all the dark areas that were sold to make it fall through here. See all that dark areas that were sold to make it fall? Look at the light areas that are making it rise now. Look at the light sections that are making it rise right back up over the manipulated selling of this morning to fall. Oh my God, this thing has a look like it is going to go up tonight and tomorrow. To me, I just think it's going to keep freaking rising off this number. Boy, I tell you what, there's a reason why they ran it down from 714 to this price. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 5.44?
7.14 minus 5.44 is 1.7.
Nice. $1.08 down is where they all started hoarding it. $1.08 down. $1.08 down is where they all hoarded it today, folks, to run it up. And now she's going to take off. They already loaded this all up. They've loaded this friggin' wagon to the hilt. And they got it here because they're going to take it up to $7 and $8 and $9 and maybe even $10 again, folks. And I'm buying market here. I just filled at 545. And look, they've already got the millions down here, folks. They already reached the million capacity here and here. They already reached it. They've already reached the million point on both of those. They already got them. And now they're just trying to get a million here, it looks like. They've already got the quota there. They're just trying to get the 542 to a million as well, folks. Not going to get it. Now we're here. Now we're here. Now we're here. I wonder why they're not going to get, if they got a million here, why not a million or a million here or a million there and a million here and why not a million there? They don't have them, that's why. That's why they don't have them. They don't have them, folks. And now they're building on this number. But believe me, they'd like to get 1 million here. Oh, shit, it's over. It's gone, folks. They can't even get 700,000 here. Oh, my God. And look, these are already all maxed out. See, they're already all maxed out, folks. They're maxed out. These are all maxed out. They're completely maxed out. And there she goes, right past them all, like I said they would be. And I'm buying market here now. I'm buying a market here again. And there she goes, folks, right past all the maxed out volume. They just turned the candlesticks off on me. They won't show the levels anymore. They're not even showing the levels. They just turned them off. Sons of bitches. They just shut off the levels on me just then. Goodness gracious. Shut the levels off on me because I was showing you that they were all maxed out there. I just bought it 552. Golly, look at that. Look at it, man. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be the market. It can be freaking Charles Schwab, Think or Swim, going to turn off all the numbers on me so I can't show you that as it happens. Right here now, they're trying to get, they've only got 600,000 and 200,000 here at 650. It's all bullshit. Golly. Wow. I'm buying here. I bought there 561. I just bought 561. I'm coming in at 555. I know they want that, and 556, and now it's at 564, and now it's at 566. And I'm selling here. I just sold 569. Just sold 567. There we go. I just bought back at 557. 10 cents less. Now I just bought at 548. 20 shares. I sold 60 when it was up there. Just bought 20 more at 550. Coming in again at 550, 552, 553. Come on, shorts. Give me that 552, 3. They're just trying for 555 now. Trying to get a little more 550. There they go. There they go. Nice. That was nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm back up to 2,800 shares now. And I still see a 40-minute run coming, folks. 40-minute run coming ahead of us. All right, 552. Oh, this is beautiful, folks. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is right what we want to see. Nice. This is doing perfect, folks. For me, I think this is perfect. I think this is great. Now we're going 549. Get back here and here on the nut sack again. Trying to get it on the nut sack again. There we go. I got 549 right there. Ah, nice. And again, folks, they've already maxed all this out. This is maxed out. Man, they've just completely maxed all this shit out. They've already trimmed all the hair off this thing down here, man. This is just one more time to take it down here and try and see if there's any dumbass enough, stupid enough to sell one last time in this range. That's all that was, just one last push to get a few last of the little tiny, tiny roots of the hairs. And there she goes, right back up now. Why are they doing this to me with these candlesticks? What's going on? They had them back with the numbers for a minute. Oh, yeah. There she goes. She's going to go to 566 now, folks. Get ready to sell orders next at 565, 66, 67, up to 570. Here it comes, folks. Just watch. Watch it happen. So far, I haven't been wrong yet today on this. Not wrong once. And I don't think I was wrong. Oh, my gosh. Look at that thing rocket now. Good freaking buy. I told you we were going to 566. I just sold 568. I just sold 570. Coming in 20 shares at a time at 556, 557, because the dominators want to keep making you think that they can take it back down to 555, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's what they want to do. They want to show you that it can take it down to 554 again now, and there's nothing you can do because that's how much power they've got. You watch them. They just tried right then. They tried to. They just tried to just then. And ladies and gentlemen, I am now only down $488 on this position today. And I just sold 60 shares at 567. And I just bought back at 561, 6 cents less. And there she goes, right on up. And I'm going to keep doing this all day. And I'm going to make some good money doing this, folks. I'm going to make very good money doing this. You'll see. I just sold 570, 571. I just sold 573. And they are now sitting, ladies and gentlemen, 5 cents under my dollar cost average. And look at them take it back down here to 544. I will buy market here. Confirm and send. I want that. 542. I want that. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Man, they are just doing this perfectly right now. They're doing it perfect, folks. Perfect. Just what I expected them to do. Just what I expected. Come on down to Catfish Town. There you go. That's the ticket. Yeah, give them to me. Give them to me. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. I say, give it to me, baby. Let's listen. Oh, yeah. I say, give it to me, baby. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Give me that profit, baby. No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, yeah, when they ran it down, you knew. Oh, you knew I was gonna buy it. Oh, yeah, I knew I had to. There's no way to deny it. I said, man, mom, catfish. Yeah. I like to buy when they strip it bare. Oh, yeah, I am sitting. When they strip it bare, you know I am sitting there. Give it to me, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, I cannot get enough. Yeah, baby, give it to me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There she goes. There she goes. There she goes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nice. Oh, yeah, I can take all these shares. Oh, yeah, come on, baby. Drop that plan. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Drop the stock. That's weird. Drop the stock. Yo! Ha-ha. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Look at it rise. Oh, yeah. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, it was high in the sky. And then someone said, halt it. They said, now it's time. No, we'll try and scare the suckers out of it. But I was right there. Uh-huh. I told you to buy when it hit 513. You all did now. Oh, you can hear. It's just like a money-making machine. Give it to me. Oh, yeah. Give me that low every day. Uh-huh, baby. I like to buy the low. Give it to me, baby. Give me that low every day. Yeah. Baby, have you had enough? Oh, yeah. Come on down to Catfish Town. Uh-huh. I'm ready for you. Let me take your shares. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. You're listening to the music of WSFI Radio, based out of Michigan. I'm giving you a little bit of Rick James there. And that is a guy from a big hit out of the 1980s. And I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, all this market manipulation today has been all that. Market manipulation, ladies and gentlemen. Market manipulation all damn day. All day. That's all we've seen is market manipulation, folks. That's the game they played all dang day. Market makers manipulating retailers. Yes, indeed. And I'm going to tell you right now, I feel very good about buying shares where someone bought $1 million right here and bought 700,000 and 900,000 and 700,000 and 600,000 and 700,000. I like to buy there. I like to buy in that wall. I like buying here. I can't wait to see how much higher this freaking thing goes. And here she goes now. She's leaving the station, ladies and gentlemen. You better get on this train. You better get on this train. And wait till you see what this thing does now in after hours. After they've tried to yank it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it all freaking day. Had me down earlier, $5,200 I was down. $5,200 I was down. And now I'm only down $344 since I opened this position. That's right. I was down 5,000. That's what manipulators do. They try and scare you, folks. They try to scare you. They try to put fear into you. They try to make you sell to them. And there's a reason that they halted this today at $7.14, my friends. There's a reason they did that. There's a reason they stopped it at 714 and made it go down $2.49. Market manipulators, 249 down. I told you it was because they were going to run it back up over $7, and they are. It sure looks like that's their intent right now. They don't have any chance to bring it any lower, folks. This thing is all getting gobbled up. Everybody's buying this sucker. Look at that. Look at that volume there. Oh, they take the volume away as soon as I focus in on it. They don't want you to see it. And these market makers just came down here and let me buy all the way down again at 554. One last time, they gave me some buys at 554 and 555. And I was just sitting there waiting for them, just waiting for them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I was. I just filled another share at 557. And now I'm going to take away my buy orders, and I'm just going to sell as it rises the rest of the afternoon. I just got my last order to fill at 555 just then. And now I'm just going to wait for this thing to rise the rest of the afternoon off that 555 buy I just got. Watch it go, folks. Watch it rise. And it should be no surprise. You know, earlier today, I looked over at my account when I was down 5,200, and I saw my account value was down at 7,700 again. I almost shit my pants. I did. I was like, oh my gosh, what a manipulation. I just got absolutely sucker punched by these manipulators today. But hey, I can handle it. Something tells me we're going to see a very interesting little turnaround on this stock in the after hours. And I think we're going to see a lot of frickin' buying going on. I think there's going to be a lot more institutional buying going on this stock today. And how interesting that they decided to halt it today for $7.14. They halted it for 15 minutes at $7.14. Man, I tell you what, folks, a lot of sell orders can be thrown in 15 minutes time. A lot of sell orders can be thrown in, enough, in fact, to run the price from $7.14 down $2.50 to $6.65 low today. How cool is that? Now, like I said, I'm just going to wait and watch the price rise. And right now, you can see where my dollar cost average is. $5.72 is my dollar cost average. And all I'm going to do now is wait for the price to rise. And ladies and gentlemen, it will. Oh, it will. It will. This thing is definitely not over. Look at this thing, folks, in fast motion. Look at it. Well, I missed it. There's no way this thing's going to stop. It's going to run. It's running, folks. It's running, and I'm about to go green. I'm now down only $221. Oh, yeah, down 93. And here we go, baby. Nice. Oh, yeah, baby. Come on up here. Come on up here and take them from me now. You just sold me all those shares you just gave me down there at $5.50 and $5.49. Come on now. It's time to take from Catfish. Let's come on up and take these shares from me now, right now. And here they come. Yum, yum, yum. They want them some. They want them some of me right here, and here they come. I just sold 563. I just sold 60 shares. And now I just sold 564. Here they come, folks. Oh, yes. Look at my account now, ladies and gentlemen. I showed you when I was down 5,200. But right now, I'm about to go green on this stock today. I'm about to go green on it. You watch. I'm ready. Come and get my shares from me, shorts. Come and take them, market manipulators. Come on. There you go. You love that yummy 565, 66. Come on, get it from me. Now it's time for you to get it from me. Get it from me. Give me that stuff, that sweet, funky stuff. Oh, they want it, folks. They want the sweet, funky cat. They want the sweet, funky cat price. And they're coming to get it right now. Market makers working their magic, folks. Working their magic. Jerking this thing all over the place. Herky jerky time. Herky jerk, herky jerk, herky jerky, jerky, herky jerk. I'll come in and buy 10 shares at a time here on the herk jerk. Trying to buy the 50, the 51. Trying to buy the 52. Thank you. I just bought that. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's try to get the 547. 548. Try and get some 549 here by the market makers. I wonder why my order's not filling at 552 there. Why isn't that filling? Why are they, what's going on? They run out of mustard there? They can't fill the 552 order? Shorty ran out of, oh shit, she ran out. She's out. No wonder it sat there so long. It's gone now. This thing's out of here now. Oh, yeah. Shorty going to try to close her at 555? I think not. I think 566 is more in the cards for them to try to close this at. 566 is what they're aiming for. So I say buy here because they're going to aim for a 566 close. And now I'm going to take away these orders that they could have bought earlier, but now they're not going to get them. They're not going to get them from me. They should have bought those when they had a chance, but they're not going to get them from me now. They should have bought them when they had a chance. I just bought 554. Just bought 553. This is perfect. They're playing the cards perfectly. You notice these swings now are just 10 cents. They're not 20 and they're not 30 anymore. Just 10 cents each time. Just 10 cents down, 10 cents up, 10 cents down, 10 cents up. And here comes the leg up run right into the close, folks. We're going to run now. They're going to take it up to 2 cents below my dollar cost average. And folks, that's going to be $5.66. That's right. They're going to try and close this 3 cents actually under my dollar cost average at 5.66 a share. $15 left, folks. They're not done. The real hands are going to start showing right now. The real hands are going to start showing. In this last 15 minutes, they're either going to run it up or they're going to try to splash the close, folks, one or the other. And they're running it up. They're running it up, folks. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Run it up. 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 Here she goes. Here she goes, folks. Here she runs. There she goes. She's gone. Yes. Get in. Oh my gosh, they're not gonna splash the close, folks. They're gonna run it up. They're gonna run it up here in the close. They're gonna run this up, it looks like, folks. Watch them show the real call. Oh, look at them try to buy 558.09. 558.09 buy coming in, bid. 558.09. Forget about it, folks. Forget about it, folks. Forget about it. This thing's running. You better look over here at the candlesticks. Look at the candlesticks, folks. Look how much of them are getting the lighter color bigger. The lighter area is growing on these, not the dark area. The light area is growing. Let's go look at the chart. There it is. There's your market manipulation chart, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to go look here at the one-day chart. And there's the crossover right there on the one-day chart coming into the close. That's right. There's a triple upside crossover right now that happened right there. A triple upside crossover of the 200-day at the closing, folks. What a coincidence. A triple upside crossover at the closing. It actually happened right here, and they tried to smash it down, but it is solidified. A triple upside crossover of the 200-day over the last hour. Jeez. Folks, I'm telling you right now, normally I would sell this, but with seeing that right there, there's no way I'm going to sell this here. There's no way, folks. I will just not do it. A triple upside crossover going into the close of the day. Wow. Why would they buy on a triple upside crossover? Why would they buy a golden cross? Why would they buy a golden cross, I wonder? I wonder why they buy on what's called a golden cross, everyone. And I apologize for not being interactive very much with your chat today, what you guys have been said in the chat. But I'm telling you right now, I've been right on with every freaking thing they tried with this thing today, and something tells me that this redness that I have here today, this redness is going to turn into greenness as soon as after hours begins. And I'm still buying here because I'm seeing rinky-dink orders coming in on the half penny here now. People are trying to buy here on the half pennies. And I just filled at 555. I'm going to buy again here. And I am so happy to see that my account has reached 10,000 again. It was down to about 7,300. And I was pretty bummed out to see that, folks. But I knew it was being manipulated. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was. And it's still being manipulated even at this moment, folks. It's still being manipulated by people that want to make you not understand why they halted it at 7:14 this morning, folks. It's being manipulated by the same people now that halted it at $7.14 this morning. It's the same entities that are trying to convince you that you ought to be selling here, where they've now amassed a massive, massive wall of buys. Look at all those buys they put in there, folks. They're buying the shit out of it here because they're going to take it up in after hours, folks. They're going to run this thing up in after hours so much. And them attempting to splash the close now isn't going to work. Watch this. No way. It's just going to springboard right back up during the last 10 minutes. Watch it go, folks. Watch it go right past all this again now. And like I said, I could be wrong, but I tell you what, man, that stoppage today at $7.14 was a disgrace. A shameful act. In my opinion, it was a shameful, shameful act what they did today to stop this thing from running up at $7.14. And look at it. I told you it would spring right past all that again. I told you it would. Oh, yeah, she's going off, folks. Look at her run. She's now 10 cents under my dollar cost average, and she's going to run in the last 10 minutes. Because all the market makers know that they're going to run this thing up to $7 tomorrow again. They suckered everyone out of those shares at $4.66. Now the price is up 90 cents from the low. Suckered everyone. They suckered them all. Suckered them into selling for 80 cents less than where it is now. Suckers. Man, I can't wait to see this thing just launch like a freaking in the after hours. Gosh dang it. There she goes. The last chance for 555, folks. Say goodbye to that forever. Say goodbye to 555 forever, folks. It's gone. Look at him trying to buy 554. Oh, I told you. She is gone, folks. This thing's out of here. This thing is out of here. They're now sitting 9 cents under my dollar cost average. Look at the manipulation continue, folks. Look at all the buying here now. Listen, folks, when you see a price at $7.14 a share in the morning early, and then you see this much buying at this number, you have to understand what that means. Okay? When you saw the price this morning at 7:14 get halted, and then you see all this buying down here at $5.25 and $5.30 and $5.40, wow, what does that mean? Why are they doing that? When the price was $7.14, why did they come in here and buy so many shares here at $5.20? And who made the decision to get all those shares there? Who made them? All these institutions made a decision to buy here after the price was at 714. Huh? What a coincidence. What a coincidence. After the price was halted at 714, that they were able to gather 30 million shares in this price range. 30 million people. And now it rises like a phoenix out of the ashes. And they're going to try to close it 2 cents under my dollar cost average. I just sold at 563. I just sold at 555. See that? I just sold 563, 1 cent under my dollar cost average. I'm about to go green. I just sold 562. I just sold 563. I've got 859 to buy with now. I'm going to buy 547, 548, 549, 552, buy 53 if I can right now. I'm buying 10 and 20 shares at a time here right now if I can, as I expected them to run it back down there, which they did. Now she's rising again. She's going to go up over my dollar cost average now. She's going to go up over my dollar cost average in the next 3 minutes, folks. And I'm now down only $113 on a position I was down massively earlier. And isn't it funny that they're now going to try to close this 2 cents under my dollar cost average, folks? Here they are, 2 cents under me right now, folks. That's where they are, 2 cents below me. Amazing. It's just amazing, folks, to see it every single day. Every day. Yep, they just let me buy all those shares again. That's nice. Thank you for the other ones you're gifting me now. And I'm buying here. Took it up to 2 cents below me, folks, where I had my biggest sale was at $3.63. And now my dollar cost average is down to $3.62. And I'm buying here. And I'm not going to sell these shares, folks. I might take a huge hit tomorrow, but I'm not going to sell them. I'm not going to do it. It just looks too obvious to me today. The manipulation looks too obvious. Even this effort to splash the close looks too obvious. And I just filled at $5.36. I just filled at $5.35. Now I'm filling at $5.43. I just filled at $5.38. I'm filling at $5.33 right now. I just filled $5.33. I know they'd love to close this price at $5.33 today. I know for a fact that they're going to try to do that. So I'm buying there. $5.31, and then all the orders just expired. The clock has ended, and the price is going to end at what price today? Very nice. Nice. Well, I made 2,700 yesterday, and I'm down 700 today, so I feel all right. No problem. And I can't wait to see how high this goes now and after hours, after monkey market makers get out. I honestly can't wait to see how high this goes. You just watch what happens with this stock now and tomorrow and tomorrow. Look at this thing in the afternoon. Look at it. That was at 3:15, folks. It was at 5:39 at 3:15. Look at that manipulation. Manipulation. Oh, gosh. Look at it green in after hours. Oh, shit. Wonder why. I can't wait to see how high this thing goes now. I honestly can't wait to see how much higher this goes up the rest of the day. And I'm taking a risk on holding it, but I have this little hunch. I got a little hunch, folks. That hunch was created today. That hunch got created when they stopped the trading on this stock at 7.14 a share. And I got to looking at this here, and I saw the price was already up here at this price. On September the 9th. The price on September the 9th, people, was right there. 10.50 a share on September the 9th. Why would they halt it today at 7.14, I thought? That's awful funky. Why'd they do that? I'll show you why. Because after it hit here at the 10.50 a share, the nut sackers came down here and accumulated it right there at the price, right there. They all accumulated the shit out of it there. Then they tried to do the old drop and pop, okay? Well, they stopped that pop right here on the same place where it was before. They stopped it. And look, they're not even showing you on the chart today that it went all the way up to this price here. They're not showing you that. They're trying to make it look at stop there today. You see that bullshit? No, folks, the price stopped at $7.14 is where it stopped. What is that right there? Let me show you the truth. Right there is where the price was stopped today. Right there is where the price was stopped at 7.14. It says 7.16. But basically, that was where the price was stopped today. Why did they stop it at that price? Why did they stop it at that price right there when it had already been all the way up here? Well, the reason that they stopped it at that price right there is because if you look back in history, look where it was, where they accumulated it for 13 days. They accumulated this stock for 13 freaking days at that price. $7.13. They sat it there for 13 days. You don't believe me? I'll show you. Look right here. This is the 30th. Right here, this was the 30th, folks. That date was the 30th. And they started accumulating at $7.14 and the 30th all the way over here until right here. The 30th, 10 days, see? And it was really 13 days. It was 13 days. That's how long they had accumulated this stock at the price where they halted it today. That's how long they had accumulated it at $7.14. And I mean, they accumulated it at $7.14 because that's right there. That's the accumulation. $7.09. So today, when this thing went over $7.14, they knew they were, you know what I mean? They saw that. They saw the history, and they knew, oh, shit. If this thing breaks over $7.09, it's headed to 10. If it gets over $7.13, you better stop it at $7.14, they said. So they halted it at $7.14. The same price where they sat it for 13 freaking days before. And today, after this manipulation down, when it was going to break over that, they said, hold it right there, hold it there, hold it there. Hold it there at 7.13. Don't let it go over that number. Don't you dare. Don't you let it go over 7.13. And they didn't. They stopped it. They did not let it go over 7.13 today. They halted it at $7.14. And the reason they halted it there is why I'm showing you right now so you all understand. You can understand why they halted it at that number today. Look at all that, 13 days of accumulation on that number. For all I know, they were shorting all this. Short selling, shorting it. All through that time, short selling it to get it and hold it there. Then run it up to $10.66. I bet that's $10.66. What is it? $10.50, folks. $10.50, and then the price fell right back down to $7.13 or $5.20. Folks, they're the ones that stopped it today at this price. They're the ones. Someone was behind it and said, we got to stop it here where we got all of it before. We need to stop it all right here where we got all of it before. That's what they did. That's what they did, folks. That's why it stopped there. In case you're wondering this morning, here's what happened. The news came out about the cancer drug this morning before the market opened. And the price went all the way up to $6.66. And then they ran it all the way down to this price right here. $5.15. Alexa, what is 6.66 minus 5.15?
6.66 minus 5.15 is 1.51.
So they ran it down $1.50. Then they ran it right back up. And I bet you this was to $6.50. $6.50 is my guess. What was it? $6.02. So they ran it all the way down to $5.15 to $6.02. That's up 94 cents. And then they ran it down 94, and then they ran it up 94, and then they ran it down 8 cents. This is all what happened this morning in the pre-market, folks. And then, like I said, after the market opened, they took it down and got a double ta-ta on it. And after that, all the volume started pouring in, and over 20 minutes, the price went up from this low that they got it, which was right here at 508, I guarantee you. 508, they ran it all the way up to 714. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 5.08?
7.14 minus 5.08 is 2.06.
So it went up $2.06, folks. And they halted it right there. They halted it up 206. And at that point, it was 10 cents over my DCA. Yes, BIAF. Yep. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at that halt, where they would not let me sell because I was 10 cents over my dollar cost average, they would not let me sell there. They were going to make that thing crash after that halt. They were going to crash it right back down to where it was here and where it was here and where it was there and where it was here. They're going to crash it. Then they were going to crash it down further, down to here. Same place they got it on the double top. But why did they stop it at 714, ladies and gentlemen, when just 9 days earlier the price was up here? Why would they stop it at 714 when 9 days earlier the price was all the way up at $10.50? Why did they stop it at 714 today at this price right here? Well, because like I said, this is 714. The bottom here, that's 714 right there. They had to stop it there at 714 today, folks. They had to, because they sat here and shorted probably all through here. 13 days of shorting it. At that price, folks, right there. 13 days of shorting it while I was down 31% on the 6-month chart. That's why they stopped it there today, folks. I'm telling you, that's why they stopped it today at 714 a share. It's not a coincidence, folks. That number right there that it's on there is 716. And that's why they stopped it there today, folks. This is the only reason it was halted there. That's why it was halted there today. It makes no sense for them to halt it there, folks. The price was already at $10.50 a share. Why are you going to halt it at $7.14 a share? It's ridiculous. So now, I just can't wait to see how much higher it's going to go in the after hours. I bet this thing goes crazy up after hours. And you know it is, because if they were gonna try anything right now, early after hours, they'd already knock it down 6 cents. They'd have it 6 cents down right now. And isn't it funny that they just tried to do it now, 6 cents? They're trying to run it down now, 6 cents, which they often do early. They try it early, 6 cents. On every stock, even SoFi, they do this a lot, 6 cents down. I do 100,000 in paper a day for a month. His account says real-time data, so how's he paper trading? Hey, listen, don't worry. Here's the mystery, everybody, that you're trying to figure out. If you'll just simply, I'll answer the mystery for all of you people that don't seem to understand what's going on. So I'm here to answer the mystery for you now. And you guys can stop asking questions, because you could do this on your own, but I'll do it for you. I'll be happy to do it for you. Okay? Now, do you see this live thing on my channel? You can go way back in time. Keep going. Don't stop here. Keep going way back. Keep going back. Now we're at 10 months ago. Hold on. Now we're about a year ago, around a year ago. So let's start around a year ago. So you guys can realize what's going on here. I don't want you to be confused. First of all, these are all of my dividend paying stocks. I'll be happy to show you those. But then I'm going to show you right here. This is how I was buying a year ago with my real account. Okay? I was buying with a real account. And one day I happened to show my username and password by mistake. And my accountant had been telling me all along not to use my real account. She kept saying, don't use your real account to trade with, Tyler. And plus, at the time, my real account had way more money in it. I was over, really, people couldn't relate to me. I was trading with numbers that were unrelatable. So everybody said, hey, can we get you to start a paper money account so we can more relate to you? Because we can't relate to you, Catfish. I was trading, my account was at 700,000 plus, and I was trading about $30,000 a day in value, and people just could not relate to that. Now, I'm going to go back even further now, and I'm going to show you my real account. Maybe I'll show you my real account. Hold on. And you'll get to see how much my account was up when I was trading with my real account. Let's look at this one. And everybody was watching me sit and trade with my real account, and they all understand I have a real account, but I don't trade with it anymore. Now, this here is real money. This is not a simulated account. This was a real account. And as you can see on this day, I'm up $533 trading on a real account. This was when I was trading SoFi. And this is not simulated trading. But like I said, while I was trading with this real account, I mistakenly showed my username and password, okay? Unfortunately, I can't get over to the left of the screen to show you that this was, in fact, real. But I was trading with the real account. Everybody knows. Everyone on this channel, all 20,000 subscribers plus, they all know that I trade with a, now that I'm using paper money. So number one, they can relate to what I'm doing. But hey, you better look at this stock BIAF in the after hours. Am I reading those numbers right? Does that say 550 up almost 4% in the after hours? I called it, folks. Awesome. Watch it go all the way up to $7 or $8 in the after hours. Watch how high this thing goes after market makers got their hands out of this pie. Man, once they got out of it. So everybody knows, and by the way, I don't have to defend myself. Everybody here that's been trading with me are making a shitload of money, so you can. I already had SoFi before I found this site. Cat is very informative, especially regarding SoFi. That's right. Haters gotta hate. Oh yeah, they'll hate. Haters are going to hate. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Pat Yeager, sure, but people come in here with some good stock tips. You're dang right. Alex Pascal says, I rarely trade, mainly here for SoFi. Cat made me a lot of money on SoFi, says Brady Thompson. When it comes to day trading, Cat stays in trades way too long for my liking. I'm usually in and out pretty quick. Well, there you go. I agree with you, IMP or whatever, Imperia Investment Management. It'll be in the $4 price per change by 5 a.m. Monday morning. Okay. I'm glad you think that, since I guess you're not looking at the price in after hours now, are you? Maybe you're wrong. Maybe you're mistaken. I'm going to take a risk on it. I don't care. Let them do that. Even if they do, there's a reason I'm telling you they stopped it today at $7.14. There's a damn good reason they stopped it there. And there's a good reason that they tried to splash the close and make it down 5.13. But my goodness, what is happening now in the after hours with it? Huh. Well, I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. I have no idea why it's doing that. I don't know why. I have no idea why it would close at 529 and now already be up to 551. That is amazing. Up 4% now. Mr. $4 on Monday morning. We'll see about that. I think you're wrong. Something tells me that there's a lot of interested parties on this cancer news this morning. And something tells me when that cancer news came out about this company and their testing, that somebody said, let's run this sucker down. Let's make them halt it, and then we're going to run it down. And we're going to buy the shitloads of it at $4.66 a share. And that's exactly what they did today, except they didn't buy a shitload at 466. You want to see how many shares they bought at the very lowest price of the day today? I'll happy to show you right now. The price today's low was 465, and you might think that they ran it down to that price so they could buy millions of shares at 465. But how many did they buy there in reality? There it is, 1,718 shares. Listen, folks, today the stock traded a total of 99 million shares. Folks, this stock traded today 99 million shares. Do you see that? It traded 99 million. The stock traded 99 million, and at the low of the day, they could only acquire this many shares at the low of the day. Traded 99 million, and all they could get at the low of the day was right there, 1,718 shares. That's all they could get, folks. It traded 99 million, and they only could get that many there. 1,718 shares. That's all they could get. That's how I know it was manipulation. Because if it wasn't, they would have bought 2 million shares there. They used the minimal amount that they could to get the price to 465. And I got news for you. At 465, this is the price, how many shares were there? 1,718, but at 466, there was only 1,000. And at 467, there was only 860 shares. Folks, do you see how little amounts of shares they used to get to the low today? When they ran out of shares, they just started trickling them in very teeny tiny amounts, trying to get to that low. They were just throwing in anything they could, 100 shares, 200, 400, to try to get to that number. Man, that's when you know that this thing is being manipulated, folks. 1,700 shares, 1,000 shares, 860 shares, 5,000 shares, 400 shares, 4,200 shares, 5,100. You know, I added it all up, and I found out this morning that there was only 500,000 shares from here all the way up to 588. All the way up to, from 466 to 488, there was only 500,000 out of the 99 million today. For a 20-cent drop, 500,000 shares out of the 99 million that were traded today. Man, I love for you guys to learn this. You need to understand how the games are played. Don't fall victim to this kind of manipulation. Don't fall victim to it. Take advantage of it. Take advantage of the manipulation, folks. And they're going to keep trying to manipulate it even in the after hours. But wow. They had to look at this thing rising, folks. And you better look at how much it's up right here, 13 cents. I'll buy it back at $18 in a few weeks. There's only 1.34 million share float. Wow. On this stock right here, there's only a 1 point. Are you serious? No, it's not 540. It's 545. It's up 3%. And I want to look at this here. I want to see how many shares are available on this. I want statistics. There we go. Statistics. Statistics, please. Yahoo statistics. We're looking for statistics. Here we go. Shares outstanding. 1.34 million. Oh, yeah, and it traded hands 99 times today. Oh, sure. There's only 1.34 million shares outstanding, and the float is only 772,000. Oh, my gosh. No wonder it made such massive moves so easily. Golly. Wow. Man, thank you for telling me that. That makes me feel even better about it now. Jeez. Man, I'm going to hold this sucker. Look at it now. Look at it going, folks. Look at it rising, folks. I was right about it. It was manipulated all day, and watch it run up and up and up all evening. The mysterious stock, the mystery stock. It's just the mystery why it's going up now. No one knows why there's all the demand for it now in after hours. Unexplicable. Unexplicable. Just a mystery stock. Unexplicable also today for them to stop the price from going up at $7.14. That was pretty unexplicable, too, because the price had already been up to $10.50 9 days earlier. But a group of us referred to it as tick trading. Oh, Lord, they did a review split, a reverse split. Who did? Back in the 90s, early 2000s, we were referred to as SOS bandits, Imperium Investment Management. Well, as I said, every single thing about this market manipulation today just stunk so heavily of just complete manipulation. The stop at 714 was the first signal for me that this thing, and I told you when they stopped it there, someone came and said, what do you think will happen after they stop it at 714? I said, they're going to knock the freaking shit out of this. That's what I said. Right now, as we speak, and the price is at 714 on the halt, I said they're loading in orders to sell like mad. They're throwing in sell orders, all of them. They've all got on the phone and said, let's drive it down to 466 now. Let's take it down $2.50, they said. And then let's hoard it all up there when we get it there. And then we're going to really hoard it up at the $5.50 range to $5.38. And that's exactly what they did. Now, unfortunately, you can't see these numbers, but I'm going to right now close this out. And I want to reopen it and have it work. And this stock is going to continue to rise. Oh shit, look at it. Who was this guy that said he was going to buy it at $4 Monday morning? Who's the $4 guy? Who's the $4 guy? Yep, you are good, Cat. Oh, I'm good. Where's the $4 dude? Who was it? Yeah, he said he's going to be buying this stock at $4 on Monday. There he is, Imperium Investment Management. It'll be in the fours by 5 a.m. Monday morning. Yeah, okay. All right, Imperial. I'm guessing you don't have your own day trading channel. I'm guessing you don't have your own day trading channel. And you're not the one who told everybody, listen, I'm not going to sell this stock today because I'm certain it was run down and it's going to go to 7 again. It'll all be a mystery why. No one will be able to understand why it's just rising and rising in the afternoon, why it fell and fell and fell all day and no one was interested in it. Why is it now rising and rising in after hours? I don't know. I guess it's just pure luck on my part. Pure luck. Now I'm going to log back in on my Thinkorswim. I'm a lucky sucker. And by the way, as soon as the price is at 563, I'm going to be green on this stock. That's right. When this stock hits 563 in after hours, I'll be green today. And we're just 7 cents away now from that number. Nice. Almost there already. And we're not even 20 minutes after hours, right? 30 minutes into after hours. We're almost there. I'm almost green. That's nice. And I asked earlier in the stream, and just hold on a second while I log in here. And they're going to be sending me a password now, so just please wait for just a few seconds here while I get my password. And then I'll be able to get logged in here and see what's really going on with these candlesticks. So just wait a second, folks. I'll be right back. I'm going to put it on black screen for a moment. There we go. All right, we're logging back in. Can't see shit. There we go. Hey, I just went green. Nope, not yet. I'm almost there. Almost there. Almost green. Lovely, 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 lovely. And it's funny, somebody said when I was down today a lot, they said, oh, this is a valuable lesson. And I said, well, maybe it will be and maybe it won't be a costly lesson. I might just end up green by the end of the day, as I said. And now I see the bid is 557, 558. Nice. And take a look at where they're trying to buy shares now. 2 cents under my dollar cost average. 559. They're 2 cents under my dollar cost average, folks. See right there? They're sitting 3 cents under my DCA right now. Accumulating with me, folks. They're accumulating at my price. They're accumulating at my price. That's nice of them. The bid is 556 and the ask is 558. The bid is 556, the ask is 558. Well, I tell you what, folks, we sure saw how much they can knock a stock down after a halt, didn't we, today? We saw that. We'll put that in our memory banks, folks, what they did today to this stock. Imperium, it has a good daily and after hours, still holding those levels. Yes. And right now, I'm very happy with where I am. I'm not going to worry a single bit about this. I have a very good feeling about it tomorrow. I have a feeling that today there was a lot of mischievity, whatever the word is I'm looking for. It seemed very, 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 very odd. I'll just say that. I've been trading a very long time. And when I saw that thing halted at 714, that's BIAF, folks. And what was most puzzling about it, for me to have a hard time to understand, is why didn't they halt it at 729? See, what happened this morning is it came out of the gate on the news about the cancer treatments and how good the results were for the cancer treatment drug, and it went up to 729. And now I always tell you, because I have here on my buy-sell sheet, you can see these numbers right here on my buy-sell sheet. And it says to sell 23, 24, 27. All right? So when it got up there to 23, 24, 27, then they pulled it back down to these prices. It went down to 101, and even went down to the 97 and 98. From $7.29, I bought it after $7.29. I bought it at $6.96, $6.97, $6.98. After it had been up to $7.30. And then, ladies and gentlemen, then is the weird part, because they ran it from 730 or 729 back down here to 701 and 697, and then it broke back over 7 and it went to 714 and they halted it there. And I went, why are they halting this here? That doesn't make any sense. I said, why are they halting it here? Now, this morning they didn't halt it at 729. And I asked, why are they halting it now at 714? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it went up to one of their favorite numbers to run it down from, 730, and they got it down to 697, and then it was going to run back past 730 going to 8. And they said, whoa, when it broke over 713, they said, shit. When that thing broke over 713, they said, holy crap, we got to stop it. So they stopped it at 714. That's what they did, people. The price came out of the gate on the cancer news and the great results from the cancer studies, and 3 new studies that were now being done, and the news broke out and it got all the way up to 729. The manipulators were able to hold it down and got it down to 697. And then it started back up, and they made a phone call to someone and said, when this thing breaks 713, stop it. And so they did. When the price went up to 714, they halted it. And then mysteriously after that, the price dropped to 466. 466, folks. What do you know? And how many shares did they have to sell at 466? I'll show you how many they sold there. I'll show you how many. 1,010 shares. 1,010 shares. And above that, 860. And above that, 5,000. And above that, 417 shares. This is absolutely ridiculous, folks, and should not even be allowed. They just ran out of shares there, folks. And I already told you, if I did the math, I added it all up. And from 466 to 488, there was only 500,000 shares traded. 500,000 shares traded there out of the 93 million traded today. Manipulation 101, people. And as someone just mentioned to me, this stock only has 1.3 million shares outstanding. How did it trade 93 million shares today? How did it trade 93 million shares today if it only has 1.3 million shares outstanding? Go figure that out. Let me tell you how it's done. Let me tell you how it's done, folks. This institution buys the shares and sells them to this one, who 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 sells them to this one, and the same shares then get sold back to the guy 10 cents lower. And he sells them to this one. It's the same shares. And he sells them to this one and this one and this one and this one, and it gets back here and it's 10 cents below. Then he sells the same shares again, and he sells to him, and he sells to him, and he sells to him, sells them to him, sells them to him. Now it's dropped 30 cents. He sells them again to this one. He sells them again to this one. The same shares, same shares, same shares, same shares, same shares, back to this one again. This is how it's done, folks. This is how it's done. They never actually return any shares, and there's never any other shares. It's just the same shares, same one, same, and then they get it here, and then they start buying. Same one bought here, bought there, same bought, bought. Do you understand that? That's how they do it. That's how a stock that has only 1.3 million shares can trade 9.3 million, 93 million today, 99 million. Look right here and you'll see how many shares were traded. It says right here, 99,425,000 were traded of this stock today. A stock that if you go over and look at their statistics, a stock that only has this many shares outstanding. Look down here at how many shares are outstanding. 1.34 million shares outstanding. And look at the float, folks. 772,000. That's how many shares were traded to make the price fall from 488 to 466. 500,000 shares. Almost all of the shares that they had in their float were traded to make the price fall 20 cents from 488 to 466, folks. Jeez, oh Pete. Astounding how that could happen. Astounding. Uh-oh. This thing's about to put me in the green if it goes over 563 a share. Better watch out, shorts. You don't want that to happen, to me to have a green day today. You better put in a halt. You better have a halt ready at 564 this afternoon. You better have it there to stop me from making any money, like you did this morning at a halt at $7.14. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want you all to understand about this halt today, about the halt that happened at $7.14 on this stock, BIAF. The reason that it was very suspicious is because the price had already gone up on BIAF to $7.29. What happened was, after it got to the numbers I have on the sell sheet of this sell here, once it got there, they ran it down to 697 and 693, and I bought more. And then it started to take off, and then they halted it at 714. Why would they halt it there if it was already up here at 729, people? Well, I guess you can all figure that out. Because as soon as that halt closed, was over, the price fell $2.49. That's why it was halted there, because they wanted to load in a shitload of sell orders and short it at this position and get it to fall $2.50. Because this news about the cancer treatment that came out this morning that ran it up so much was great news. This is why it went to 729. The news of this cancer research they're doing and the cancer studies are why it went up there. That's why it was this high. And then that news dropped it back down to 697, and Shorty thought they were safe, but everybody started buying it again. Oh shit, it went up. And then they told everyone, if this thing breaks over 713, we need to halt it. And so after it had already been up at 729, and then they drove it down to 693, when it came past 7, they were told to halt it at $7.13 if they could. And they halted it at 714. And what do you know? As soon as the halt was over, the price went all the way down to $4.66. Hey, well, if I think you're completely wrong, because I can already see that was all manipulated today, and now they're running it up in after hours. So I think you're completely wrong, and I think it's going to open up over $6 on Monday morning. And I think it could easily go back up over $7 because of the way they ran it down today from 714, because they knew that cancer research and the drug that they come out with, they knew. Oh shit, they were like, holy shit, this is good news. Did you hear the news? This company this morning announced at the market open that made it go up to $7.29 a share. They announced that they had come up with another. This is right here what made it go up to $7.29 this morning. And it made it drop back from $7.29 down to $6.93 and then back up to $7.14 where they halted it. It's because of this. It says this company, BIAF, has been advancing non-invasive diagnostics for lung cancer and other lung diseases. Today, they released 3 additional case studies. One in which use of CyPath lung led to detecting lung cancer at stage 1, its earliest and possibly curative stage. So they've got this now that diagnostics can be done without going invasive, and they can catch the cancer at stage 1. It's in the curative stage. And 2 were risky invasive procedures are now being avoided by this new drug. By patients that are facing difficult healthcare choices, this is going to avoid 2 very risky invasive procedures. And this is why the stock ran up. These 3 new cases provided by a Texas pulmonologist who has been using CyPath lung for more than a year reflect what we're hearing from many physicians. CyPath lung enhances clinical decision-making by personalizing care and playing a critical role in refining the diagnostic pathway, said Dr. Downey. We believe CyPath lung can be a transformative tool in the lung cancer diagnostics pathway, especially when imagining results are inconclusive. Imaging results are inconclusive, folks. Imaging results are inconclusive. A positioned CyPath lung result can lead to earlier diagnosis and treatment, and a negative result can spare patients from unnecessary invasive procedures. Ching, ching. And this is why the friggin' stock jumped up to $7.29. And this is why it's probably going to open up over $6 Monday and surprisingly go to 7 or 8 or 9. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is great news for lung cancer patients, which are millions and millions and millions of people, folks. So this is why, in my opinion, this is why this activity we saw this morning saw the price rise to $7.29 a share on that news. And then we saw the manipulators take it down to $6.93. And then it went back up and it was going to go over $7.13. And when they saw that, they pulled the plug at $7.14. When they saw it was going to go over their favorite manipulative number, they called a halt on it at $7.14. So I'm just letting you know, ladies and gentlemen, that this is very highly unusual trading activity to see the price go to $7.29 without being halted. It wasn't halted at $7.29 this morning. It ran back down to $6.93 and then they halted it at $7.14 so they could put in a bunch of sell orders, folks. And all the institutions that already held shares started selling it and 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 selling, 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 all the way down until they ran out of shares at 465, where they had a freaking whole shitload of shares there. Look at how many they sold there. 1,718 shares they sold there. Out of the 93 million today, they were able to sell only that many. You want to know why? Because this stock only has a 700,000 share float, people. There's only 1.3 million shares outstanding of the stock. How could it sell 93 million? And the reason that they only had this many shares, 1,000 at the next price up, and then here they only had 860 shares. So they manipulated it down with such fractional shares here to get to the low today. And I'm just letting you see that, how they made it happen. And why? I started telling everybody it's time to buy this stock. It was run down for a reason, folks. It was market stopped at that price for a reason. And you might want to wonder, here's another kind of inquisitive thing. Why in the hell are they wanting to buy so many shares now at $5.58? Why are they trying to do that? Who is buying it there? The same people that ran it down to $4.65? $90 million shares traded means 90 million sells. No matter how you look at it, 90 million shares traded. It sold from one person to another 99 million times. Whether, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying it sold 99 million times when they only had 1.3 million shares. Oh, shoot, I almost forgot about the drawing. You're right. I forgot it was Friday even. I'm so excited about buying this stock at the lows I got it today. And I'm going to make a bunch of money on this. Everybody thought I made a mistake today, but I didn't make a mistake today. I made a good decision to buy after I saw that 7.14 halt and that drop of $2.49. I just wish I would have realized, because I thought they would pull it down about $1.30, $1.50. That's what I expected. I had no idea. That's why I started coming in there when it was down there. But I should have waited, because man, they had a better manipulation in mind. They were going to manipulate that thing down $2.50. And I underestimated their ability to do that because of the data and because of the report. I said, well, yeah, they'll on this news they'll be able to pull it down $1 after this halt. So when you guys asked me, said Catfish, what do you think they're going to do after this halt? I said, let's start putting our orders in $1 less. I told you right away, let's start putting them in $1 less and $1.30 less and $1.50, and I did that. But I made a mistake. They had deeper dive on their mind. They wanted that thing dirt cheap so that they could run it up after that and make a freaking a whole shitload of money. And they're going to, because they got it down there and they held it down there and they just accumulated and accumulated and accumulated and accumulated. Man, they got so many. Yes, exactly. How many got shook out thinking they were going to be losing to the shorts? All right, so here's the deal. Let me get these, everybody in the drawing. We don't have a lot. This is all in the drawing. Last week I had 1, 2, 3, 4, and I had another page. And this week, that's all I've had in contributions. So your chances, if you want a chance to win, you better send in right now and I'll add you, because there's only like 20 donations on this sheet. There's 29. So if you want a chance before this drawing right now, make a donation to the channel. Some of you got lucky today and you came on this channel when this stock was all the way down, and it was all the way down at $4.66. I know JP Panic came in, and I know some other people came in when the price was down at 466 and 488 and 470s. You came in at the right time, folks. And now it's at 562, and I am going green. I'm going green right now on the stock. All right, so anybody else want to donate before I call it a day on this and do the drawing? And I don't see anybody making any donations, so we're going to go ahead right now. And I don't know whether any money was given through Cash App. I did not see any money come in Cash App at all. I saw nothing come in on Venmo. And so I'm going to go ahead and cut these all now and get this drawing going. So Thomas Kim, thank you. Ivy League Redneck, thank you. Ivy League Redneck, Ivy League Redneck, Ivy League Redneck. And you people should be getting a lot of presents soon coming to you. I got a JP Panic. You should be getting your present here probably Monday or Tuesday. And somebody that ordered a shirt should have that shirt coming soon. And you who ordered the coaster, you should have your coaster any day now on the coaster. Be watching for it because it's coming, the Catfish coaster. Jeff Presley, thank you very much. Jeff Presley, David Kennedy, thank you. Alex Bacall, thank you for buying all those memberships yesterday. For all those other people who became members, thank you for buying them a membership. It lets them get their feet wet in the tank. And Jason Perry, you're the one that should be getting your coaster any day now, Jason. All right, let's get a hat here. And how about tonight? It would come down to this. It would come down to this for me. Tonight, Boston is playing Detroit to determine if the Red Sox can seal it and clinch the playoff spot. And Detroit has to win to clinch the National League East title. So I got my two teams playing against each other, and both of them hinge on going to the playoffs. It's just absolutely insane, folks. It is crazy. So we will be cutting these into the Tigers hat, because the Tigers, it's been a longer time since they've had a World Series under their belt. So I'm going to go ahead and pull for the Tigers, even though I was born in Winter Haven, Florida. But anyway. All right, Jason, it should be there any day. Your coaster should be coming any day to you. Now, before I do the drawing, I do want to quickly make sure nobody has given me any Cash App. Wendy, hello. We're doing the drawing right now. So let me make sure no one has donated any Cash App or any Venmo before I go forward, because I don't like to miss people. I know I missed Robert Cam a couple of times. So let me just make sure, and David Garcia, I've missed him. So let me make sure there's no Cash App donations here or Venmo, and then we'll come back and do the drawing. So just give me about 30 seconds, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, I did not see any donations on Cash App or Venmo. Well, it sort of doesn't surprise me with SoFi pulling back. It's been pulling back all week, and I understand. No biggie. We'll get some donations from people that bought this stock with me and bought it today at the 466 range. I bet you they'll be happy to take care of me with some come Monday. And oh my gosh, look at this thing, folks. Look at this right now. Look at it. I was right. Look at it, folks. Oh my gosh, they're 10 cents over my dollar cost average. I was right. Yes. I'm green. I just went green, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. I'm green right now. Look at that. I'm up $29 today. Yes, since I opened the position. All right. All right. Nice. And by the way, my dollar cost average is where they're just trying to sit at 563, folks. Holy cow, with such a small float, this has to happen, and this is also why it's dangerous. Yes, Kim, it went up because it was all out of balance, and that is why it halted. It triggers, and they need time to rebalance all the orders. Okay. Well, why didn't it trigger at $7.29 a share then, Wendy? Or I mean, Kim? Kim, my question is this. What seems so suspicious to me about it is why did they first let it run all the way up to $7.29? What was the automatic triggers there, huh? Why did they let it go up to $7.29 and then it dropped to $6.92 where I bought it? And then when it got to $7.14, why did they trigger it then? That's what doesn't make any sense to me about all of it. It went up here and it didn't trigger shit. But why did they, after it dropped under 7 and then went back over, why did they then halt it at 7.14? That's the part to me that just stinks of the high heavens of manipulation. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. I'm just going to say it like I see it. All right, so let's do this drawing now. And I'm going to make sure you guys can all see what I'm doing here, so hold on a second. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that that thing didn't trigger at 7.14 the first time and let it go all the way to 7.29. No. I hear it seems like all you people are trying to somehow defend the manipulators. Well, it's just an automatic thing where the computer just decides that it's already out of balance and blah, it's got to work. But none of that makes sense to me. Why did it already go all the way up to 7.29? They didn't halt it then because they thought they had control of it, see? When it got to 7.29, they had the strength to pull it back down to 6.93. But then, whoa, that thing had so much volume on that news, it went to 7.4. Oh, we got to stop it now. Oh, it's got to be stopped at 7.14 now. I'm telling you, none of it makes sense. You ever hear of buy the rumor, sell the news? This might just be that. Just be careful. I hope whoever got into the trade makes money, just not for me. Well, there's a lot that got in. There's a lot that got in at 466 this afternoon because when the price was down there and they saw me telling everyone it happened, that it was halted at 714, a lot of them went, shit, I'm going to buy it here. So I'm pretty sure a lot of them are making a lot of money because they happened to come in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the thing was at the max drop, and they just said, all right, I hear what you're saying, Catfish. It doesn't make sense. Why would they stop it at 714? Unless they're manipulating it. So when they got it down to 466, JP Panic came in and said, what you trading? I said, I'm trading BIAF. He goes, so BIAF? I'll buy some. I believe you, Catfish. And he bought it in the fours. And others bought in the fours. All right, let's draw this. Let's do this drawing. Alexa, play the long drum roll.
Long Drum Roll by Bobby Morgenstein from Spotify.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, today's lucky catfish is going to be this individual who should go out and play the lottery. And that individual is Alexa, stop the bell. And
I'm not quite sure
that
how to
winner
help you with
is
that.
Alexa, stop. VZ Rover. VZ Rover again. This guy is on a roll, people. This guy is on a roll, and I want you to know that the last prize he won, he told me to send to JP Panic. So I autographed that shirt last week and for JP Panic and sent it to him and his child. So VZ is just on a freaking roll, everybody. He's just kicking ass. He is unstoppable. He's as unstoppable as this stock is going to be on Monday, folks. That's right. He's as unstoppable as this stock is going to be on Monday. Now, for those of you who have not been lucky winners today, I want you to know that you're still going to have a chance to become a winner because I throw out all of these drawing names into this big tackle box. So all of you whose names did not get drawn today are going to be going in to this big tackle box full of names. And right now, this sucker is literally full of lucky catfish or someone who's going to get lucky. And I mean, this thing is halfway full. This tackle box is halfway full almost of people to win. So we're going to do this drawing maybe at our Halloween get-together. Okay. And to these, I've already sent out prizes to. There we go. There we go. Yep, there we go. VZ Rover. Nice. I'm not kidding, folks. Take a look at the times that VZ. Gary Inwards, you won one drawing too. I don't know if you've gotten anything from me. I don't think you did yet, but I'm going to put your name in here. Gary, you need to send me an email on what you want. But look at this. VZ Rover once, VZ Rover once, VZ Rover twice, and now VZ Rover third time. And folks, this is just what happens when you continue to contribute to the channel like he does. And like many others of you have done all along. So thank you. All right. Well, what a day of trading today was, huh? What a day of learning. What a day of learning. Today was a very, very good day to learn. 10X is now at 726. All right. Yep. No, today wasn't buy the rumor, sell the news. Today was buy the rumor until they shut the price off. That's what it was. And it wasn't the rumor. They were buying the news until it was cut off. And now you can see the result of that effort to do that. It's a continued rise in after hours, and I called that was what was going to happen. I can't wait until I wake up Monday morning and see this thing. It's going to be interesting to see where it is. Especially to see it already just reach 569 in after hours. I see they got it back down to my DCA now, 560 right now. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the manipulation way. Try and get it at 2 cents below Catfish Tyler's DCA, folks. And let's see where my DCA is right now. My DCA is 562. My dollar cost average is 562 on the stock. And where are they in after hours now? What a coincidence. Now, let's go look at some SoFi news real quick. Look at the ending here today. Look at this manipulative effort on SoFi today. By the way, in just case you guys don't know it, I was telling everyone to buy this stock 6 months ago at $8. $8.88 a share. I'm watching right now. This is at 306. Usually at 307, this thing takes off at 306. So watch it now. This is today, SoFi. And where did it end up at the end of the day? Oh my gosh, you're kidding. It was down a whole 14 cents today. Wow, that's horrible. 14 cents. What a debacle. Oh my gosh, folks, just let all these institutions get in. I already showed you again today, institutional ownership came in big on SoFi here. Institutions have been buying. And as I show you now, we are now at an all-time record high number of institutions owning SoFi shares. We've never had 1,005 long, never. This is an all-time record high number of institutions in SoFi now. And I'm going to refresh the screen now and see if it went up even more. Oh, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put this data in. Let's put this data in right now. And we're going to put in 926. All right. And the closing price today on SoFi was, what price did we close at? $27.98, okay? And I'm going to put it up here, $27.98. Okay, and I'm going to put it here too, because these are two numbers I did today. So just so you're aware, you can see on the 24th, there was only 1,052. And then here, 1,067 this morning. And now, 1,000 what? 1,072. Nice. 1072. I wonder why all those institutions are still buying this stock. And now it's gone from 1,005 to 1,010 long 29 short, 33. 1,010. And how many? 29 short. So we had another dumbass shorter come in on SoFi today. And 33 long and short, which is the same number. And now the volume, 613, 231, 335. 613, 231, 335. Enter. And so that means somebody sold 4,300 shares or something. Alexa, what is 235,653 minus 231,335?
235,653 minus 231,335 is 4,318.
Huh. 4,318. That number should be red. And the institutional ownership is still at 51.21% up there at the top of the screen. I hope you guys can see all this. I don't know if you can see it all. Yes, you can. 51.21 remains the same today. That's institutional ownership, and the most recent quarter is up 11.72%. Nice. All right. And I will now save that. Save. Well, tomorrow I can put up there. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that I'm going to have to change my thumbnails here. And I just want you to know something about this very clearly, okay? I want to make sure you understand something here. I've been trading SoFi and telling people to buy this stock since it was a $4 and $5 and $6. And we've seen it run from 6 to 10 and back to 6 and back to 10 and down to 7 and up to 11. And during that time, we've been able to make some awesome, awesome money, okay? See me on Monday, Catfish. Yep, Neil Weston, please. All right, I don't know. Where am I supposed to see you, Neil? So just listen to me a second. So, yep, well, I sold SoFi. Okay, good. So here's what I want you to understand. While SoFi was swinging from 6 to 10 and down to 6 and up to 7 and 11 and 7 and 8, and this was the greatest time to be day trading SoFi, because we could buy for $6 a share. We could buy 1,000 shares, $6,000, 1,000 shares. But now at 30, we can't buy 1,000 shares. It's 5 times higher. So now instead of 1,000, we can only buy 200 shares. We used to, when we got 5,000 shares or buy 1,000 shares, it used to go up $1. We made $1,000. But now we can only buy 200. It goes up $1. We only make $200. I don't like that. Okay. So I'm going to still bring out news about SoFi each day. I'm still going to keep you updated with what's going on with the stock, but I'm going to focus my day trading on $5 and $6 stocks, because we're in this to make money. We're in this business to day trade, folks. And if SoFi's gotten to a point now where we can't make serious money because the price is now at $30 a share, we're going to find the next SoFi that goes from 6 all the way up to 30, okay? Yep. So you're going to hear me each morning when the stock opens at 8:48. I'll tell you everything about SoFi. Everything you want to hear about SoFi, I'll tell you at 8:48 until 9:15 or 9:08. So for 30 minutes, we'll talk about SoFi. But after that, we're going to find the stocks that you guys have found that were up the big the day before and have dropped big. We're going to do that, folks. We're going to make some serious money, okay? So don't think that, listen, I'm not married to SoFi. I'll tell you that right now. Now, am I going to keep my probably 35,000? I've got 45,000 now. Will I sell some and move it over to some of these day trade? Yes, I will. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm still going to be a believer in SoFi that it is going to $35 by the end of this year. And it could be even over that. But because I know what a hitch and go. And right now, this has been a 3-day shoulder. A 3-day shoulder on SoFi's chart, everybody. And if you don't know what that looks like, I'll show it to you right now. So I'm not going to give up on SoFi, but we're going to find stocks like this one today. So just give me a second here so I can make sure you understand what I'm going to show you here. Almost ready here. All right, so here's what I want you to see. All right, here's what I want you to understand. Take a look at this 5-year chart. That is an unsustainable spike. That is an unsustainable rundown. That is an unsustainable spike. That is an unsustainable rundown. That is an unsustainable spike. That is an unsustainable rundown. That's an unsustainable spike. That's an unsustainable rundown. That's an unsustainable spike. But ladies and gentlemen, right here, this is where things change. This is where things change because that right there is a shoulder and it bounced off of it. And this right here is another shoulder that it bounced from. And this is a shoulder. Do you see? It's different from that right there. It looks nothing like that. It looks nothing like that. It looks nothing like this drop. It's a shoulder, folks. It's a shoulder. And it goes off the shoulder, see? And then when it rises up here, again, this is another shoulder that it formed. This is another shoulder that it formed, and you can see the length of time that it was there, 3 days. 3 or 4 days, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days on this shoulder. And why am I showing you this here? Because look up here. That is a shoulder. And look right here. This is a shoulder. This is very familiar. This right here is the same thing that we saw down here, folks. Right here is the same thing. I'm telling you on SoFi, this is the same thing. This is the same thing. And ladies and gentlemen, what you're looking at here is the same freaking thing. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. That is the same thing right there. And this thing is, SoFi is headed here next. I'm letting you know that so you understand what's going on here with SoFi. You will see. You'll all see. This is the same. This is the same. This is the same. And that was the same. All of these little jerks like that little jerk there, that little jerk there, all of it, folks, it's all manipulation. This is the same. All right? And you should be aware of something. Notice at every single point where this shoulder is made, I want you to notice every single point where the shoulder is made, look how it touched the 5-day average there. Look here how it touched the 5-day average. Now, look up here. Look where it touched the 5-day average, people. Look there. See that? Look here where it almost touched the 5-day average. Whoa. And look here where it got close to the 5-day average again. Shit, folks. If you can't see this and you don't know what this is, look how it hit the 5-day. Look how it hit the 5-day. Look how it hit the 5-day. Look how it almost hit the 5-day. And look how it just hit the 5-day. And you better look at all these long-term moving averages. Look at the angle of this 50-day rising more. Look at the angle. The pitch angle was like this. The pitch angle of the 45-day was like this. And now you got the 45 and 50 going like that. That's why Kathy Woods bought. And that's why yesterday somebody else bought $53 million of this stock. Because this is a hitch and go. That was a hitch and go. That was a hitch and go. That was a hitch and go. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a hitch and go. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. That's right. Go to the light, SoFi. Where's it going? I don't know where it's going next. I have no idea where it's going to stop, but I believe 33.50 range. 33.50 is where it goes next. See, the thing is that there's never been anybody that owns this stock for any higher than it is now. This is back in 2001. This is 2001, 2001. There's never been anybody that owned it for any more than it is now. Some of you that are here for a long, long time heard me tell you that the way that they ran this down after the moratorium on student loans was extended another year, I told you that fell so fast that it was going to rise back through that number very rapidly is what I told you. I told you that there was no chance. It fell so fast in 3 weeks, in a month, that there was no chance to accumulate any shares in that rate in that region. And so therefore, I told you when we started to rise from right here, I told you there would be quick movement to there. Well, look at how I was right. Just look at all the herk and jerk on the way down. Herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk. And then look when it got here. Watch it go up. Do you see any herk and jerk? No, like I said, there wasn't going to be any. I told you there would be very little resistance from here to here because I told you to look at the way they had brought it down. And you remember me about a year ago, I had a sell order at this. I was telling you to sell here and then buy back here. And then I said, then we're going to sell right here and we're going to buy back here. Then we're going to sell here. We're going to buy back here. We're going to sell here, buy back there. I told you that. And that's exactly what we've been doing. As this price rose right up through here, they still tried to herk and jerk it at these numbers. When it got here, they pulled it down a little. You don't see it, but they did. When it got here, they pulled it down a little. When they got here, it pulled it down a little. But folks, you can't even hardly see that. You can barely even see that. So I was right. I was absolutely right about this range. I looked over here and I told everyone, look how fast that fell after the second extension of the student loan for another year. Folks, when Joe Biden said we're going to forgive loans for another year, that fell too fast for it to stay when it started rising through here. And you can see it. I was right. It just blew right back up through it. Then, when they attacked it with the same fashion that they attacked it down here, from right here, they attacked it the same way. The numbers are going to be identical if you look across. You see that right there? See that? Look across here. Look how they ran it down from there to right here, folks. Well, that number was right there, the top of that. And the bottom of there. See that? And then from there, they ran it on down to right here. Well, that number was also another point right there, right there. So this is called mirroring, folks. And then after they ran it down here, well, what did it do? It came back up to the same point right there. Look at that. See that? See that drop to there and then it rose to there? Well, when it started rising here, they got to that point again and pulled it down just that far. They could not get it to fall that far. They could only get it because the momentum was behind it then and the volume was coming in. So they could only get it to drop to there. But then it went to this point. Now, why did it stop there? Well, look over here. Look right here. See that? Look at right here. When they dropped it from right here to right there, Why do you think it stopped right there? Well, because it stopped right here before. That's why. So I'm just showing you how mirroring works here, folks. Now, you would think that after this little hitch right here, that it would only go up to about this price and stop. But look at that. Do you see any stopping there at all? Hell no. It didn't stop there. It didn't stop there. It didn't stop there. It didn't stop there. It just freaking flew right through that. Well, because they'd already fleeced this area out. Just like they fleeced it out over here when they ran it down. They fleeced it all out. And this had all been fleeced out earlier too. So sure as shit, when it went past that number, bam, it was all the way up here because this was already fleeced out. And when it got up to this number, what was that relative to? It was relative to the 10-day moving average. It was relative to that orange line right there, that 10-day moving average. That's where they stopped it and got a base, right on that 10-day, back in the day of old. And then after that, shit, this thing was gone, man. You see that? There's the 200-day moving average. Wham. Man, oh man, just look at it. Just go right on up. Now, the reason that it's going to keep rising from here without much resistance is because, ladies and gentlemen, no one owns the stock for more than this price. There's not one single individual that's going to be saying right here, damn, I finally get to make my money back. I'm selling here. There's no one that owns it for more, ever. So this is one other reason that this is going to be very resistant to any drops in price, because no one wants to sell it here. Shit, it's never been here before. They're not trying to recuperate their losses because they bought it back here in 2001 up here. Or here, or they bought it here. They didn't buy it here. No one's ever bought it there. There's never been anyone that bought it at this price. And so as this now rises, there won't be anybody trying to recuperate their losses. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, folks. A lot of stocks have a lot of resistance to rise because back in the day, they were sold for such higher prices. So all these people that waited for now since 2001, those that waited from over here when it was 2021, they've been waiting for 5 years, well, 4 years, and finally got back to their price, and some selling happened there. See that? Some selling happened there. Some profit taking went on there for a little bit and had it go sideways, because they finally were getting it up to where they had gotten in, and they finally made their money back, and they sold there. But when they did, well, now there's no one else that owns it for more. So, off she goes. And right here, where we're sitting right now, guess what? There's no one that owns it for more to sell it now, to recoup their losses. I hope that makes sense to you. Neil Weston says, you are amazing. I swear to God, they cannot stop it yet. Joe blindsided SoFi. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I just saw that BIAF hit 570 in the after hours. It was over 570 in the after hours just a moment ago. And then they had to call in the croonies and have them get back to work and start selling shares because, man, they can't handle it being at 570, folks. That's too dangerous. That's 7 cents over my price. So they had to go and call everybody and tell them to get your butts back in the office and start selling one share at a time back and forth to each other. We need you back in the office because the price is at 570 in the after hours now, and it's up freaking 40 freaking cents. We got to get you back in there. Start selling one share at a time, and we'll send you some beans and rice. We'll send you some frijoles, and you can have yourself all you want if you just go back in and start selling one share at a time to each other, okay? because we cannot handle this thing being at $5.70 in after hours. That's ridiculous. So now they got them in there and they got them selling again back and forth to each other, one share at a time here in the after hours. And they're all being incentivized because if they can make the price fall 1% or so, they're going to get all the beans and rice they can eat and hot dogs. David Chiavarini's in there handing out. He's at the grill right now making up burgers and fries. Yes, he is. Yep, he's right there now. They get a free hot dog if they just come back in and start selling now in the after hours. So he's got grilled hot dogs, taco meat, probably throwing on some sashimi. Yep, David Chiavarini's at the grill, folks. David Chiavarini's standing at the grill. That's right. David Chiavarini is at the grill. There he is, right there, folks. Look at him. Get yourself. There's old David. That's him, ladies and gentlemen. David Chiavarini at the grill. Here's, you guys want to see his brother? He's providing the gas. His brother's providing the gas, everybody. Let me show you his brother that's giving the gas supply. There he is. There's David's brother. Oh, shit. And it's not just David Chiavarini by himself, folks. He's got a lot of help. Others are there. They're all in the same capability. They are all capable. Every one of them in his family is grilling out for all the shorts, and they're there. Look at them. You see that? He's really got this fire stoked. So, oh man, they're all geniuses. All the cooking that goes on here, the cooking that goes on in the Chiavarini family, and all that was stuff they found in the dumpster. They probably even got a couple of rats in there on there. Yeah, they probably have a couple of rats in there. Wouldn't doubt it at all. Oh my gosh, the market makers have called back in the manipulators. Look at them now. They got them in there eating stuff in their faces with hot dogs and tacos and burgers, and they're all blackened, of course. They're all blackened. Yeah, baby. Man, oh man, the market manipulation on this stock is unbelievable, folks. It really is. Man, they're dedicated. They're dedicated. They are dedicated market manipulators. There's just no doubt about it. They're completely dedicated, ladies and gentlemen. They are. David Chiavarini on the grill. Well, you got to hand it to him. He knows what he's doing, folks. Oh, look who David invited to have some with him. Look who David's got there with him. That's very fitting. All right, everybody. Well, market makers, folks, buy it on the dip, then we'll smell it rip. Watch this thing rocket on Monday. Watch it rocket Monday, folks. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, folks. I saw that manipulation today. I saw him manipulate it. I see him still manipulating it now. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all have a great weekend, everyone. All right, I do. And I just want to close this out today by sharing something else with you here, just a little bit of data for you so you'll know this. Yesterday, day before yesterday, durable goods, GDP, and initial jobless claims all came in better than expected. This would give an inclination that the Fed might not cut rates again. But the part of it that's good is that the part that wasn't so great was the jobless claims. And that's his main thing. His main stick point is jobless employment. So because jobless did not come in as good as the other two, as durable goods and GDP, that would probably keep us to get another cut rate. Now, I also want you to know that the initial jobless claims at 2.18 is still too high. So that means that there's still a very good likelihood. In fact, the market consensus is there's an 85.5% chance for another cut coming in October right now. I also want you to know that this news that I told you about yesterday about this zero hash is very, very good news. And as of yet, SoFi hasn't even announced this yet. They're keeping this under wraps for some reason. They have not announced this. I stumbled on it and I didn't, and it wasn't announced. There wasn't a big PR about this. There was a little thing on SoFi's website about it, just a little, but nothing of a major announcement. So look for an announcement to be made about SoFi and Morgan Stanley and some other big players that just went in on this zero hash for the transferring of money using blockchain. And I'm telling you, folks, this is big. And this is coming any day. And it's going to be fantastic for SoFi. They're going to make an announcement, I believe, about this deal that they just did to get into there. And in case you don't know anything about Zero Hash, they're the cornerstone of all of these big legacy banks and the new fintechs is for them to introduce crypto to their customers to make it all work together, okay? So this is what Zero Hash is all about. And SoFi just invested in them. And not just SoFi, but Morgan Stanley did, and several other big players. There was also an announcement by SoFi recently that they have selected blockchain.com as their very first crypto partner. So in case you didn't know that, the digital blockchain partner is called blockchain.com. And this was day before yesterday, okay? This news came out. I discovered it day before yesterday, but you should be aware of it because it is big. But why didn't SoFi announce this in a very big way? I got lucky and stumbled on it. But I'm telling you guys about it. This is a good deal for SoFi to be in on this with Morgan Stanley and other big players on this advancement of blockchain and the trading of getting Bitcoin into the legacy banks. So I just want you to know that also yesterday the shorts returned 560,000 shares. Yesterday they returned 560,000 shares. And now they only have, and by the way, the day before yesterday, they returned 560,000, and yesterday they returned another 493,000 shares. So the shorts are getting farther and further out. Now only 9.3% of the overall free float has been shorted. That's 109 million shares short overall. Now, that was yesterday. Also, after hours yesterday, all the slates had to be cleared for the shorts, and they had to come clean on exactly how many shares they're shorting yesterday. So yesterday, and this is always delayed a little bit, they had to disclose the true number of shares they're shorting of SoFi. And what we found out is that shorts were not just shorting what we thought, but they were shorting another 6.3 million shares than we thought they were. So they've been hiding through the black market, through the dark pool. They've been hiding all these buys of shorted shares. 6.3 million, okay, were being hidden from us. So they've been accumulating a lot, ladies and gentlemen, since August the 28th through August 28th through September 14th. They've been increasing a lot of their shorted position. August 28th through September 14th, they've been increasing a lot of their shorted position. Well, let's go find out what the price was of SoFi on August the 28th, shall we? Let's go see what the price was on August 28th. $25 a share. August 28th. Right there, folks. $25.02 a share. And they started shorting and adding another 6-something million since then. And just look what the price has done. So maybe that 6 million that they borrowed, they were able to get it from $26.33 down to $25.11 because they borrowed 6.3 million shares there, maybe. And that's how they got it to go from that August the 28th, from 26.33. They may have borrowed 6.3 million shares, and they may have been able to, with those shares, drive it down from 26.33 to 25.11. And then look at it climb, and look at it climb, and look at it climb, and climb, and climb. Folks, it's not good for the shorts. They're in trouble here. They added way more to their shorted position, and now the price has gone up $5 a share since they did that, suckers. I'm just letting you know so you're all aware of it. Yep. How old is this bioaffinity stock? ComSec chart in Australia is only since March. I don't really know. Let's go look and see how long it will take us back here. Hold on. Just give me a second here. No, it's been around for 5 years, and the price was way, way higher. I mean, this price was, jeez, oh, Pete. $209 a share. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to disclose to you that any stock that was $209 a share on this 5-year chart has been doing stock split after split after split after split. There's no way this price was $209 and now it's down at $504 a share. Don't buy that at all. This company has been doing stock split after stock, and it's very typical of biotechnology stocks to do that because they have to keep getting money to do these studies. The studies take money. So I bet you if you go back over here over the historical data, just give me a second. I'm going to show you a whole bunch of stock splits, reverse splits on this thing. Look at that. They just did one right there. There's a 1 for 30 stock split that was just, so they're not going to do that again. A 1 for 30 stock split that they did September 19th. And look, they did it on the day the price hit the high of $10. And why don't you show the price at $10 there? It went all the way up to $10.50. according to this chart right here, let me just check this. And I want to look at the 1 month chart. And right here, what was this date? There it is, folks. 9/15. 9/15. $9.15, and the price was $10.49. $10.50, folks, on 9/15. $10.50 a share. And then they did, God dog it, man. There it is. So on the 15th, there's the price. Oh my God, look at that, folks. The price had gone from $5 to $13.50 a share. $13.50. And then when they knocked it down to from $13.50 to $5.23, then they did a 1 for 30 stock split, folks. And that's why this thing crashed all the way down to $3.41. And look at down here. Look at here. Look at here. And ladies and gentlemen, this is when they sat here at $7.13 for a long time. Here they bought it. Here they were buying it at $6.90, $6.96, $7.20, $7.26, $7.20, $7.26, $7.30, $7.36, $7.30, $7.20. No wonder they stopped this thing at $7.29. No wonder they stopped it at $7.29 this morning. $7.29 they stopped it, folks. Because here's where they started shorting it. Got it all the way down, and then they did the stock split. They did the stock split when the price was $4, $5, and then the price has now dropped to $4.65. Folks, usually when you see a 1 for 30 stock split, the price will fall from $5 to $1. And today they stopped it at $7.29 high, but that's the catchy part. It hit $7.29 and they didn't halt it. It was after it got to $7.29 and then it dropped back down to $6.93. Then it went up to $7.14 and that's when they halted it. It was getting ready to explode, folks. It was going to go beyond $7.14. When the price this morning hit $7.29, they did not halt the price there. They waited because then they held it back down to $6.92, and that's where I bought some. And after I bought there, the price took off and jumped back up to $7.14, and then they halted it. So my question is, someone's trying to say, well, it's an automatic triggering thing, and it's out of balance, automatic trigger. Well, why didn't it automatic trigger at $7.29 this morning? How come that didn't get halted there? How come it didn't halt it at $7.29 this morning? Why did they get it to $7.29, then back down to the 690s, then back to $7.14 and halt it then? That's what is the biggest thing that makes no sense to me whatsoever. It doesn't make sense to let it go to $7.29 without halting it and then have it drive back down to $6.93 where I bought it and then back to $7.14 and halt it at $7.14. As soon as it broke the $7.13 number that they always want to stop a stock at and make it fall from $7.13 back to $6.66 or $6.55 but this time, no. It went up to $7.29. They did not halt the stock. They drove it down to $6.92. I bought it again. Then when it got to $7.14, they had someone stop it for them. That's what they did. And I still stick to that belief that someone trying to tell me that it was all automatic and it's just computers. None of that makes sense with this price already hitting $7.29 and it didn't halt there. So I don't buy that at all. To me, that this is the biggest giveaway right there. That's why I started buying so many shares down here, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest giveaway, that they let it get to 729 without halting it. And then it went back to 693. And then when it got to 714, that's when they halted it. That is the biggest. That is just absolute nonstop manipulation, folks, period, is what that is. That is manipulation beyond manipulation. That is what that is. And even in the after hours, they've got them back in there feeding them hot dogs and beans and rice and feeding them stuff off the grill that's probably day-old, week-old food that Chiaverini grabbed out of the dumpster last week. He's had sitting in his ice box, which is really not an ice box. It's just got a little fan that blows over the food to keep the flies away. And so there he is now, serving them up their hot dogs and their beans and rice in after hours. To keep it down, to hold it down, to hold it back, to dissuade anybody from buying it in after hours. Because you saw this in after hours, it was already up to $5.70 in the after hours. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, I'll show you right here. I'll show you right here on the one-day chart. Hold on a minute. Hold on. There's your after hours high price right there in after hours. There's your price. In after hours, there it was. $5.72 in the after hours, folks, tonight. Just a little bit ago, it was there. And then they called back in the people and said, get back to selling. This son of a bitch is almost going to go over 6. Get back in there and start selling. Sell one share. This is probably the same freaking share that they've all sold back and forth to each other 2,000 times now this afternoon. The same share. Because there's not many shares of this stock, ladies and gentlemen. There's only 1.3 million shares outstanding. It only has a 700,000 share float, folks. This stock only has a 700,000 share float. How could it trade 99 million shares today? All right. E-bike mine. Hello. Casey, I see 252 in August. No, again, there's no way it was that price. What they've been doing, what this company's been doing is this right here over and over. They've been doing this to keep making money. See, a lot of biology stocks, a lot of them do this, okay? Bio stocks. So right there, they did a 1 for 30 split. So that skews the numbers. And then down here, if you scroll down, keep watching. Hold on. You'll see another split here. I mean, just look at this price back in October 2024. And I'm surprised I don't see any other stock splits on it. Jeez, oh, Pete. Look at that. Wow. What in the hell's happened? Over a year's time? I want to go back further on this. I want to look way back. Let me go up here and change this start date. Start date. Let's take this back to 2022. Done. When were you saying it was there? August of 2022. All right. Well, we're in September of 2022. We're close. We're in September of 2022. Dadgummit, man. Let's take it back. I want to get all the way to August. Of course, let's put 07. 07/26, 2022. It says September 1st, 2022. Date. Wow, they're only going to let me go to September 1st. 8/1. 08. 01. 2022. Oh my God, you stupid freaking thing. Shit. 2022. What the hell? God, people. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Hold on. 2022. August 1st. It should not be, oh God, dog it, 9/1. They're not going to let me do it. 091. They're not going to give me August. Of course they're not. Shouldn't be prior to 0901. All right, let's put 0902 then. Good Lord, have mercy. There, frickin' A. Let's go look. All right, here you go, folks. Look at this. Look at this. $302 a share. September the 1st. $302 a share, September the 2nd. And the thing that blows my mind is I would expect to start seeing a bunch of reverse splits here. But I'm not seeing that. And I'm just watching it drop and drop and drop and drop and drop all through November 2022. Dropping and dropping and dropping, and now to 60 to 50. God, dogs, man. Wow, look at that price fall to $40, and boom, up to 120. See, this is because there's only 1.3 million shares outstanding. Watch the volume those days. What was the volume? See, 2.2 million. There's only 1.3 million shares outstanding, folks. And it traded 2.2 million there. And the price went from $44 to $119. See that? The price went from $44 to $119 on just this amount of shares, 2,293,000. And today we're supposed to believe that it traded 99 million shares today when there's only 1.3 million shares outstanding. Then after the price, June 20th, January 20th, this was probably a breakthrough thing that they made through, and it went back, it went from 44 to 119, and then it just got smashed back down, a freaking month later. She's preach, 58, $50, 60. What is this? Now we're in April of 2023. $53, $56, 54, no movement, 51, 56, back to 67, 47, 51, 48, 52, down to 40, 51, 50, 49, 49, 51, 50. What in the hell made it fall from September 2023? What in the world made it go down so much? Look at that thing falling there. Look at it collapsing. Look at it collapsing. And what's the volume on it now? Oh my God. Look at the number of shares per day. Oh my God. Whoa. Look at the volume per day, folks. 73 shares. Holy crap. 333. Oh my God, 33 shares traded that day. Wow. Man, this is sure an eye-opener on this stock. BIAF is the stock we're looking at, folks. BIAF. And this is in July 2023. So 2 years and 3 months ago, this was the price. Down to 55, 53, 56, 53, 53, 54. Look at the volume on the stock. Still no volume at all. 60 shares, 73, 87. Wow. Dang. 34, 35, 47, 48, 43, 44, 45, 38. Wow. Look at the manipulation. 37 that day. Look at the volume. Look at the little volume. 10 shares traded that day. 10 shares traded that day. Shit. October 24th, 10 whole shares traded that day. Prices at 44, then down to 40, then up to 44, down to 37, up to 44. Shit, I wish I'd have known about it then. $45, down to 43, up to $50. Wow. And again, this is because it has such a small float. And look at the volume start to pick up now. Volume starting to pick up a little bit. Volume's picking up. Volume's picking up. Price is starting to stay at 43, then up to 52, then back to 45, then up to 50, then down to 48. Oh my, 44, then back up to 47, 49, and then down to 44. Wow. Dang, I wish I'd have known about this stock then. No volume. Yep. 300 shares, 300, 200, 100, 300, 500, 67 shares. Prices at $47, $48. Price goes up here, 48. The date now, February 15th. We're just a year and a half ago at $45. 45, 45, then 62. Wow. $20 swing there. $20 swing in just 1 month. $20 rise. Volume now is starting to pick up. Oh, look at the volume. Oh, it's at $90. 108. From $46 on February 22nd to 108 on March the 5th. Wow, 2 weeks and the price went from 44 to 108. And then right back down to $48, $42. Then up to $64 4 days later. Gosh, dang, folks. March the 12th, 2024. $64, 62, 58, 61, 67, $81. April the 9th. By the way, this was Independence Day. April the 9th, 2024. No. This was a year before April. It was April 9th, 2025. So this was not April. This was not Independence Day. So we're down to $75 and then up to 88 and then down to 75 the next day. Wow. Golly, $88 to 75. Look at this. $69 to 86, down to $68. Wow, my God, look at that manipulation. $69 to $88 to $75 to $93. Jeez. $93 down to 81 and then $94 down to 71. Gosh, dang it. What did I just do? What the hell is that? Jeez, oh Pete's, man. Wow, what a stock. Down to $69, then up to $79, then down to $57 and up to $61, and down to $54 and up to $78. Geez, down to 65 and then up to 80. Down to 68, up to 76. Down to 68, up to 72. Down to 54, up to 70 in 1 week. From $54.90 to $70 in 1 week, folks. 1 week. Then down to 65 and then back up to 79. Then down to 68 and then back up to 81. Wow. Jeez, oh Pete's, man. Talk about market makers all over this. And now we're 1 year ago almost. We're a year and 2 months ago. A year and 2 months ago at $78. And then they drove it down to 71. And then they took it up to 89. And then they drove it down to 75. And then they took it up to 84. And then they drove it down to 70. And then here's where it collapsed. On August the 1st, something happened, folks. On August the 1st, $72, and the next day, $47.10. August the 2nd. And look at that. There was a lot of volume there, 46,000 that made it fall that much. Oh my God, look at this. It went down to $37 on that much volume right there, 46,000 shares. What did they borrow? Did they borrow 100,000 shares and sell 48,000 to make it fall from 80 to 37? And then just days later, back to $72? Shit. Look at that, folks. $74 to $37.50 on 46,000 shares. And then from $37.50, it was back to $72 2 days later. Wow. This is BIAF stock we're talking. BIAF. In August, a year and a month ago, then they drive it back down to $50 and $48. Then it's back up to $55. Then it's down to $49. Then it's back up to $53. Then down to $48. Then down to $38. Then up to $42. Then down to $39. And then up to $52. Wow, and now we're in September. We're a year ago now, basically. We're talking 1 year ago. BIAF, 53 a share, then up to 63 in just 8 days of trading, then down to 60, then back down to 52, then back up to 60, back down to 56, and then up to 65 in 2 days. My gosh, this is crazy, folks. From 65 down to 39, and then back up to 48, then down to $38, and then back up to 43, then down to 39 and back to 43 again, basically. Then down to 39 and then back to 41 and then down to 37 and back to 41 and then down to 39 and then back to 41, down to 36. And here's where it started falling apart. November 22nd, 2024. And look at it fall, folks. Watch this thing. It stayed in the 32s and then down to 27, 28, back up to 32, down to 30, back to 38, down to 26, back to 31. Man, $5 swings every 3 or 4 days. Down to 24, then back up to 29 and 30 in a week. Down to 20. And back up to 22. down to 19 and back to 21, down to 17, 10, back to 21 and then 24 and then 25, back down to 21 and back up to 25 again. Man, oh man. Then down to 23, then back up to 25. And now we're coming into February of 2025, so we're about 7 months ago. Oh my God, 24, 25.50, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago, 6 days later, from 25.50, 6 days later, to $15, a $10 drop from February 21st to February over 1 week. A $10 drop in 1 week. 15.60, and then another massive drop to 12. Then they dropped it to 9.90. Wow. Then back up to 12. Then down to 9.03, then back up to 11. Then down to 8.43 and back up to 10. From 10.88, folks, you should have sold there. And it opened at 10.89. You should have sold at 10.88. Because look at that drop. Wow, 8.43, and it came back only 30 cents off the low, 33 cents off the low. And then, ladies and gentlemen, now we're in March. We're in March, and look at the price just descend. Look at it get crushed down to 7, to 8, to 7, and then look at this. April the 1st, $48 a share on April the 1st from $7. $48 because they've only got 1.3 million shares. And how many shares were traded? 18 million that day. Today was 99 million shares traded. And 18 million made the price go from 720 to 17 to 48. How did that not get halted? How did that not get halted, folks? Why did they halt it today? Why? Why did it get halted today when it was at $7.14? But back here on March the 31st, it went from $8.79 to 40 something dollars. How did it get halted today? How did it get halted today at $7.14? I just don't get it. How do they let it jump from $7.20 up to $48, but today they halted it on 99 million shares? There was 18 million that day that made it go up freaking $40 a share. Man, this even gives me more reason to believe that, man, this stock is getting ready to break loose and go big, because they've seen this before and they went, shit, man, we got to get in now. That's what they said on this news of this cancer treatment study this morning. Oh, man, the more I look at this, the more I like what I see. Holy shit, look at that right there. And the price went from friggin' from $7.20 a share to $46, and they didn't halt it. And today, they sure as shit stepped in, didn't they? Oh, my God, did they step in and halt that thing. And now you see why. Now you see why they halted it at $7.14 a share. Now you see why. Because they knew, God dang, if we let this thing go now, man, it could go freaking, we got to halt it. We got to halt it. And that's what they did. Now they run it back down from $44. It takes them just a couple of weeks to get it down to 15 and then 14 and 13. Then they drive it back up from 13 to 17 in 1 day, from 13.86 to 17 in 1 day. Then they drive it back down another week to $12.50, and it's back to $14.40 2 days later. Then they take it down all the way down to 1257, and 2 days later it's at 1440. And then here is the massacre. May the 5th, folks. May the 5th opens at 1320, and then they drove it down to 1080, and it closed at 1140, and the next day opens up, surprise, surprise. It's run down $4 a share overnight from May the 5th to May the 6th. And gets down to $4.92. Man, they ran that thing down freaking $8 a share in 2 days, folks. 2 days. $9 a share, really, in 3 days. $9 a share down in 3 days. And look at the volume they used to kill it down. 215,000. From 750 down to 492 with 215,000 shares. The stock we're talking about here, folks, is one that was heavily manipulated today, BIAF. BIAF. And I'm glad to dig this history up on this, because I see after 1320, they drove this sucker down to freaking $4.92. And then just days later, it's at $8.85. And then $9.60. And then, oh my God, $15. May the 28th. Oh my God, is this thing manipulated, folks? $4.92 a share, dropped from $13.20 to $4.92 using 215,000 shares traded. They drop it from 13 to 492, and that date was on May the 6th. And by May the 28th, the price is $15. Jeez, wow. Then they attack it down. From May the 28th, they started slaughtering it down, and they got it down to 804, May the 28th. Then it went back up to 945. Then they started coming at it hard, and this is when the volume started getting not 100 shares a day, not 100 anymore, not 50, not 70, but some serious, starting to see some real volume now. And the price goes from 819 down to 753 to 690. And at 690, the price on June 23rd was 690 a share. And then just a week later, June 26th, 3 days later, 1380. 1380, folks, from 672, 3 days later, 1380. And look at the volume, 6 million shares. Today, there were 99 million shares traded on this cancer news, folks. 99 million shares traded today on a stock that only has 1.3 million shares available. Hey, folks, look here. When the price was just days before 672, when the price got to 711, why didn't they halt it at 714 that day? Why didn't they halt it there? Well, maybe they did. Maybe the price was at 672 a couple days before, and they halted it at 768. I'm guessing that they halted it at 768 and let them drive it down, and then the next day it hit 1380. See, here's the interesting part. Right here, they didn't halt it at 714 like today, see? They didn't halt it at 714. I bet you they halted it that day at 768 a share. And then they ran it down 60-something cents, and they did it on 10,000 shares. And the next day, look at all the buying, came in and drove the price from $7.11 up to $10.80 a share. $13.80, folks. And after that, they attacked it. They attacked it. They started selling the same shares over and over and over and over, because there's only 1.3 million shares. So right here, when it hit 1380, they just started selling the same shares over and over and over and over and over. And you can bet your ass this price was at 1070 when it opened out of the gate on June the 25th or 6th. It was at 1070, and they took that son of a bitch up to 1380, and then they dropped it to $9 on major volume. And after they dropped it down to 9, it came back up to 1080 close, just like today. After they got that drop to 466, then it went up to over 5. Oh, yeah, I'm glad I'm looking at this. I'm glad I can see all this. I'm glad I can show you all this on this stock. I'm happy to have stumbled on this stock today, to be honest with you. This could be a blessing in disguise if we can start taking advantage of this kind of manipulation. Just look at this, folks. $8 to $11 to $7 to $10 to $6 to $10 to $8 to $11. Man, we can kill this stock. From $9.93 to $10.89, $9.78 to $10.50. And now we're here in August. This is getting more current. We're getting close to now. $8.94, and then they drive it down to $8.10, and just days later, it's at $8.80, $8.70, $8.90. Then they take it down to $7.35 and $6.90, and just days, $8.34 from $6.90. Now we're coming up here into August, late August, folks, a month and a half ago. Low of 720, and now it comes up to 780, and then back to 720, and then up to 760, then down to 708, then up to 810, then down to 732, and up to 1350. Why didn't they stop it here at 714? When the price was just days before down in the 6s, then why didn't they stop it on this day, September 12th? Why didn't they stop it at 714 this day? Why did they let it go to 1350 the next day? Or did it come out of the gate at 723 and it got to 840 and they halted it? Did they halt it there at 840 so that they could run it down to 720? Make it fall $1.20. Is that what they did? So they could scare people out of it and use a whole shitload of shares to do that, only to buy the shit out of it the next day and run it up to 1350. Is that what we got in store for us on Monday? Are we going to see this price hit 1350 on Monday after the same manipulation they tried? But why did, like I asked, on this day, on September the 12th, when it came out at 723, did they halt it at 840 and make it fall $1.20 so they could take it to 1350 the next day? And was this a Friday? Oh, yes, it was. Yes, it was a Friday. And Monday, look at the surprise that came their way Monday morning. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. You betcha, a friggin' Friday. A Friday. Oh, man, I feel even better about this now. Wait till you see what happens on frickin' Monday, folks. Holy sh! I'm telling you, folks, this looks very, very similar to me. They had the price down here at $6.93. And when it broke to 720, they didn't stop it. Yeah, it was the 19th that they did the reverse split. They did the reverse split on the 19th, folks, right here. September 19th, they did the reverse split. But here's what I want to know. After they did the reverse split, how did the price open at 487 and go to 527 after a reverse split? Holy shit, how did that happen? After a 1 for 30 split, why wasn't this price dropped from $5 to $1 a share, like most times would happen on a 1 for 30 split? That's what I want to know. Amazing. And today, we see the price rise from 3 days ago at 421 and yesterday at 340 a share. And today we see the news of the cancer treatment come out, and we see the price run up and get halted at $7.14. And ladies and gentlemen, I like it because it already hit 729 this morning, and they did not halt it there. They waited because they let it go from 729 back to 693, but when it started back over 7, they had to halt it at 714, folks. They had to halt it at 714. They did not halt the stock this morning at $7.29. They stopped it there at 729 and they got it come back to 693. But after it hit 693, it went back over 7 and it was on its way, and they halted it then at 714. And after the halt ended, they ran the price down to 465 from 714. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 4.65?
7.14 minus 4.65 is 2.49.
So, ladies and gentlemen, today they let the price go to 729 without a halt. Then it went back down to 693 where I bought it. And then it went back up to 714 where they halted it. And after a 15-minute halt, they loaded in enough sell orders to get the price to go down to 465. And then it closed at 529. Hey, Alexa, what is 5.29 minus 4.65?
5.29 minus 4.65 is 0.64.
So they let it recover 64 cents. Now, let me go down here and look at this. Let me go look at this. What did they do here? They let it come out at 723. It went up to 840. They halted it at 840. And then it dropped $1.20. And then what did it come back up? Alexa, what is 8.10 minus 7.20?
8.1 minus 7.2 is 0.9.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on this day right here, just several weeks ago, they stopped it at 840, made it drop $1.20, and then it came back up 90 cents. And then the next day, it was at $13.50. Monday. This is a Monday, folks. This right here was a Friday, September the 12th, just like Friday today. And sure as shit, on Monday, look where it was, $13.50. They closed it that day at 8:10, and on Monday, look where it opened, $9.48, $1.50 higher, and went up $4. And it did that on 5,970,000. I can't wait to see what this damn thing does on Monday. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see what this stock does on Monday. I'm telling you right now, I cannot wait to see what this stock does on Monday. Man, oh man, folks. I'm glad I could show you all this data. Yep. I hear you, Rusty. All historic prices are recalculated after the split. Yep. But my, what an interesting day today was to see that price today get up to 729, and they did not halt it. And then when it dropped back to 693, then it went to 714 and they halted it. Why? Why would they do that? People, that just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm going to trust this little historical move they did here. And something tells me this looks very eerily similar. When the price was down here at $6.93, why, when it went on this day up over 7, why didn't they stop it at 714 right here. When it had gone from $6.93 to over $7.14, why didn't they stop it that day? No, they waited and stopped it at 840. Then they drove it down after a halt at 840. I guarantee you this stock on this day, September 12th, after it opened there and it hit 840, they halted it. Hey, Alexa, what is 8.40 minus 7.23?
8.4 minus 7.23 is 1.17.
Oh my gosh, so it was up $1.17 and they halted it. And then they drove it down $1.20. Then it came back up 90 cents by the end of the day. And la-di-da-di-da, they did it with just 884,000, not 99 million shares like today, folks. All right. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. It's very interesting price behavior today, ladies and gentlemen. Very odd. Very odd indeed. And very, very, very odd that a stock that only has 1.3 million outstanding shares and only has a float of 700,000 shares, how in the world can it sell that many times over and over and over? How does that happen unless it's being sold to the same people repeatedly? The same share. This is my point, folks. This is my point. Look over here at how many outstanding shares there are of this stock. Shares outstanding, 1.34 million. And look at the free float. The float is only 772,000 shares. 772,000 shares free float. How does a stock that has only 772,000 in the float trade 99 million shares today? How is that? How is that? How in the hell is that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, to me, that looks like the most massive amount of manipulation that I've ever seen on this stock. And it is incredible how blatant they are about the manipulation of it. I'll ask again, AFCC, how can a stock that only has a 700,000 share free float, how can it trade 99 million shares? How can it be stopped at $7.14 and halted when it was already $7.29 earlier in the day and they didn't halt it? None of this makes sense to me. None of it. It all smells like a big, fat, shorty rat to me. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. This stock smells to high heavens. Yeah. Lost and Lows. I sold a $7,500 repair today. This same guy came in irate thinking we put a faulty part in 2 days ago that cost $380. Fucker made me sweaty the rest of the day. Oh, God. Hey, listen, I hear what you're saying, Rusty. I hear what you're saying. Stock was 20 cents a share. They did the 30 for one. Bob, it went all the way up to whatever. Listen, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. What my point is a stock that has just 700,000 float cannot trade 99 million times over. All right? This is ludicrous, folks. And for it to drop that much with that much, it's just ludicrous, folks. It's absolute manipulation 101. And again, this is what makes me so excited to see what this stock is going to do on Monday. I can't wait to see what it does Monday. I just can't wait to see what it does. I can't wait to see what it does on Monday. And I tell you what, from the looks of this stock, it's a damn good thing to buy it on every low, it looks like, because every time they run this thing down, it just responds right off of it. Look at this low of 654 and then 810. And then look at this low of 888 and then $12. And then look at this low of 948. I mean, 1077. Look at this low of 750 and then 1077. Look at this low of $7.68, 711 low, and then up at 1077. I mean, look at this low here of 777 and 3 days later, 1047. Look at this manipulated low of 908 and then days later, 1029 and then 1080 and then 1122. Look at this manipulated low of 993 and then days later, 1065 and 1089. Then another manipulated low of 993 and then it's 1089. Then another manipulated low of $8.40 and just days later, 948, 1050. Look at this manipulated low of $8.10 and days later, you're at 848. A manipulated low of 696 and just days later, you're at 783 and $8. A manipulated low of 736 and just days later, you're back over 8 again. A manipulated low of $6 and $4, and then the price does a 1 for 30 split. And again, these prices, like he's saying, they were 20 cents, 20 cents, 20 cents, 20. Doesn't matter. Once they did the split, folks, this is what caught my attention today. The 729 high that they did not halt. And then they let it pull back down below 7. And then when it got to 714, they halted it. And that's what got my attention. That has my attention more than anything. That has my attention. When this morning early, they let it go to 729 without halting it. But then when it went down below 7 again, then when it got to 714, they halted it. Man, that got my attention, folks. And someone asked me right then, when it got to 714 and was halted, they said, well, what do you think will happen now? I said, they're going to drop the shit out of it. I said, I'm putting my orders in at 613. And I put some buy orders at 613, and I put some at 588. I put some in at 566. I put orders in at 549. You guys saw me doing that during the halt. I started putting buy orders in $1.50 less than the price was, and that was my mistake because they ran it down $2 plus 206, I think. But man, oh man, I had no idea they were going to take it down $2.30 today, which they did, or whatever it was. High of 729, low of 665. Hey, Alexa, what is 7.29 minus 6.65? I'm sorry, it was 465. Alexa, stop.
I'm not quite sure.
Alexa,
how to help
stop.
you with
What is, Alexa, what is 7.29 minus 4.65?
7.29 minus 4.65 is 2.64.
Folks, they ran the damn price down $2.64 today, selling the same shares over and over and over to each other. All day long, they sold the same shares over and over, one to the next, to the next, to the next, in a circle. If you don't understand how they do this, I learned how they do this from a company that was called GNUS, and the guy who was the CEO of the company exposed this, what they call shill bidding is one of the ways they do this. But another one they do is this one will sell to this one, and he'll sell to this one, and he'll sell to this one. It's the same shares. He'll sell them to this one, he sells them to this one, he sells them to this one, and he sells them back to this one 10 cents lower. This one sells the same shares to this one, 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 and the next thing you know, it's 10 cents lower. Then the same shares are sold to this one, 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 and the price is 20 cents lower. And then they sell the same shares to this one, the same shares, folks. They have to sell the same shares to get 99 million shares traded, and there's only 1.3 million. They have to keep selling the same shares to each other, folks. That's how they sell it, sell it, sell it down, sell it down, sell it down, sell it down. And then when it gets to the bottom at 466, then they start selling to each other up. And they sell the same shares to them up, the same ones, 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 the same ones. And that's how it's done. That's how you get 99 million shares on a stock that only has a 700,000 share float. Yes, that's exactly how that works. It sure is. Not as stock prices are a manipulation. So anyway, I'm just letting you know, and they're doing it now, even in the after hours. They're selling the same shares in a circle. They're selling the same shares in a circle to each other. That's how they do it. That's how they run it down. And you're here on this channel and you're getting to learn this from a guy who's been trading for 25 years. I know what they do and I know how they do it. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, you are all seeing shares that don't actually exist being sold over and over and over and over to the same people over and over. In a big circle, just selling them, 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 selling, sell, 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 keep selling, keep selling. Just sell to the next guy and the next bid and the next bid, sell to the next bidder, sell to the next bidder, sell to that bidder, sell to that bidder, sell to that bid, sell to that bid, sell to that bid, sell to that bid, sell to that one, sell, sell, sell. Yep. Yep. Not ask. I'm holding some strong dividend stocks that started at pennies on the dollar. I look for next Yahoo stock. Well, I hear you, man. But ladies and gentlemen, just then you just saw them just sell out of all the shares they could, I guess, sell to each other. I guess they're done. I guess they did it all. I guess they did all they could there. I guess they did all the damage that they could do. And now I guess I'm going to guess, much like what happened back here, I'm going to guess now that the price, and this is SoFi, I'm sorry. Let me get the BIAF. Historical data. Come on, man, load up. There we go. So what I'm going to guess here is that in the same way that they got this price right here on September the 12th, in the same way that it opened at 723 and rocketed to 840, and then they ran it down $1.20 after that, I'm going to guess on about this many shares we're going to possibly see tomorrow the price go back up to right here. No, I saw it before, so why wouldn't they do it again now? If they did it here on the 12th, when it opened up from the previous day's low, and just a week before it was down as low as in the sixes, if they did it here, when they made it go 723, and I bet you they halted it at 840. I bet you when it went from 723 to 840, they halted it. That's $1.17 higher. They halted it. $1.17. And down here, 630. Oh my God, it was up just $1.90. They halted it. Yep. Well, I've seen this before. I've seen it before. I saw it right here on this day. I saw it before. And they got it to 840 and they halted it. And after they halted it, they made it go down to 720. And they closed it a 90 cents up off the low. Today, how much did it come up off the low today? The low was 465 today, and it closed at 529. Oh, it's about the same amount up. What do you know? It's almost the same amount as right here as they ran it down. It went up 90 cents here from 720 to 810 by the closing. And way less volume, way less. But today, that right there, that is a 90-cent increase off the low that day. And today, 465 to 529. Hey, Alexa, what is 5.29 minus 4.65?
5.29 minus 4.65 is 0.64.
All right, Alexa, stop. So back here, they let it come back 90 cents off the bottom. And today, they let it come back 64 cents off the bottom. I cannot wait to see what this thing does Monday. This guy says, I'm about to leave my office and head home. I'm still watching this channel. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, the guy is making valid stock points. You made several institutional statements. Thank you. Well, I'm just arguing for the fact that I believe there's no freaking way. And I know that these market makers, because I'm going to show you in the after hours today, ladies and gentlemen, they had to call in their thugs again, because in the after hours, this price that closed today on this stock, the price that closed at 529 today in the after hours already hit this price today in after hours. It already hit that price in after hours. $5.73. That's how much it was up in after hours before they called their cronies back in and offered them hot dogs and beanie weenie to sit and sell shares back and forth to each other the rest of the afternoon. So that's what they did. The price had already started taking off and was up 573 in after hours after they tried to splash the close down. It went up after hours to 573, and they called back in all the dollar share sellers to each other, and they told them, get your ass back in there now and start selling again. And that's exactly what they did. They called all their people back into the office and said, look, we're going to offer you beanie weenie. You can have some Vienna sausage. We've got Vienna sausage, and we've got some rice. And you guys can have all the Vienna sausage you want and beanie weenie. And even David Chiaverini was there grilling out for them this afternoon. David Chiaverini was there, and he was grilling out, as I showed you guys earlier. They had David Chiaverini on the grill. There he is right there in action, right there. David Chiaverini on the grill, baby. His whole family was there, actually. had his brother there that was supplying the gas lines. Yeah, his brother was there supplying the gas. You guys didn't see it earlier? He had his brother there. He had his brother there supplying the gas lines right there. He was right there, David's brother. And he was grilling, and David's brother supplied the gas. But you can see it kind of got out of hand on Davey. He doesn't know how to really work it. Doesn't know really how to work the grill. All right, let's go here. Did you buy SoFi BIAF today at around $5.13 a share? And a lot of people said yes, they did. And I hope you all end up being very glad that you did that, bought from $5.13 to $5.08, because you can see right now these little market manipulators in after hours getting their beanie weenie full. And you see where they just tried to get it again. They almost got it as low as they could get it in the just before the closing. They almost did it again. But they can't do it because this is all manipulation, folks. just like this manipulation here was. And just like the manipulation all day was. It was all manipulated all day long, this stock, ladies and gentlemen. All manipulated all freaking day. And like I said, I seriously can't wait to see what happens now. After this little double nut sack after the after hours. Watch this thing go and go and go and go and go. Up and up and up. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so, folks. I think the circle jerking is over. All right. I'm going to now say farewell to everyone this evening. I do want you all to be aware of with SoFi that today SoFi reached an absolute all-time high number of institution ownership. Today reached SoFi all-time high of institutional ownership. Did you know that? Yep, I'll see you on Monday. I start at 8:48 in the morning every day. And I want you guys to see something. This price is already rising now on this stock this afternoon. 5 to 503 after they just took it down to 480 something. What did they try? Where was it? Hold on. They got it down to 490 in after hours just then. They had it up at 570, 573 in after hours, and then they ran it down another 85 cents in after hours, selling the same shares back and forth to each other. And now it's rising very nicely off the bottom. Just one good view for you guys to see right here before the end of the day. And don't be surprised at all to now witness this little turquoise line rise and 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 break the 200 on Monday morning and rise and rise and rise and not get stopped at 714 this time. Hopefully they let it go. Hopefully they've already got all their nutsack coffer full. They got all they could today. Hopefully they got all they wanted at the low. I hope they did. And you can all clearly see how the all manipulation happened today. The news came out about the cancer treatment. It went up $1.30. Then they dropped it 94 cents. Then it went up 94 cents. Then they dropped it 90 cents. Then it went up 94 cents. Then they dropped it at the open. Then it went up 94 cents. Down 94. Up 94. And they halted it. They halted it right here. Folks, when they ran it down here to the 200 and accumulated, they thought that was all they wanted. And it got to 714 and they halted this smother. 714 a share, they halted it. And they halted it so they could bring it down here to the 200 and accumulate it all day at the 200 day. That's exactly why they dropped it and stopped it at 714. And if you want to know why they stopped it at 714, let me show you why they stopped this stock at 714. I'll show you right now. Because this is $7.14 where they accumulated. They accumulated right here for 13 days at that price, 714. And that's why they halted it there this morning. Because it was about to break over where they had all been getting shares, and it was going to go over that and go all the way up to here. And they said, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's forget that it went to 729 and we didn't halt it and went back down in the sixes and then back to but boy, at 714, let's halt that fuck. That's what they did. That's what they did, folks. And now you see why. You know, I wish I had a 30-day chart I could show you here on this thing. I really do wish I had a 30-day chart I could show you here. Let me go to a 30-day. And there it is. And I'm going to show you guys something. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, I want you to see. This morning, when the price ran up to 714 and they halted it on BIAF, the reason they halted it there was because over here, they had accumulated it on that same number. That's why they stopped it there at that price today. They stopped it there because they knew once it came over that number, $7.14, that it was going to go all the way up here to $10.23. They knew it was going to go up there. They knew it was going to go up there. They knew it. They knew that it was going to do that, folks. They knew it would do that. That's why they halted it on that price. That's why they halted it at $7.14. The reason they halted it at and they didn't halt it when it got to 729, but they halted it when it went down to 693 and then got to 714, because they stopped it there. Because look at that. Look at the coincidence. Look at the coincidence. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this time period of them accumulating those shares there at that price was a long time, folks. They accumulated this thing at that price that they stopped it out today. They accumulated this thing 827, 828, 829, 830, 831, 832, 833, 834, I say 834, 98. So from 827, now we're 20 days. Now we're 30 days of accumulation at the $7.14 price. 30 days of accumulation there at that price, 714. 30 days of accumulation, ladies and gentlemen. That's the culmination of 30 days of accumulation at $7.14. And that's why they stopped it today at 714. Understand? They just couldn't let it go over that where they had bought it for 30 days. They're going to get all they can on the nut sack right there, and then they're going to let it go to $10.30 again, folks. That's my call. That's why they stopped it and halted it today at 714. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I sure as shit don't think so. I don't think so at all. Boy, they saw that thing break over that 200-day moving average, and they said, shit. We're fucked here, is what they said. Then they made some phone calls and they said, you better stop this thing if it comes. Look, it just hit 729, they said. We got a handle on it. We're going to bring it back down. We're going to try to bring it back down. It just hit 729 and we got a handle on it right now. But listen, we've got it down under 7 again, so we think we're okay. But listen, if that thing goes back up over 7 and it gets to 713, you got to halt that thing right there at 714 for us, okay? Don't let that thing go over 713, because that'll be a psychological failure for everyone will see we don't have the power to hold it there. And so please stop it if it goes over 713. We got a handle on it right now. We got a handle on it right now. But if it goes back over 7, and it did, it went back over 7. And that's why they halted at 714. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think I'm dead spot on with them. I got them, folks. I know what they did. I know why they did it. They didn't want to let that price go back over where they got it for 30 days. They did not want that. They did not want that. They know this has the potential to run up big because it has such a small float. So they had to find a way to stop it right there where it was about to break away from this big, big shoulder. And they knew it was about to, folks. This is why this morning they let it go to 729, and they tried themselves to pull it back down below 7, and then they lost control of it, and it went back to 714, and they said, shit, halt it. And they got it halted. And then they made it fall $3. God. From 714 where they halted it, they got it down to 465. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 4.65?
7.14 minus 4.65 is 2.49.
So they made it fall $2.49, people. 2.49. That's standard. That's pretty standard for them. Made it fall $2.49, and then it came back 64 cents off the bottom after they ran it down. It came back up 64 cents. All right, well, I could go on and on, but I'm not going to. I think I've made my point. I believe it's very obvious that today they got themselves in a situation that they couldn't control without help from somebody. And they got the help right there at 714, halted price right there at 714. Or yeah, 714. And the reason I'm so convinced of it is, like I said to you, I'll say it for the last time, they never halted it when it got up to 729. They let it get to 729 without halting it. And then when it went down to below 7, they thought they had it under control. But when it started back over 7, they could not let it get over 713, their prize number. And that's why they halted it at 7.14. That's why it was halted there, because it was about to go beyond this place where they bought it for 30 days and held it down. They had accumulated it for 30 freaking days, folks. 30 days of accumulating it at that price. So when it got there, they had it halted. They had to halt it there. I just can't wait to see what this does on Monday, like I said. I really can't wait to see what it does. I'm going to be excited to see that. And by the way, you better look at all that daggum volume that came in here during the last few minutes. And you better look at the volume that's pouring into this stock right now that's never been here before. There's been nothing like it, nothing like it, nothing like it. Nothing like it. Man, oh man. Now I'm going to go to the 1 day, 1 minute. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There's your double. And by the way, this is a nut sack and that's a ta-ta, folks. That's the end of it. That's a nut sack and a ta-ta, and that's the end of it. That was after hours. Just so you know, they closed the price today at $5.20, whatever the price was they closed it at. $5.29 was the closing. And then after hours, it already had shot up to $5.73 a share. And they said the same thing they said at 714. We got to stop this. So they called their cronies back into the office and made them start selling shares. They said, don't leave yet. Turn around and go back and get in that office and you start selling one share back and forth to each other and get it back down here where it was earlier near the close. You got to get it back down there. You understand? They said, yep, we'll go get it, boss. And he said, if you go back in and start selling, we'll feed you some hot dogs and beanie weenie. You can have some Vienna sausage, and you can have some sardines in the can. And you can have it all fresh, sardines right out of the can. And if you get back in there and start selling right now, that's what we'll do for you. We'll get you taken care of. We got beanie weenie. We got chivarini on the grill for you. And we're going to make sure you're taken care of if you take care of us and you keep selling shares in the after hours. They said, all right, well, how long? He says, you stay there till freaking 8 o'clock or however long it takes. They said, well, gosh dang, boss, what, 8 o'clock? They said, yeah, stay there till 8. It's just another hour. Just stay there another hour. And some of them Some of them probably are starting to get nauseous from eating all that shitty food, and they might need to step away to the restroom. Calling me. Let's see what she's doing. Hey, honey bunny, what you doing? Hey, Alexa, call Sweetie Petey. The stock is BIAF. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
SoFi went down a little bit today. It was down 14 cents.
Hello.
What you doing, Sweetie Petey?
Just got out of work.
Oh, boy. All right. I can't wait to see you.
Are you still streaming?
Yes, I am. I'm still talking to people. We got involved in a stock today that got manipulated big time, and we're still kind of talking about it right now, what happened to it. And it was absolutely manipulated, but we're just having a little chit chat, and we're not even drinking any cold suds because we don't have a single beer. No more Mountain Blue here.
You want me to stop and get some?
If you want to.
Well, do you have anything on the cat card?
I don't think so. I don't think anybody gave any donations today. There was just, people only donate, honey, usually when they make money. So, but
Why don't you look? Because that's the only way I can do it.
Thank you, G. Colebrook. You're welcome. This is great how you analyze the stock. Learning a lot. Well, good. Let me check right now on the Cash App card, and let me see if there is any money on it. All right. Let me see if there's enough to buy a few beers. All right. So hold on. I'll be right back, everybody. Please hold. I got to check my Cash App card. All right. Okay, I'm back, folks, and I didn't have too much good news for her on the Cash App card, but that's okay. We'll be all right. I'll send her some Venmo money, and then she can use that. All right, guys, thank you very much for being here with me today. I appreciate it very, very much. I know there's many other places you could spend your time, but I'm very, very pleased. And I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. If there's anybody that hasn't hit the like button, we are 6 likes away from going over 100 likes. So if you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. We might get up to 100 likes today. And I want to thank you who did make donations today. And congratulations, VZ Rover, for winning again. Should we wait till the lunchtime low on BIF for the bull run? I have no idea what it's going to do. I have a sneaking suspicion it was very heavily manipulated today and tried to keep it down. They're trying to keep it down and get as many shares as they could because they knew once that thing went over 714, it was off to the races. And so I don't know what they're going to do with it, but we're just going to sit and watch. I decided not to sell the shares because I really felt as though this was a major manipulation today. No stock that has only 1.3 million shares outstanding should trade 99 million. No stock that has only a 747,000 share float should trade 99 million shares today. And the reason it did is because this news about the cancer treatment is so big. It's such huge news. And they had to stop that thing at 714, folks. I don't know what to do. Listen, one thing I do know is that the low today was $4.65. And if these market makers want to try anything, it will be to try to get the low to be 1 penny below today's low. Now, I could be completely wrong. They may not be able to do that, but they're sure as shit going to try because it's their job to make the low drop 1 penny below the previous day, or at least a couple of cents below. So I would suggest that you start your buy orders in. Today's low was 465, so let's go at 464 Monday morning. Because believe me, these market makers, they really do have incentives to get the low to be a penny lower. Even if it's just a penny, it's just the psychological effect of it. So I would have some orders in 464, 455, 465, 66, 67, because they may only get down to 466. I don't know what they're going to do with this stock. I just showed people over the last year of trading. Man, they've manipulated. Just a year ago, this price of this stock was $80 and $90 a share. Just a year ago. Well, you have to change that because they just did a 1 for 20 split. So if it was 80, then the price was $5. When it was 1 for 20. One for 20, $80 a share. I think it was 27 cents before the 1 for 30. Oh, 1 for 30. Okay. But the price had been at $88. All right. So if you had 100 shares and you only got 1 for every 30, then you get your 100 shares would be 33 shares. Yeah. 1 for 30. 100 would be 33 shares. 1 for 30. Divide the current price by 30. Yes. But no, I don't want to divide the current price by 30. I want to divide the $88 by 30, where it was. It was a $2.93 a share 8 months ago. $2.93 a share 8 months ago. Wow, man, I'm telling you guys. Today, it just seems so bizarre the way it all went down. I asked for the last time, why would they let it go up to the $7.29 and not halt it, then have it pulled back down to $6.93, then go over 7 to 7.14 and then halt it? Why did they do that? Why this morning did they not care about it hitting 7.29 because they thought they could pull it back down to the sixes? And then when it went back over 7, then why did they stop it at 7.14? And that's my whole thing that doesn't make any sense to me. And that makes me see right through it into total manipulation. And how does a stock that only has 1.3 million outstanding shares trade 99 million shares today? That's my second clue. So let's just see what happens on Monday. God bless every one of you. I hope you have a great evening, everyone. Thank you for being here with me. I appreciate it. I know there's many other places where you could spend your time, but I'm glad you're here with me, and I hope you've learned something today. It was a valuable lesson. It was a valuable lesson today. When we saw that thing get froze at 7.14, some people asked me right then, what do we do now? What do you think's going to happen? Do you think they'll drop the price after the halt? And I said, abso-freaking-lutely they will. And I started putting my buy orders in $1 below and $1.50 below and $1.70 below. I knew they were going to do it. I knew they were going to do it. I didn't have any question about it. You saw me start loading in my buy orders down there. As soon as they stopped it at 7.14, I put buy orders in at 6.13, 5.97, 5.88, 5.66, 5.55, 5.48. You saw me putting buy orders there because I knew they were going to take it down. I knew it was being manipulated. because it had already been to the 29 cents and then down to the 93 and then back to the 14. Why would you halt it there? Why didn't you halt it at the 29 earlier? So I knew it was manipulated, folks. And I'm going to be gone now. I hope we'll see you Monday. And I hope I wake up and that thing's at $10 and $12 and $13 Monday morning. And I hope you all score with me, because I know a lot of you bought it at 513 today. I know you did. I know you did. So let's just see what happens. Something tells me that we're going to smell some money Monday morning. As I see these market manipulators now trying to hold the price. They've even had it already this afternoon in the after hours. It already went all the way up from 529 to 573 a shares in after hour. And when the market makers and the hedge funds saw that happening, that it was already taking off like I said it was going to do, and it was up about 6% in after hours, they got on the phone and they called their people back into the offices to start selling. They have these... They've actually got walls of cell phones that they sell back and forth to each other to manipulate the price with. They have walls of them. I forget what those things are called. Some people have reminded me in the past what they're called, but they have these, they're like sweatshops of cell phones all on the wall that are just selling right to each other, right to each other, all of them. Have you ever seen it before? Hello, Doc Airline. Let me try and see if I can find this right now. They're stock market cell phone shops. Cell phone, I don't know what they call them, but man, they have this, folks. And I've seen pictures of them before. Google search. Oh, I'm not close to my camera is zoomed in, I guess. Hold on a second. Let me look at it and see why it's zoomed in. I don't know. Yeah, it's zoomed in. Hold on. Give me a second, folks. All right, now we should be better. Phone farm. There it is. Stock market phone farm, folks. It's called a phone farm. Let me show you what they use to manipulate the stock market. And right here is what they do. This is a phone farm, folks. This is a phone farm. They all have them selling to each other. I'll show you some more. That's a phone farm. That is a phone farm. This is a phone farm. All of this is phone farming, folks. People get paid to sit in here and trade shares back and forth to each other at these phone farms. Yeah, it's all corrupt. This is why, like you said, 99% of retailers look at these phone farms, folks. And this is exactly what is driving SoFi, this BIAF today. This is what was behind it all. This is how it's done. Just so you're aware of it, a phone farm, folks. How do you like that? How does that make you feel when you see something like that going on? Huh? You see, I'm here to help you understand how they can manipulate a price, folks. This is called a phone farm. And this right here is circulating each other's selling to each other, the same shares over and over and over. Yeah, when is Donald Trump going to do an executive order to stop this nonsense? I hear you, man. Die Bandit. That will not be tolerated here. Goodbye. Sorry about your luck. You are the weakest link. Farewell forever. We're here to make money on this channel, not to deal with dumbasses like you. So you can't come in here and fart in our tank because you will quickly be shown the exit. Because we do not tolerate stupidity and nonsensical bullshit. And if you're doing coke, I got news for you. You keep relying on artificial ways to find satisfaction, and your own body will stop making it itself. It's called serotonin. And if you stop letting your body make it and you rely on shit like that, you'll never find happiness on your own again. You'll become dependent on that crap. And your body will stop making it because you're feeding it that stuff to make you happy. And it's all just superficial and temporary. It's all temporary satisfaction. All it leads to is a loss of money, and your teeth will start falling out. And your tongue. But go ahead, snort away. And one day you'll find yourself in a situation where you cannot find inner peace on your own or happiness. You'll need everything will have to be fake and synthetic. Synthetic happiness is what you'll be hooked on. You cannot find inner peace on your own and happiness if you keep doing cocaine or any other drug or alcohol even. You'll never ever do it, folks. Your body will stop creating happiness of its own. So don't become reliant on that substance to make yourself happy. Because if you do, you will never find happiness without it. That's all there is I can tell you. And everything I'm saying is an absolute fact. If you don't use it, you will lose it. I'm going to show you guys something else today. I've shown some of you people this in the past. But your eyes, if you happen to work in a job, and I'm going to change my camera because I see the stupid thing is zoomed in again. Hold on. I can't stand this when it does this. So if you sit at a job where you're sitting at a computer all day long and you're the same distance from the viewing of that computer screen, your eyes are muscles. And what you need to do to exercise your eyes if you sit at a computer like I do all day is every day I want you to get a pen like this, and I want you to focus your eyes on the tip of the pen. And then I want you to bring that pen in like this, in, and keep focusing on the tip. And when you get to right here, you should start seeing two pins. You actually see double vision. And then I want you to look away. And then I want you to put the pin out again. And I want you to zoom it in slowly, 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 focusing right on the tip of it. All right? And keep focusing right on the tip of it. And when you get it up to where it's double, I want you to again look away. Then I want you to take that pin and hold it close where you got double and slowly move it away from you. Slowly, slowly, slowly move it away. And keep focusing on the tip of the pin. And when you get it out to the end, I want you to look away. Then pull it up again like this, focus on this, and move it away from you. Slowly, slowly. I want you to try this 3 times a day to exercise the muscle in your eye. Because if you don't do that, your vision will get worse and worse. You need to keep that aperture, and you need to keep that, what they call, your pupil needs to keep contracting and dilating. You need to keep that going, folks. All right, I'm telling you, this will help your vision a lot. If you're wearing glasses, if you do what I'm showing you right here, if you do this every day, 2 or 3 times a day, you're going to be amazed in 90 days what your vision is like when you look at stop signs at the distance or street signs. Keep your eyes working, folks. Don't just sit at a computer all day and keep your focal length at the same 3-foot or 2-foot distance. Don't do that. Practice with your eyes. Again, this is another thing. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it, people. And if you're in a job where you're focusing a certain distance all the time, do this exercise every day, 2 or 3 times, and watch what happens. You'll start to see effect after about 30 days. But if you stick with it, wait till you see what happens after 90 days. You'll start to see things in focus at a distance that you can't see without glasses now. You'll see a difference, folks. I'm telling you. I know what I'm talking about here. I know what I'm talking about. And I share this with you because I always try to not just share ways to have wealth by trading stocks and in the market, but also other valuable information that can change your life your whole life, folks. It can make a difference in your life when you get older if you do that. You will not require glasses at such an early age if you keep working your eyes, okay? All right. Well, that's it for me today. I appreciate you being here with me. I hope you'll use these words of wisdom that I've shared with you this afternoon. Pat Yeager, you're very welcome. Amen, brother. That's right, Imperium Investment. I've been losing money over the last several months because of the BS. Some stock at 7 a.m. look good, but most of the time they're running around 4 a.m. Yes. I hear you, man. Well, we have to watch out because like today you saw a perfect example how these market makers can control a stock and make it do whatever they want to. Today, we saw that price on this BIAF go all the way up to 729 without being halted. But then when they dropped it down to 693, when it broke back over 7, they needed help. And they made a phone call and they said, if this thing breaks 713, stop it. And that's what they did. It had already gone up to 729 and they pulled it back down to the 6s. And they said to their call, if you guys see this go back over 7, you better stop it at 713. And they did. They stopped it at 714. And the weird thing is, it had already gone to 729 and they didn't tell them to halt it there. But when it went down, back down below to 693 and I bought it, when it went back over 7, they had a call in saying, if this thing breaks 713, stop it. Because we want it stopped there because we want to buy it $3.40 less. $2.49 is how much they dropped it after they halted it at 714. This is BIAF, and we're going to be watching it Monday. I'm sitting on 2,800 shares of it. I can't wait to see what it does after today's manipulation. Be honest with you. All right, I'm out here. My wife is coming. I'm going to go see you guys. Have a great night, everyone. Listen, if you go and sit down at the dinner table tonight with your family, spend some time there, talk to your children, ask them questions, find out what they're interested in, what their activities are, interact with your family members at the dinner table. Don't just eat and run, okay? Don't do that. Please spend time there like they do over in Europe. Spend a lot of time with your family at the dinner table and get to know them and share in one another's experiences and become friends to one another, not just family members. And I'm telling you, if you go over to Europe and you're sitting at the table after dinner, you're going to be there an hour and a half after dinner. And they're going to be having wine and they're going to talk and share and get to know each other and social interaction. And man, there's just so much love there. Do the same thing at your dinner table. Don't just sit down, eat, and rush off to whatever you got to do. Let's get that time to be your family time. And then I also hope that you have a great, wonderful, successful financial career in all your financial endeavors. And as always, I hope that you have success with keeping yourself healthy. And I saw today some you guys helping out JP Panic and him getting some of the Flonase. You guys just keep that up, man. Keep helping each other, all right? Yep. And JP, you have yourself a wonderful one. Be looking for your T-shirt to come to you probably Monday or Tuesday next week, okay? And I love all of you guys. Thank you for being here with me. I hope you learned something today. Every day should be a learning experience here, okay? So thank you all. And again, as I always say, I'll see you Monday morning, 8:48 a.m. Eastern Time. And keep an eye open for some notifications. If something pops on this and it starts to fly, I'll send a notification out on YouTube. And we got to make a good thumbnail for Monday morning. Now, listen, as I said to you, I'm still going to be talking about SoFi. But my thumbnails are going to be about day trading because, ladies and gentlemen, SoFi has now reached a point at the 26 and $7 and $28 range where we can't make as much money day trading SoFi as we were. We're going to find other stocks that are down in the $5 and $6 range, like this one, and we're going to make a ton of money off of them. Because if a stock is $5 a share, you can buy with 500, you can buy 100 shares. All right, but if it's $30 a share with 500, you can only buy 125. So we want to be able to buy 500 shares so we can get it to go up $1 and make 500 bucks. If we can only buy 20 shares of SoFi now and it goes up $1, we made 20 bucks, okay? So we're going to focus on some other stocks now. I'm still going to teach everybody about SoFi every day, but my headlines and my thumbnails are going to start being about day trading and day trading hot stocks. So if you're looking for my broadcast on Monday morning, don't look under SoFi. I'm going to have something about day trading hot stocks, okay? Because we got to move. We can't stay on SoFi. We can still hold a lot of it long term before when it goes to 35 and 40 and 45. But for day trading, SoFi isn't going to work anymore. We need to get into something that's in the 4s and 5s and $3 ranges, and then we can buy 1,000 shares of it. See, if it's $30, you can only buy 100. If it's $3, you can buy 1,000. Right? If it's $30, you can only buy 100 shares. But if it's $3, you can buy 1,000. And if the thing goes up $1, then you made $1,000. All right, you guys got it. We'll see you guys. God bless each and every one of you. Just be looking for something on my thumbnail for Monday about trading hot stocks and other titles. I might put something like BIAF. So we're not going to stay focused completely on SoFi anymore. We've done great with SoFi over the years. We've done fantastic. But now it is at a price where day trading is not really something we can do with it and make any real money. So let's pick out some great stocks. You guys have your eyes open Monday morning in the pre and find out what the biggest movers are. And we are going to make some serious money, okay? All right? You guys have a great evening. We'll see you guys Monday morning. And as I always say, thank you for being here. I'm very grateful for all your contributions and donations. And I want to encourage you to keep with the faith, man. And I also want you to have a great weekend, everyone. And God bless you. And I hope that you're surrounded with love because you all deserve it so much, everyone. And I've had a great time with you today. It was a valuable lesson I learned. But those are the best lessons of all. Folks, the best lessons of all are the ones where you suffer and you take a hit. They will embed themselves in your mind and you'll never forget those days. You'll always benefit, okay? Talent Dull Great, we'll catch you later. WOLF, I'll write it down. I can't break down anything on it now, but I will write that down. WOLF. And that is by Talent Dull Great, okay? Thank you very much. All right, everybody. You guys have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday at 8:48 a.m. Eastern Time. God bless each and every one. And thank you for hitting those like buttons. We got up over 104 likes today, so thank you. That's awesome. And thank you for the donations. We did have $20 come in today in donations. So thank you very much for that as well. I appreciate it. All right, bye-bye, everybody. It is a good story behind it, in my opinion. Yep, nice. You deserve it. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, I'll see you guys. Yep, Talent, we'll see you. Have a great weekend. And all of you, thank you for the love. And let's do the last song for you since I see all this coming in here. Here we go. And my wife can't hear it, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There's a heart on for you. and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen that everybody can see. There's a heart on for me and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen and all the shorts are getting screwed. All right. Thank you, everybody. We will see you Monday morning, 8:48 a.m. Eastern. Bye-bye, everyone. Love you. There's a last heart for you. Toodles.